The young man was clearly a talentless waste who couldn't cultivate, yet the world hailed him as the strongest prodigy of the era. Even the sword drunkard, who overshadowed the capital, publicly refused to take him as a disciple, declaring that he possessed the bearing of a sword immortal and, in his humble opinion, was unworthy to be his teacher. As the storyteller in the tavern spun his tale with eloquence, over the past few days, the matter had spread outward from Yuzhou City, growing increasingly exaggerated and fantastical with each retelling. Did you know? The Li family has a son named Li Zai, who is said to possess the bearing of a sword immortal. Even the sword drunkard dared not take him as a disciple, fearing he would hinder such a rare talent of the era. Do you think those little tidbits are anything special? I heard Li Zai was born holding a sword, with celestial phenomena at his birth, purple clouds stretching for miles and sword energy piercing the heavens. True or false? So fantastical. It's true. I've heard it too. That Li Zai is hailed as the strongest prodigy of the era. By the age of 10, he had already created a peerless sword technique called Taiji. They say when the technique was first completed, wind and thunder surged, and strange omens filled the sky. You think those details are ordinary? Well, I heard Li Zai recently comprehended a supreme sword intent and leveled an entire mountain with a single strike. Even those reclusive peerless experts were startled into action. The Plum Blossom Sword Immortal descended into the mortal world precisely for this reason, heading to Yuzhou City to take him as a disciple. That's nothing. I heard Li Zai is about to ascend any day now and attain the Supreme Sword Path. One person spreads a rumor, 3 turn it into wolves, 5 into tigers within just 3 months. The rumors originating from Yuzhou City grew increasingly absurd. From Li Zai possessing the bearing of a sword immortal, it escalated to claims that he was on the verge of ascending to immortality, leaving the uninformed masses utterly bewildered. However, no matter how absurd the rumors may be, they cannot change one fact. Li Zai has become famous. Extremely famous. At the very heart of the rumors, the Li Mansion in Yuzhou City, a grand estate comparable to an imperial palace, is less of a residence and more of a city unto itself. The Li Mansion was so vast that once inside, it was difficult to even discern one's bearings. The Li family of Yuzhou possesses wealth that rivals a nation's treasury, and this is not merely an empty saying. It is speculated that the wealth controlled by the Li family may even surpass that of the Great Shan's national treasury. Although the Li family has been engaged in commerce for generations with astonishing financial resources, it was only in the past decade or so that they truly transformed into their current formidable state. Perfume, glassware, mirrors, soap over the span of a dozen years. One novel yet immensely popular product after another appeared in the Li family's shops across various regions, rapidly accumulating their wealth to a level that genuinely rivals a nation's treasury. Few know why the Li family was able to develop these novel objects, but the Li family members themselves know. It was all because of the birth of the young master. Young Master Li Zai was extraordinary from birth, inventing many peculiar things unseen in this world, and elevating the Li family's commercial empire to new heights. However, Li Zai, who should have grown up carefree with a silver spoon in his mouth, seemed far from happy, even feeling somewhat melancholy. In the rear courtyard of the Li residence, a youth of about 16 or 17 sat in the pavilion at the center of the lake, fishing while lost in melancholy. The young man was quite handsome, dressed in fine attire with gold and silver embroidery, adorned with jade, clearly the scion of a wealthy family. To put it bluntly, he was a nouveau riche. The youth was none other than Li Zai, now renowned throughout Yuzhou City and even the entire Great Shan imperial dynasty. Old Li, you promised 10 jars of Zui Huanyang. You're not going back on your word, are you? On the riverbank, a disheveled, drunken old man glanced at the pot-bellied middle-aged man beside him and asked. Beside the disheveled old man lay a sword, carelessly placed. The sword itself was quite fine, bearing the appearance of a famed blade. The disheveled old man was the sword maniac, surnamed Dong. His given name was no longer known to anyone, and those familiar with him often called him Old Zhang or, alternatively, Zhang the Slob. Though the sword maniac's appearance was far from impressive and he was a hopeless drunkard, no one could deny that this slovenly old man was a renowned powerhouse whose fame shook the world. By the old man's side stood a portly middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, none other than Li Zai's father, Li Baiwang. If Li Zai's demeanor still retained some traces of a noble young master, Li Baiwang was the epitome of an unrefined nouveau riche. Li Baiwang was dressed in the brocade of the southern frontier, adorned with the jade of the northern lands, seated on a tiger bone chair from the western regions, and holding a black pearl from the eastern seas. The entire ensemble was worth no less than 10,000 gold pieces. If not for the fact that he couldn't wear any more, Li Baiwang would have draped himself in all the gold and jade he owned, lest anyone fail to recognize his wealth. Of course not. Hearing the disheveled old man's question, Li Baiwang replied with a smile, Old Zhang, do you think Qing Ana would believe the rumors circulating in the city? I don't know, don't ask me. Zhang Lotte picked up the wine pot and took a sip, saying, I've done what you asked me to do. Whether you believe it or not is none of my concern. Ah! Upon hearing this, Li Baiwang looked at his only son in the lakeside pavilion with a worried expression and said, Old Zhang, do you really think my son has no talent for martial arts? No. This time, Zhang Leixiao answered very decisively. At the center of the lake, inside the pavilion, Li Zai seemed to have heard something and turned to look at the disheveled old man by the lake shore, saying, Old Zhang, you've lived long and seen much. Is there any heaven-defying technique or elixir in this world that can completely transform someone into a martial arts genius? Heh! Zhang Lotte, upon hearing Li Zai's question, put down his wine jug and said, No cultivation techniques, but I do have one method. Want to hear it? What method? Li Zai and Li Baiwang perked up immediately upon hearing this and asked in unison. Dream on! Zhang Lotte said indifferently. Li Zai was speechless for a moment. Kid, you don't need to worry. Zhang Lotte glanced at him and said, I may not be able to teach you martial arts, but that doesn't mean Qing Ana can't. Her level is higher than mine, and her knowledge is no less than mine. She might have a way, of course. The prerequisite is that you can find a way to make her accept you as her disciple. That makes sense. Li Zia nodded in agreement and said, She's already a sword immortal. She ought to have some abilities that others don't. I've failed as a father. Li Baiwang said with deep remorse. At the center of the lake, Li Zia boarded a small boat, standing at the bow with his hands behind his back. Behind him, a beautiful maidservant rowed the boat, a scene of a talented scholar and a fair maiden, like a painting of immortals. On the shore, Zhang Lotte watched Li Zai on the small boat and shook his head. This kid, at least he looks presentable. He was starting to regret whether it was worth deliberately saying those things just for 10 jars of Zui Huanyang wine. A tarnished reputation in old age. The small boat reached the shore, and Li Zia stepped onto land. He patted Li Baiwang's shoulder gently and said softly, It's all right. Hearing Li Zia's reassurance, Li Baiwang felt even more guilty. He sighed deeply and said, Your old man is useless. I've let you down so much. Besides money, I can't give you anything else. Dad, it's not your fault. Li Zia gazed melancholically at the lake and said, Money makes the mare go. Didn't old Zhang compromise? When old Qing comes, we'll give her whatever she wants. If that doesn't work, we'll shower her with mountains of gold and silver. I refuse to believe she won't be tempted. 3 days later, outside Yuzhou City, a sword aura swept in from the east, spanning 30 zhong in grandeur. Then, plum blossoms filled the sky as a graceful and ethereal figure arrived on a sword, her presence majestic and her arrival grand. Wow, the plum blossom sword immortal is here. In the city of Yuzhou, the common people gazed at the plum blossom sword immortal treading on her sword in the sky, their faces filled with admiration and reverence. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering the plum blossoms as Qing Ana landed, sheathing her ancient sword. Before their eyes, the woman appeared like a celestial being descended to the mortal world, her features as exquisite as a painting, her beauty almost unreal. Dressed in a spotless white gown, she was pure and flawless, untouched by worldly dust. Immortal, I love you. Immortal, you are my idol. Among the bustling crowd, the idol Li Zai, watching Qing Annual's grand entrance, enthusiastically played his part as an extra, waving his arms and shouting loudly. Perhaps because Li Zai's voice was too loud, the surrounding people turned to look at him as if he were an idiot, all instinctively taking a step back. Thus, Li Zai became the most conspicuous figure in the public eye. Goddess, I love. Li Ziuo froze at the sight, swallowing the last word "you" with difficulty. What's wrong? Why has everyone stopped shouting? Isn't this how important figures make their entrance? He's playing along perfectly. Isn't this Li Mian's son? Why does he seem like an idiot? I don't know. I never heard that Li Mian's son was an idiot before. You don't understand a damn thing. This young Master Li is a genius. Geniuses always have something unusual about them. It's called having character. In the crowd, some recognized Li Zai and whispered among themselves. Some were puzzled, while others expressed admiration. Of course, those who praised him were clearly lying through their teeth. Li Ziu'e was speechless. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, he immediately covered his face without a word and slunk away. So embarrassing. In front of the crowd, Qing Ana glanced at Li Ziu'e slinking away, her eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. Fool! At Li Manor, after Li Zai returned, by the lakeside in the backyard, Zhang Lotte, who was meditating with his eyes closed, didn't even open them as he asked, "Did you meet her?" Li Zai awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied, "I did." So, how was it? Is that Qing Annual worthy of being your master? Zhang Lotte said indifferently. Li Zia stopped in his tracks, stared at the shabby old man before him for a long while, and said, "Old Zhang, are you mocking me?" "Yes," Zhang Lotte nodded. "Old Zhang, you're one to talk someone who sold out his principles for 10 jars of drunken blossom brew. How dare you mock others?" Li Zia sneered, then lay down beside Old Dong and asked, "Old Dong, that Qing fellow seems so young. Is he really as formidable as you say?" "Martial arts cannot be judged solely by age," Zhang Lotte said calmly with his eyes closed. "You must admit, there is a kind of person in this world called a genius, and Qing Annual is a genius among geniuses." Truly enviable, Li Zai sighed. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. It cannot be forced, and you need not be too fixated on it, Zhang Lotte remarked. "What is my specialty then?" Li Zai asked. Zhang Lotte remained silent, then after what seemed like an eternity, finally spoke. "You're decent looking. You could be called gold and jade on the outside. Old Zhang, your skill at insulting people has really reached new heights. I'm impressed," Li Zai said with a forced smile. This old man Zhang didn't even need to use foul language to insult someone gold and jade on the outside. Wasn't the next line rotten to the core? What is what this old man said wrong? Zhang Lotte said indifferently. "I heard that last night, another young maid from the mansion took the initiative to enter your room. So, how about it? Still a virgin? Get lost," Li Zai said irritably. "Being good-looking isn't my fault. I'm troubled by it too." "That statement is truly asking for a beating," Zhang Lotte remarked. "Old Dong, I've made up my mind." Li Zai suddenly sat up straight, his expression resolute as he declared, "I must become old Qing's disciple, successfully embark on the path of martial arts, and then make a name for myself across the land, becoming invincible under heaven. Jean-Lotte opened his eyes, sizing up the young man before him. After a long pause, he asked, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." Li Zai nodded in agreement. "Youth is truly wonderful." Jean-Lotte sighed with emotion. Even daydreams sound so full of grandeur when spoken by the young. The old man was quite the troublemaker, and Li Zai couldn't be bothered to engage with him. "Young master, the master is calling for you." At this moment, a servant hurried over and said anxiously, "What is it?" Li Zai asked. "The sword immortal, the plum blossom sword immortal has arrived," the servant said. Old Qin." Upon hearing this, Li Zai stood up abruptly in surprise, saying, "So soon?" With that, Li Zai immediately hurried toward the front courtyard. Truly the impatience of youth. By the lakeside, Jean-Lotte closed his eyes again, speaking with an air of serene detachment. In the front courtyard, inside the main hall, Li Baiong, with the fawning expression of a sycophant, accompanied Qin Ana. For the sake of his son's apprenticeship endeavor, dignity was nothing but nonsense. "Immortal maiden, does this tea suit your taste?" "Fairy, I also have some premium cloud mist tea here." "Fairy, would you like some wine?" "In my residence, I have 10-year-old drunken blossom brew and 20-year-old daughter's red." "Fairy! Fairy!" When Li Zai arrived at the main hall and saw his father's fawning demeanor, he wished he could shove him into a crack in the ground. So embarrassing. "Fairy, you must be exhausted after traveling for so many days. I've learned a few massage techniques from the mansion's physician. Would you like me to help you relax?" Li Zai quickly stepped forward, grinning from ear to ear. "No need." Qin Annual was unmoved by the father and son's antics. With a cold expression, she said, "You must already know why I'm here. My condition for taking a disciple is simple: pass my test, and you can become my apprentice." "What kind of test?" Li Yi immediately perked up and asked. Beside him, Li Baiong also leaned in, pricking up his ears to listen. "Don't block me, your face is too big." Li Ziyue pushed Li Baiong's face away with annoyance. Li Baiong chuckled awkwardly in apology and took 2 steps back. "3 things." Qin Ana glanced at the strangely interacting father and son pair and said calmly, "Complete 3 tasks, and I will acknowledge that you have passed the trial." 3? Li Zai's mind tensed so many. This old Qin is not easy to fool. "Of course, I won't demand you complete all 3 tasks immediately. I'll give you time. Today, I'm here to tell you about the first trial." Qin Annual stood up and said calmly, "The first task is to give you 1 day to find or forge a sword. It must be uniquely crafted and extraordinary." With that, Qin Annual didn't linger or offer any further advice. She stepped out of the main hall and then gracefully departed. Inside the hall, the father and son exchanged glances, their expressions mixed. "Is old Qin going easy on us?" Li Zai asked with a puzzled look. Who doesn't know his old man is loaded? Forget 1 sword, he could buy 10,000 if he wanted. Could there be a catch? Fairy Qin mentioned it had to be uniquely crafted, Li Mian asked with some concern. Li Zai shot a disdainful glance at the former and said, "Dad, can you stop being so naive? What does uniquely crafted even mean? It's just an open-ended question where the right answer depends entirely on old Qin's whims." At this point, Li Zai suddenly seemed to remember something and urgently asked, "By the way, Dad, did you slip old Qin some silver when she arrived? My memory is failing me." Li Baiong slapped his thigh, his belly jiggling as he said with a face full of regret, "I was so focused on entertaining Fairy Qin that I completely forgot about this." "Oddly, how come you never forget to eat?" Li Zai said with a tone of exasperation. "Hurry up and send someone to find out where old Qin is staying, then go slip him some silver." "No need to check. I already had someone follow Qin Annual after she entered the city. At that moment, a graceful and elegant woman with delicate features walked into the hall from outside. She bowed respectfully to Li Baiyong and said, "Foster father." "Elder sister Yue." Seeing the newcomer, Li Zi immediately stepped forward, his face lighting up with joy. Elder sister Yue is the best, so reliable when handling matters. Unlike father, who is completely unreliable. Li Yue smiled faintly and said softly, "Little brother has good taste. That Qin Annual is quite beautiful, with a pretty bottom, clearly good for bearing children. First become her disciple, then win her over. What a clever plan." Li Ziyu, Li Baiyong. Such bold, shameless words. Sister Yue. Li Ziyu quickly changed the subject, saying, "You mentioned you've been having people follow old Qin. Did you find out where she is?" "West of the city, at the ULI in our family's property. Nothing particularly special about it, except for one word, expensive." "This shows that Fairy Qin is someone with refined tastes," Li Yue replied. "Refined tastes make things easier." "Father, did you hear that clearly?" Upon hearing this, Li Zai immediately turned around and shouted, "Hurry up and prepare the gifts. They must be valuable as possible. We need old Qin to fully feel our sincerity." "On it right away." Li Baiyong gave an apologetic smile and left the hall to make preparations. Watching his father leave, Li Zai glanced back at his elder sister in the hall and said with a smile, "Sister Yue, I'll have to trouble you again to deliver the gifts to old Qin later. I don't trust anyone else with this." Li Yue nodded and softly responded, "Young master's affairs are the most important matters to the Li family." At sunset, as the evening sun dipped below the horizon, Li Yue personally arrived at the ULI Inn alone. Knock, knock. The door was knocked, and soon after, Qin Aman opened it. "Li Yue, elder sister of Li Zai." Li Yue got straight to the point, introducing herself. "What is it?" Qin Annual asked. Li Yue stepped forward without any unnecessary words, set down the package in her hand, took out 3 boxes, and then opened them one by one. East Sea Night Pearl, retrieved from the depths of the East Sea, worth 100,000 gold. The Heavenly Silkworm Soft Armor, impervious to blades and spears, immune to fire and water, worth 1,000,000 gold. The Fish-God Sword, once owned by Duke Wei in ancient times, a priceless treasure. 3 boxes displayed 3 of the world's most precious treasures. Li Yue set down the items and, without lingering, prepared to leave. Before stepping out, Li Yue turned back and asked only one question: "Does the immortal maiden have any guidance to offer?" Qin Annual remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Just do your best." Li Yue nodded without further questions and walked away. The night was long. Li Zai stood in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky for a long time before being suddenly inspired to poetry. "Ah, money can make the devil turn the meal. Ah, money can make the meal turn the devil. My son is truly a heaven-sent genius." Inside the room, Li Baiyong gazed at his son through the window, his face filled with pride. The next day, at the appointed hour, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, plum blossoms filled the sky as the fairy maiden arrived on her sword, her transcendent appearance untouched by a single speck of worldly dust. Just like a snow and ice fairy descending to the mortal world, so perfect, so ethereal, so pure and untainted. In the main hall, Li Zai took out a sword cast from pure gold and handed it over. It glittered brilliantly, dazzling to the eyes. Qin Annual received the golden sword, gazed at it for a long while, then nodded with a composed expression and praised. Indeed, cultivating the sword lies in cultivation, not the sword itself. The highest realm is when even a falling petal or leaf can become a sword. Being overly attached to external objects only leads to mediocrity. A very good answer, you pass. Li Baiyong. Li Ziyu. The first trial was passed so casually, yet so thought-provoking. Li Ziyue would never admit that he gave a gift. Qin Ana wouldn't admit either that she went easy because she received the gift. At sunset, Qin Ana left, but before departing, she announced the second challenge. Create a sword technique within a single day. It's a freebie. After hearing this, Li Zai only uttered 3 words. Even the common folk of Yuzhou City spread the word that he created his own sword technique at the age of 10, called Tai Chi. This question was simply a freebie. Old Qin went to great lengths just to go easy on them. "Son, are you confident?" Li Bailong, seeing his son's calm and composed demeanor, exclaimed excitedly. 10-1, it's a sure thing. Li Zai casually waved his hand and then headed to the backyard to continue fishing. Past. In the backyard, by the lakeside, Zhang Lixiao remained as composed as ever, meditating with his eyes closed. Sensing Li Ziyue's arrival, he asked, "Past?" Li Ziyue nodded in response. "With that broken sword of yours made of gold?" This time, it was Zhang Lata who was surprised, his eyes widening as he asked. "Of course, impossible." Li Zai smirked without warmth. "Yesterday, Sister Yue sent old Qin a night pearl from the East Sea, a suit of heavenly silk armor, and that fish intestine sword. My old man is really going all out this time." "Fish intestine sword?" Zhang Lata immediately sat up, exclaiming in shock, "The fish intestine sword is actually in the Li mansion." "Of course." Li Ziren picked up a pebble and tossed it into the lake, saying, "If I didn't bring out some family treasure, how could old Qin possibly go easy on me?" "I'm impressed, truly impressed." Zhang Latte was genuinely convinced this time and sighed, "Indeed, money can make the devil turn the millstone." Qin Annual, such an extraordinary figure, couldn't escape the mundane either. "We're all human, no need to pretend to be pure." Li Zai smiled and said, "Old Qin is indeed no ordinary person, so the price we offered is also extraordinary." "What about the second test?" "What is it?" Zhang Lata asked curiously. "Create a set of sword techniques within 1 day," Li Zai said. Zhang Lata was speechless. He had harbored some doubts earlier, but now he was certain that Qin Annual was going easy on him. "I don't get it. I just don't get it." Zhang Lata gazed at the shimmering lake before him and said, "Qin Ana has always cherished her reputation. Isn't she afraid that in the end, she might take in a spoiled young master as her disciple and ruin her lifelong fame?" "Of course she's afraid. Otherwise, why would she have traveled halfway across the great Shang dynasty without making a decision?" Li Zai chuckled softly and said, "I went to such great lengths to spread those rumors. It wasn't just for the sake of burning money." "So what?" Zhang Latu frowned and said, "Qin Amei wouldn't believe you're the legendary unparalleled prodigy just based on rumors." "She came, which means she believes at least partially." Li Zai's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he said, "Old Zhang, you don't understand. This is called psychological suggestion. Why were there so many foolish emperors throughout history? Could they really not tell right from wrong? Of course they could. But with sycophants whispering deceit and favored concubines murmuring in their ears, often, even disbelief turns into belief." At this point, Li Zai picked up another pebble and tossed it into the lake, adding, "Actually, old Qin's challenge today was already influenced by the rumors. Creating a sword technique within a single day even a master swordsman would find it difficult. Old Qin harbors doubts, so naturally, she wants to see if it's true. If it is, wouldn't it be worth taking such a sensible, unparalleled prodigy like me as her disciple?" Beside him, Zhang Lata listened to the young man's words and fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke up, "Kid, I did underestimate you before. Your strengths aren't just your looks and family background. This kid's ability to read people is truly terrifying. It wasn't Qin Annual going easy, on him it was this kid guiding Qing Annual to go easy. Actually, old John, you didn't really underestimate me. Li Ziyu smiled and said, most things in this world can be settled with silver. And for those that silver can't handle, I still have this fine appearance. Look at me, don't I look quite impressive? As the saying goes, good looks make up for many flaws. If I stood on the street right now and claimed to be a talentless waste with no cultivation aptitude, who would believe me? As he spoke, Li Ziyu stood tall and composed by the lakeside, the breeze gently ruffling his jet black hair. His brows were sharp as swords, his eyes bright as stars, truly a jade-like gentleman, unparalleled in the world. Jean Latta remained silent. The kid was wrong. Just based on appearances alone, he was indeed quite convincing. Otherwise, Zhang himself wouldn't have misjudged him earlier. Among cultivators, aside from those brutish types who focus solely on physical training, most tend to be quite handsome, especially the prodigies from immortal sects and noble families. And even for those lacking in looks, the refined demeanor accumulated over time is more than enough to compensate. Just like him, in his youth, he was also a handsome young man who charmed countless girls. Jean Latta took a sip of wine, feeling a bit of schadenfreude in his heart. That Qing Anna is about to fall. This is truly a delightful thing. Who wouldn't want to see an immortal lose composure or an emperor get beaten up? It's truly hard to imagine what expression Qing Anna had when she found out this kid couldn't practice martial arts. By the way, old Dong, have you thought about what I mentioned to you earlier? Li Zai changed the subject and asked, entering the Li residence and becoming its honored guest. Jean Latta gave a faint smile and said, young man, the Li mansion indeed has plenty of silver and fine wine. However, this old man is accustomed to freedom no matter how good a place is. I can't stay for long. Besides, your Li family primarily engages in commerce, and the hired thugs you keep are more than enough to handle most troubles. Why spend a fortune keeping an old wreck like me? That was in the past. Li Zai's calm eyes flickered with a hint of coldness as he said, a tree that stands tall in the forest will inevitably be toppled by the wind. 10 years ago, the Li family was merely a somewhat wealthy merchant household, unnoticed by anyone. But now, the wealth the Li mansion possesses has become a source of envy for many, including the ruler of Great Shang seated in the Fengtian Hall of the capital. The latest intelligence suggests that the third prince, Mu Yao, has already arrived in Yuzhou City, likely seeking an opportunity to strike against my Li family. Listening to you, the Li mansion does seem to be in some danger. In that case, this old man will have to reconsider even more carefully. Jean Latta took a sip of wine and said, being targeted by the royal family is no small matter. Your father is getting on in years, and you, as his son, spend your days idling about, never bothering with family affairs. If anything were to happen to your father, relying solely on your seemingly pure-hearted adopted sister would hardly be enough to hold up the vast Li family. Pure-hearted? Li Zai was taken aback, then a strange expression crossed his face. Sister Yue. What a perfectly fitting description. Li family study. Li Mian flipped through the account books sent by Li Yue, gave them a brief look, then set them down. Well done. Li Baiwang smiled and said, you've worked hard all these years. Your business acumen has already surpassed that of your foster father. It's all thanks to my younger brother. Li Yue said softly, if it weren't for the perfumes, soaps, and mirrors he invented, things that didn't exist in this world before, the Li family would still be just an ordinary merchant household. Unfortunately, Zai has no interest in this. Li Baiong sighed softly and said, since childhood, he has wanted to pursue the path of martial arts and has never shown much interest in business. As long as it's what my younger brother desires, even the stars in the sky, I would pluck them for him, Li Yue said slowly. You always spoil him like this. Li Bailang said helplessly, Yue, Do you know about the third Prince Mu Yao's visit to Yuzhou City? I know. Li Yue nodded. His coming was likely at the great Shang Emperor's behest, to probe our Li family's background. Li Baiwang said. He won't find out anything. Li Yue said calmly. Also, Li Baiwang said slowly, Mu Yao is skilled with the sword and probably also wants to become Qin Annuo's disciple. Upon hearing this, Li Yue's previously calm eyes turned icy with a sharp chill. She spoke word by word, I'll send someone to kill him cleanly, without leaving a single trace. Li Baiwang smiled bitterly and said, Don't be so impulsive every time Zive is mentioned. He must already know about this matter. If he hasn't made a statement, it means he's confident he can defeat the third prince. What you need to do is be cautious and ensure this person doesn't uncover anything we don't want the royal family to know. Yes, father, she replied. Li Yue nodded and didn't argue further. At night, the bright moon shone high in the sky, and the night was enchanting. At the Yue Inn, a knock was heard, and then a young man dressed in fine clothes with a handsome face entered Qin Anna's room. The visitor was none other than the current third prince of the great Shang, Mu Yao. In Mu Yao's hands, he held a wooden box, inside which lay an ancient sword sheath, its cold aura faintly visible. Immortal maiden, this is my answer, Mu Yao said solemnly. The renowned sword, cold radiance. Qin Amei glanced at the ancient sword in the box but did not look further, calmly stating, the third prince's move is indeed extraordinary. You have passed this trial. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao felt pleased inwardly, but his face remained calm, not revealing any emotions. The first test wasn't particularly difficult. The key lay in the attitude of this plum blossom sword immortal. If she was willing, even a piece of scrap iron could pass. As a prince of the great Shang dynasty, even the plum blossom sword immortal would show some respect. The first trial wouldn't be too harsh. As for him voluntarily offering the famous sword Cold Light, it was to leave a good impression on the plum blossom sword immortal and lay the foundation for the next two trials. The second trial, you should already know about it. Qin Annuo gazed at the third prince of the great Shang dynasty before her and said calmly, Wait for me at the Li Mansion before sunset tomorrow. The Li Mansion? Upon hearing this, Mu Yao's expression stiffened. He wanted to say something but ultimately swallowed his words. Bowing respectfully, he then left the room. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered. Qin Annuo stood by the window, gazing at the tranquil night of Yuzhou City. Her peerlessly beautiful face bore not a trace of worldly concern. Behind Qin Annuo, two wooden boxes lay quietly on the table. Inside them, the renowned swords Hong Guang and Yu Chang gleamed coldly under the candlelight, exuding an icy aura. The long night passed in silence. The next day, the sun rises, veiled by thin clouds. The Li residence welcomed the most distinguished guest in its history. The third prince of Great Shang, Mu Yao. What an immense honor! What an immense honor! In the front hall, Li Mian personally received them, his face blooming with joy, his big belly shaking with laughter. Mu Yao looked at the wealthiest man of the great Shang dynasty before him and responded with equal courtesy, a smile on his face. After conversing for a long while, Mu Yao glanced outside and said with a smile, I wonder if your esteemed son is at home. My son? Upon hearing this, Li Baiwan's smile widened as he replied, My son is untalented, and this humble subject feared his recklessness might startle your highness, so I did not allow him to come to the front courtyard. Since your highness wishes to see him, I shall have him summoned at once. With that, Li Baiwan stood up and called out towards the outside, Go summon the young master and tell him the third prince wishes to see him. Yes. Outside the main hall, the servant obeyed the order and hurried towards the rear courtyard. The third prince wants to see me. In the rear courtyard by the lakeside, Li Zai, who was fishing, heard the servant's report and curled his lips into a smile as radiant as blooming flowers. Li Residence, front courtyard main hall. Li Ziyue has arrived. Clad in Yunzhou's finest brocade, adorned with an East Sea jade pendant at his waist, his face as fair as carved jade, his bearing ethereal like an immortal descended from heaven. Judging solely by appearance and demeanor, Li Ziyue truly embodies the saying a peerless jade among men, a gentleman unmatched in this world. Even the holy sons and daughters of those immortal sects probably couldn't surpass this at most. In short, Li Zai appeared dazzling, outstanding, and quite intimidating. In the main hall, field Prince Mu Yao, upon seeing Li Zai's extraordinary demeanor, also had a glimmer of light flash in his eyes. What a prodigy of the Li family, truly living up to his reputation. The rumors circulating in Yuzhou City and throughout the great Shang dynasty were not entirely baseless. This must be Brother Zai. Before Li Zai could speak, Mu Yao stepped forward with a smile, speaking very politely. Your humble subject, Li Zai, greets the Third Highness. Li Ziyue looked extremely flustered, preparing to perform the ceremonial bow. He flicked the hem of his robe, then shook his sleeves, his solemn demeanor as if he were about to perform the grandest of courtesies, 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Brother Ziyue, there's no need for such formalities. Mu Yao quickly stepped forward to support him, smiling as he said, This isn't the palace, you can dispense with the elaborate rituals here. This was the Li residence, after all, and it was unthinkable for him to allow the young master of the Li family to perform such an excessive display of respect. Thank you, Third Highness. Li Zai, who had never intended to bow properly, straightened up smoothly, his smile equally radiant. Brother Zai, please. Mu Yao returned to his seat and sat down, gazing at the young man across from him. Before coming to Yuzhou City, I had already heard of Brother Zai's reputation. Seeing you today, your extraordinary demeanor truly lives up to the tales. Your Highness flatters me. It is your Highness's virtue that is renowned throughout the land. This humble commoner has long admired your reputation, Li Zai said softly. Their exchange of pleasantries sounded so sincere, yet as fellow competitors vying to become Qin Annual's disciple, these courtesies were undeniably hypocritical. I've heard Brother Zai possesses extraordinary skill with the sword. I wonder if you might grant me some instruction, Mu Yao said after taking a sip of tea. Before your Highness, how dare this commoner claim to understand the sword? Li Zai replied with a faint smile. Brother Zai, there's no need for such modesty. Nowadays, almost everyone in the great Shang dynasty knows that you are a prodigy in swordsmanship, having created your own sword technique at the tender age of 10. Even that sword-obsessed senior couldn't stop praising your talent, Mu Yao said softly. Rumors, after all, are just rumors. Li Zai laughed and said, I'm nothing compared to your Highness, who is a truly renowned master of swordsmanship. How could a humble commoner like me, with my meager light, dare to compete with the brilliance of the moon like your Highness? He. At the head seat, Li Baiong listened to their conversation, merely grinning obsequiously without interrupting. Mu Yao silently set down his teacup, his brow slightly furrowed. This father and son pair truly refused to yield, not easy to deal with. Third Highness, may I ask which divine treasure you've unlocked? Li Ziyue took a sip of tea and suddenly asked. The path of martial arts focuses on cultivating the body. Humans have 5 organs, which govern the 5 energies. Cultivators call it the 5 divine vaults. Legend has it that there are great practitioners in the world who have opened all 5 divine vaults, possessing the power to flatten mountains and tread across seas. The second divine vault. Mu Yao also did not conceal the truth and answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Li Zai's face showed a look of envy. What a gap. And what about Brother Zai? Mu Yao also spoke up. Not a single divine repository opened, Li Zai replied with a laugh. Mu Yao was slightly surprised and said, Brother Zai must be joking. How dare this commoner jest before your highness? Li Zuo smiled and said, that is precisely why I am so eager to become Plum Blossom Sword Immortal's disciple. I sincerely hope your highness can grant me this wish. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao narrowed his eyes slightly before replying with a composed smile. This matter must be decided by Sword Immortal Qin herself. It is not something you or I can influence, is it not? Your highness speaks wisely. Li Zuo set down the teacup in his hand and smiled, saying, regardless of the outcome of this matter, I hope your highness can stay in Yuzhou City for a few more days, so that the Li family can fulfill its duty as hosts. Since you insist so kindly, I shall comply. Mu Yao did not refuse either and replied politely. He had never intended to leave so easily in the first place. Over the past decade, the Li family in Yuzhou City has developed at an astonishing pace, and their accumulated wealth has begun to alarm the imperial court. He must uncover whether the Li family still harbors any secrets unknown to the court. As for Li Zai, is it true as he claims that not a single divine repository has been opened yet? Why? Seated across from him, Li Zai noticed the pensive expression on the face of the third prince of the great Shang dynasty and allowed a faint smile to curl at the corners of his lips. That old fox Emperor Shang indeed intends to make a move against the Li family. In that case, the Li family should truly fulfill their duties as hosts in the coming days. As they pondered, the two exchanged a knowing smile, sipping their tea in silence, each harboring their own schemes. During the long wait, the sun set in the west, its glow fading. At this moment, plum blossoms drifted down over the Li residence. Coming. Inside the residence, Li Zuo spoke up upon seeing this. Li Baiwang and Mu Yao turned their heads, noticing the flurry of plum blossoms filling the air, and immediately rose to greet her. Moments later, above the Li residence, sword energy crisscrossed the sky as the plum blossom fairy arrived on her sword, her robes fluttering gracefully, as ethereal as an immortal. An overwhelming aura radiates from the side. Li Zai watched Qin Annuo's grand entrance, his face openly revealing envy. Why did he want to learn martial arts? Was it for fighting? Of course not. He just wanted to show off. Like old Qin, wherever he goes, he turns heads. 2 breaths later, amid a sky full of sword energy, Qin Annuo descended from the heavens and walked up to the 3 of them. Fairy! Li Mian still wore the look of an eager sycophant, his plump face brimming with smiles as he stepped forward to bow. Mu Yao was much more proper, offering a courteous bow neither subservient nor arrogant, fully embodying royal dignity. Old! Immortal! The words old Qin nearly slipped out, startling Li Zai, who quickly swallowed them and instead clasped his hands in salute. Beside him, Li Baiwang was also drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling with fear. Qin Annuo noticed the reactions of the father and son pair. She lightly furrowed her willow-like brows. Though she didn't understand what was going on, she didn't ask further and calmly said, "No need for pleasantries. Let's begin." Mu Yao and Li Zai exchanged glances. Mu Yao spoke first. "Brother Zai, shall you go first?" "I wouldn't dare, Your Highness the Third Prince. Please go first," Li Zai replied politely. "Very well." Mu Yao did not decline, taking a sword from the attendant behind him. The moment he gripped the sword, Mu Yao's aura transformed from a refined and elegant prince to a blade of sharp intensity. The sword moved like thunder, like a rainbow. In Mu Yao's hand, the blade became a streak of scion light, and in the blink of an eye, 10 strikes had already been unleashed. "Son, how is his swordsmanship?" Li Baiwang secretly poked Li Zai's arm and whispered. "I don't understand, but it seems quite impressive." Li Zai also replied in a very low voice. "The sword moves like a startled swan, truly impressive." Beside them, Qin Annuo seemed to overhear their conversation and remarked calmly, "The third prince of Great Shang possesses the makings of a sword immortal." Li Zai and Li Baiong exchanged glances upon hearing this, their eyes filled with astonishment. Old Qin seems to hold the third prince in high regard. This is not good news at all. Could Old Qin have taken a liking to this third prince? No way. However, just as the two were feeling emotional, Qin Annual's tone shifted as she honestly evaluated. Although the sword techniques are good, unfortunately, most of the moves are predictable and not original. Ahem, all martial arts share the same origin, so similarities are not surprising. I believe the third prince still put considerable effort into these moves. Noticing Old Qin's change in tone, Li Zai cleared his throat and hypocritically praised the third prince, fully displaying his magnanimity. Qin Ana glanced sideways, observing the former for a moment before withdrawing her gaze and nodding. Perhaps, since you're speaking up for him, we'll consider this round passed. Thud! Li Zai twitched at the corner of his mouth and promptly slapped himself. Serves you right for running your mouth. Your turn. Qin Annual's lips curved slightly as she spoke. Li Zai suppressed his urge to slap himself silly, took a sword from the attendant behind him, and then stepped forward. At this moment, Mu Yao sheathed his sword and walked over. The two passed each other by, their gazes clashing fiercely, yet neither uttered a single word. Under the gaze of many eyes, Li Zai drew his sword, his expression turning serious. Then, the sword rose. In the backyard by the lake, Zhang Lata lifted his head and glanced toward the front courtyard, smiling faintly. Taiji can be called the sword of a grandmaster. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such an unprecedented and unparalleled sword technique could have come from that young man. Was Tai Chi created by that young man? Maybe, maybe not. In any case, his old man didn't believe it. There must be something fishy going on here, but if that kid won't talk, he can't figure it out. Qin Ana, don't let this kid fool you. Front courtyard. The Tai Chi sword begins, perfectly rounded and unified, a sword of no desire, no seeking, no contention, fully displaying the demeanor of a grandmaster. Amidst the sword forms, Li Zai's steps shifted and turned, alternating between fast and slow at precisely calculated moments. Mu Yao was stunned, his face filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? Taiji. Qin Ana softly uttered these two words, her expression equally filled with astonishment. Was this the sword technique rumored in those whispers? Under the astonished gazes of the two, Li Zai's sword moved faster and faster, defending flawlessly and attacking with lightning-like ferocity. Faintly, above Li Zai, the sounds of wind and thunder echoed, with radiant light rising and falling. Qin Ana looked up at the celestial phenomena imperceptible to ordinary people, her expression growing increasingly shocked. The heavens and earth bear witness. She hadn't witnessed such a phenomenon in many years. The last time such an omen appeared was when the master of the Western region's Tianyu Divine Hall reappeared with the Tianyu Divine Code. On that day, within 100 miles of the temple, wind and thunder roared, shaking heaven and earth. Compared to that, the current phenomenon may be much weaker, but one must remember that the master of the Tianyu Divine Hall was a great cultivator who had opened 5 divine repositories. This young man possesses astonishing talent. His future is limitless. Qin Ana gazed at Li Zai amidst the wind and thunder phenomenon, her heart filled with absolute certainty as she made her judgment. After a long while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Zai sheathed his sword, and the wind and thunder phenomenon vanished along with it. Did you truly create this sword technique yourself? Qin Ana, snapping out of her astonishment, finally asked. In my dreams, it was taught to me by an immortal. Li Zai smiled and answered half jokingly, half seriously. Qin Ana listened, nodded, and didn't press further. There are no such things as immortals in this world. Even a sword immortal is not the same as those legendary beings. Fairy, did I pass? Li Baiong asked with eager anticipation on his face. Passed. Qin Annual responded, her gaze sweeping over Li Zi and Mu Yao as she slowly said, the final test. Upon hearing this, Li Zi immediately pricked up his ears. Mu Yao also focused intently, a trace of tension rising in his heart. At this time tomorrow, the two of you will compete. The winner will become my disciple, Qin Annual said calmly. Li Zi's expression turned serious as his thoughts grew heavy. On the contrary, a faint smile appeared on Mu Yao's face as he inwardly sighed in relief. We've got this in the bag. Fairy. Li Baiong grew somewhat anxious, stepping forward and saying in a deep voice, this isn't fair to Zai. Fairness. Qin Annual said indifferently, there is no absolute fairness in this world. Winners become kings, losers become bandits, that is fairness. Prepare well. By this time tomorrow, the victor will become my disciple. The sun set, and the bright moon rose in the east. By the lake in the backyard, two figures sat there. The moonlight reflected on the water, shimmering and rippling, stillness infused with motion. Old Dong. Li Zai gazed at the lake and spoke, even you have no solution. None. Jean Lotte shook his head and said, Mu Yao has already unlocked his second divine repository, while you haven't even opened a single one. The gap is too vast. My family has silver. Li Zai said softly, as much as you need, as much as you want. Divine weapons, sharp blades, battle armor, and precious equipment, we have it all. That's impossible, unless... Jean Lotte stared at the lake and said calmly, you sent someone to kill him tonight. That makes sense. Li Ziwei thought for a moment, then nodded very seriously and said, Old Dong, name your price. Heh. Jean Lotte gave a faint smile and replied, this old man isn't that unscrupulous. 100 jars of Bai Wan Yang, Li Ziwei offered. That is the prince of the great Shang. Old Dong the Unkempt sneered, do you think this old man is a fool? 200, Li Zai continued to raise the bid. Absolutely impossible, Old Dong the Unkempt shook his head. 500, Li Zai directly named his price. I dislike killing people, Jean Lotte said after a moment of silence. 1,000 jars, plus 500 jars of premium Murhong. Li Zai stated his final offer. Deal! Jean Lotte stood up and walked toward the exit. Old Dong. Behind, Li Ziwei shouted. Jean Lotte turned around and asked, what? Having second thoughts? Not at all. Li Ziwei smiled and said, but don't beat him to death. It's not yet time to completely break ties with the royal family, just make him lie low for a few days. Good for nothing. Jean Lotte sneered coldly and turned to leave. Late at night. Inside a guest room at the Yue Inn, Mu Yao sat by the candlelight, quietly polishing his sword. By the bedside, the servant finished making the bed and said, Your Highness, you should rest early. Mu Yao nodded and replied, You may leave now. Yes. The servant acknowledged the order and was about to leave but stopped, his face showing concern. Your Highness, are you sure we shouldn't contact the officials in Yuzhou City? I'm worried the Li family might pose a threat to you. They won't? Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, They're all smart people who understand the rules. The Li family surely knows that if anything happens to me here, they won't be able to escape responsibility. Hearing this, the servant finally left the room with relief. Mu Yao sheathed his sword, ready to extinguish the candle and go to bed. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through, causing the candle flame to flicker back and forth. Mu Yao's body trembled, and when he regained his composure, his expression changed dramatically. The wind rose, and the room was blasted open by an invisible force. Before anyone could blink, a figure stepped in. Their pace seemed unhurried, yet in the span of a breath, they had already entered the room. Who are you? Mu Yao exclaimed in shock. The one who will take your life. The person wore a mask, their aura restrained, yet the terrifying pressure was suffocating. Fairy, save me! Fully aware of the newcomer's fearsomeness, Mu Yao retreated explosively while desperately shouting. Fairy Qin was also staying at this Uli in his only hope for survival was to alert her. Oh, Qin Mei! Under the mask, Zhang Lata gave a faint smile. His figure flashed past as he raised his hand to seize the former's throat. In the guest room on the third floor, Qin Mei heard the cries for help from downstairs, her eyes narrowing slightly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mei moved, vanishing from the room. On the second floor, Zhang Leixiao reached out and gripped the third prince's throat, gradually increasing the pressure. I am the third prince of the great Shang dynasty. Kill me, and you won't survive either. Mu Yao cried out in terror. Bang! Without wasting a single word, Zhang Latte threw a punch straight at the former's chest. Thud! A mighty punch, with true energy penetrating through, caused Mu Yao's chest to tighten, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish! At that very moment, behind the two, a sword chi came slicing through the air. Sensing the danger, Zhang Latte released the person in his grip and swiftly dodged, evading the sword chi. Mu Yao's body went limp and powerless, and then, as the sword energy swept past, a strand of long hair silently drifted to the ground. In the room, Qin Enyo and Zhang Latte locked eyes, unleashing an intense pressure. Plum Blossom Sword Immortal, truly worthy of the reputation. Until we meet again. Zhang Latte calmly uttered these words, then stomped his foot and leaped out through the window. Qin Enyo frowned and swiftly followed, her figure darting after him. Under the night sky, two figures weaved through the streets of Yuzhou City at incredible speed, covering several blocks in the blink of an eye. Ahead, Zhang Latte took a leap into the air, landing on the rooftops lining the street, then formed a sword gesture with his fingers, sending a blade of energy slicing through the air. Qin Enyo focused, her slender hand sweeping out as sword energy gathered, forcefully blocking the incoming attack. Sword Fanatic. At the first exchange, Qin Enyo immediately recognized the identity of the intruder. In Yuzhou City, only one person could possess such mastery of the sword path. Oh, sharp eyes! On the rooftop, Zhang Latte laughed and taunted. How did the illustrious Plum Blossom Sword Immortal end up as a royal guard? Qin Enyo sneered and retorted without backing down. I never expected that the renowned sword maniac would stoop to taking lives for hire. Who's your master? Li Zai? Heh! Zhang Latte gave a faint smile and said, You really think highly of that lad. This old man is no greedy fool. Though the Li family is wealthy, they can't buy my freedom. Not the Li mansion. Qin Amai frowned, puzzled. Who else would target the third prince besides the Li mansion? Qin Amai, are we still fighting? If not, this old man is leaving. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Latte took another step and leaped away into the distance. Qin Ana stood on the street, her eyes shimmering with light, but she did not pursue further. Her cultivation level was not much different from that of the sword fanatic. Unless it was a life and death struggle, it would be difficult to keep him here. Who on earth could command this sword fanatic to act? Li Manor. In the backyard, Li Ziyu was still waiting patiently. At that moment, a figure flashed by and removed its mask. Old Zhang. Seeing this, Li Zai immediately stepped forward and asked, Did you succeed? With this old man taking action, how could it not be done? Zhang Latte laughed and said, This time, that third prince will need at least 10 days to recover before he can get out of bed. But kid, aren't you afraid of the royal family's retaliation for doing this? Of course I am. Li Ziyu smiled and said, However, in recent years, the imperial court has begun to deliberately or inadvertently test and suppress our Li family. It's only a matter of time before the court takes action against the Li family. Heh, Daring to resist the royal family, it seems I've underestimated your residence. Jean Lotte narrowed his eyes and said, Today, even if I don't take action, someone from the third prince's side will probably step in. Who knows? Maybe heaven can't stand it anymore and sends some righteous warriors to humble the royal family's arrogance, Li Zai replied with a smile. 1,000 jars of Suihuo brew, plus 500 jars of Nuo Hong, not a single jar less, Jean Lotte emphasized. No problem. Li Ziuo smiled and said, Whenever you want to drink, it's ready for you. Let's go. Spending a little more time with you, kid, makes this old man feel like he's about to be schemed against at any moment. Jean Lotte waved his hand and then headed toward his room. Old Dong returned to his room, and Li Ziuo didn't linger either, turning to leave. Creak! The door opened, and Li Zai walked into the room. Upon seeing the woman inside, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Sister Yue, what are you doing here? Waiting for you. In the room, under the flickering candlelight, Li Yue's delicate and beautiful face appeared so captivating. Waiting for me? Li Zai stepped forward and asked, Sister Yue, is something the matter? Here you go. Li Yue pushed forward a wooden box, inside which lay a long sword quietly. What is this? Li Zai asked in confusion. A sword coated with poison. Li Yue said calmly, a colorless and odorless poison that takes effect upon contact with blood, capable of disrupting one's true energy. The poison lasts only for a quarter of an hour, after which its effects dissipate completely, leaving no trace and no cure. Oh! Upon hearing this, Li Zai showed a surprised expression and said, There's actually such a good thing. When was it developed? Your sworn brother sent someone to deliver this today, Li Yue said. Second brother. Li Zai's lips twitched as he said, If there's no news from him again, I'd think he was dead. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful he finds out. Li Yue scolded, He won't go easy on you. Better not provoke him if you want to avoid a beating. I just noticed he wasn't here. Li Zai smiled sheepishly and said, Sister Yue, thank you, and please thank second brother for me too. Since he doesn't like me, I won't thank him in person. Got it. Rest early. Li Yue responded softly, then stood up and left. In the room, Li Zai looked at the sword on the table, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. The night passed peacefully. The next day, everyone from the Li family gathered, and even many prominent figures from Yuzhou City were invited to witness the final outcome. In the front courtyard, Li Zai, Li Baihuang, and Li Yue all arrived. Every key figure of the Li family was present. The Li residence was bustling with excitement. From dawn till noon, and then as the blazing sun moved westward, everyone waited patiently to see what outcome this grand apprenticeship ceremony, which had captured the attention of the entire Great Shang dynasty, would bring. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, Qin Annual arrived, stepping on her sword as always, peerless in grace and radiant in beauty. When it came to elegance and beauty, the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal was truly unmatched in the world. The main characters have almost all arrived, only the third prince is missing. As time passed bit by bit, the noble guests invited by the Li family in Yuzhou City began to grow somewhat impatient inside the mansion. The third prince has such an air of arrogance. Even the Plum Blossom Fairy has arrived, yet he still hasn't shown up. Just wait a little longer. After all, he's a prince. A prince, huh? He's just a prince, not the emperor yet. He doesn't have that much face. The crowd murmured with discontent, clearly displeased with the long-awaited yet absent third prince. However, as the sun set in the west, the second protagonist of this martial contest, Mu Yao, still had not appeared. Li Ziren, Li Baihuang, and Li Yue knew the truth all too well, so their hearts remained utterly calm. The sun has set. Has the third prince still not arrived? What's going on? Why hasn't the third prince arrived? The time has passed. It seems the third prince has chickened out. Inside the Li residence, all the prominent figures of Yuzhou City whispered among themselves, clearly not expecting this outcome. Fairy. Li Baiong, his face brimming with smiles, said, "Since His Highness the third prince hasn't arrived, what do you suggest we do now? The time has come. Li Zai has won and passed the trial." The outcome had long been foreseen. Qin Ana took a deep look at Li Zai not far away and, without further delay, announced the result before everyone. Hearing the result, Li Zai felt a surge of excitement and clenched his fist tightly. Success at last. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Ana turned her eyes to him and said earnestly, "Are you willing to become my disciple?" "I do." Li Zai's face broke into a radiant smile as he said, "From this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, or for any other reason, I am willing to take Fairy Qin as my master, to remain forever loyal and unwavering, never to part or abandon, until the end of my life. Fairy, do you agree?" Hearing the strange declaration from the young man before her, Qin Amei slightly furrowed her delicate brows, yet found nothing amiss. Before the assembled nobility of the city, she nodded and replied, I do." Beside them, Li Yue, upon hearing this, smiled like a blooming flower, her beauty intoxicating to behold. "Done. This Qin Amei is destined to be unable to escape from my grasp. It would be quite nice to marry a sword immortal as a wife, certainly not a slight to my younger brother. Extra. Li Zai of the Yuzhou Li family has become the disciple of the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal. Extra. Li Zai demonstrates the Tai Chi sword technique once more, triggering celestial phenomena as 10,000 swords bow in reverence. Extra. The Plum Blossom Sword Immortal declares that Li Zai of the Li family possesses the bearing of a sword immortal. Extra. Plum Blossom Fairy intends to form a Taoist partnership with the Li family's young master at midnight. Third. In the backyard of the Li residence, Li Ziyue spat out his tea upon hearing the rumors circulating in Yuzhou City, relayed by a servant. "I didn't ask anyone to spread that lie." Noticing Zhang Lata's odd glance, Li Ziyue quickly explained, "I only instructed people to spread the news about old Qin taking me as a disciple. As for the Taoist partnership thing, I genuinely have no idea." "Oh." Zhang Lata replied indifferently, "I believe you. I believe you, my foot. Young master, Fairy Qin is here." At that very moment, another servant hurriedly ran up and said, "This is bad." Li Ziyue's expression turned alarmed. Could old Qin be here to demand an explanation? However, before Li Ziyue could regain his composure, a graceful figure emerged from the backyard. Her steps were unhurried, yet she traversed the distance as if spanning worlds, arriving at the lakeside in the blink of an eye. Qin Ana glanced at Li Zai without saying a word, then shifted her gaze to the disheveled Dong beside her and calmly remarked, "I knew you'd be here. Immortal Qin, it's been a while." Zhang opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "Not that long. We just met 2 days ago." Qin Ana stepped forward and asked, "I'm curious, why would you help him?" "He's rich. Money makes the mare go." Zhang Lata replied quite naturally, "Didn't you also go easy on him repeatedly after accepting his fish intestine sword and heavenly silkworm soft armor?" Qin Ana fell silent. After a moment, she said earnestly, "I was impressed by his martial talent." Martial talent? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lata's face revealed a peculiar smile. Beside them, Li Zai also coughed a few times, having choked on his tea. "Qin Ama, haven't you checked his meridians yet?" Zhang Lata said with a gleeful expression. "Meridians?" Qin Amei slightly furrowed her willow-like brows and said, "Why check his meridians? I observed that his martial bones are extraordinary, his organs and blood qi are vigorous, and the potential of his divine repository must surpass that of ordinary people. Before I became an old man, I used to think the same way, Zhang Leixiao said with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Annual sensed something was amiss and immediately stepped forward, grabbing Li Zai's arm. Gradually, Qin Annual's expression changed. Ha ha! Jean Lotte couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud laughter upon seeing this. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. With all 8 meridians blocked and true qi unable to circulate, what good would it do even if the blood and qi in the organs were extremely vigorous? As the kid put it, trained to become a bomb and use it to self-destruct. You teamed up to deceive me. Qin Annual withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with intense coldness as she spoke sharply. We didn't deceive you. Jean Lotte laughed heartily. From start to finish, neither this kid nor I said anything. It's just that you trusted your own eyes too much and believed those rumors. Li Zai also wore a somewhat awkward expression, rubbing his nose with a hint of embarrassment. After all, it wasn't exactly a glorious matter. Qin Annual clenched her delicate hands, her chest heaving with anger as she glared at the two of them, looking as if she could devour them whole. Qin Annual, you announced in front of the entire Yuzhou city that you did take this kid as your disciple. It's too late to back out now, Jean Lotte said with schadenfreude. Or, you could find a way to help him unblock his 8 meridians. Wouldn't that be more challenging than simply taking on a genius? Fairy. Beside him, Li Zai spoke earnestly. As long as I can unblock the 8 meridians and successfully embark on the path of martial arts, any cost is acceptable. Old Li lacks many things, but he certainly doesn't lack money. Hearing the young man's words, Qin Yi Mei gradually regained her composure from her anger. What was done, and no amount of words could change it now. I don't know the method to unblock the 8 meridians, Qin Yi Mei said, suppressing her anger as she spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Zai's body trembled slightly, and his expression darkened. Even Qin Annual doesn't know how to unblock the 8 meridians. Doesn't this mean he truly has no faith with martial arts? There's one more thing I must tell you. Qin Annual sneered. The reason I'm in such a hurry to take a disciple is because I have a bet with the old sect master of the Vermilion Bird sect. 3 years from now, the disciple I take must compete with his disciple. If we lose, the consequences are something you probably can't bear. Who is the old sect master of the Vermilion Bird sect's disciple? Li Ziyu looked at old John, swallowed hard, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Felina. Jean Letus grinned and said, one of the 4 great prodigies in the world, far more formidable than that third prince. Upon hearing this, Li Zai shuddered. He was doomed. A gentle breeze brushed past as the 3 by the lakeside fell silent, the atmosphere turning awkward. A hopeless deadlock. Qin Annual never expected to take on a useless disciple, and Li Zai was equally surprised to learn that Qin Annual had such a bet with someone else. Who tricked whom? For a moment, none of the 3 knew what to say. Don't save me, any of you. By the lakeside, Li Ziyu snapped out of his daze, uttered a sentence, and then plunged into the lake with a splash. Let me drown. On the shore, Qin Anna and Jean Lotte exchanged a glance before silently averting their eyes. Qin Anna, you'd better think of something. That kid has no bottom line. If you don't intervene, he might really dare to forfeit outright in the competition 3 years from now. There's nothing that boy wouldn't do, Jean Lotte spoke up, warning her. Bottom line. This kid has no bottom line at all. This kid never plays by the rules. How would a normal person dare to send someone to beat a prince so badly the night before a competition that he couldn't even get out of bed? Qin Annual narrowed her eyes slightly and, after a long pause, said, what if we have him focus on body refining? Practicing external techniques might be an option. Body refining? Zhang Leixiao smiled faintly and said, Do you think those skinny arms and legs of his can achieve much? Without true chi tempering, even body refining won't amount to anything significant. Qin Annual fell silent, her eyes revealing deep contemplation. After what seemed like a long while, she slowly said, "Then there's only one way left." Having said this, Qin Annual gazed at the center of the lake ahead, a cold glint flickering in her eyes as she declared, "Forcefully unblock his meridians." Jean Lotte's expression turned serious upon hearing this, and he said, "You want to kill him?" An ordinary person's meridians are extremely fragile. Forcibly breaking them would be certain death. Qin Annual sneered and replied, "Ordinary people can't, but he might. Don't forget, the Li family is wealthy, extremely wealthy. For every inch of his meridians broken, we can use hundreds of precious medicines to repair them, until all his meridians are shattered. Truly the worst possible method." A strange glint flashed in Von Lotte's eyes as he said, "Are you sure his meridians will break before he dies from your torment? Even with a mountain of precious medicines, there's no guarantee he can endure it. The pain of shattered meridians is unbearable for most, let alone enduring it hundreds or even thousands of times. Try it and you'll know," Qin Annual said lightly. As the two spoke, the center of the lake remained perfectly calm. "Hey, where did that kid go?" Jean Lotte suddenly snapped back to reality, looking toward the center of the lake, and said nervously, "He couldn't have really drowned, could he?" Qin Annual frowned, her gaze also turning toward the middle of the lake. "Save him." Jean Lotte immediately stood up and spoke. "No need for such trouble." Qin Amei waved her hand, gripping her sword as her divine repository resonated, with true energy surging around her. She swung her sword towards the lake's surface ahead. Boom! In an instant, the sword cleaved open the heavenly gate, splitting the entire lake's surface in response, like an inverted waterfall torn asunder. Splash! Simultaneously, from the left half of the divided lake, a figure burst forth from beneath the water. Turning its head, it was instantly startled upon seeing the lake split apart by the sword's strike. "Damn, what's going on?" Li Zai jolted awake and blurted out in shock. "That damn kid scared the life out of this old man." On the lake's surface, Zhang Lei saw this and let out a sigh of relief almost. His 1,000 jars of drunken flower brew were nearly lost. In the lake, the water settled back down, waves churning and frothing. Li Ziyue swam to the lake shore, his gaze fixed on Qin Ana holding the sword before him, his admiration so intense he was almost tempted to kiss her. "Want to learn?" Qin Ana said calmly. Li Ziyue nodded his head like a drumstick. "It might be a little tough," Qin Ana said nonchalantly. Yes, I can endure a little hardship," Li Zai nodded vigorously. Beside him, Zhang Lotte's lips curled slightly. That was indeed just a little hardship. "Go die. Tell your father to prepare the grand medicine. I'll write down the names of the medicines, and you should gather as much as possible. The more, the better," Qin Amei said calmly. "How much is the more the better?" "Give me a rough range," Li Zai asked. Qin Ana thought for a moment, then turned and pointed to the room behind her, saying, "Just fill that room up." Holy shit! This time, even the worldly and wealthy Li Zai couldn't help but swear. Filling an entire room with precious medicine, does old Qin think these are just cabbages? You don't have to prepare them. In 3 years, just wait to be beaten to death by Huoliner, Qin Amei said indifferently before turning and leaving. Li Ziyue was taken aback for a moment before snapping back to reality. He turned his gaze to the disheveled Dong beside him and asked, "Old Dong, do you know what old Qin is up to?" "No idea." Shang shook his head bluntly. He was only there to enjoy the show. Whatever else happened was none of his concern. A look of suspicion crossed Li Ziyue's face. What on earth was going on? Why did he have such a bad feeling about this? Half a day later. Li family study. Li Baiwang looked at the large medicine list on the table, his plump face trembling uncontrollably. How much? Li Baiwang stammered. The little brother said he wants a whole room of it, Li Yue said softly. Holy shit! Li Baiwang couldn't help but blurt out an expletive. Godfather. Li Yue took the list of medicinal ingredients and smiled, saying, I'll handle this matter. I'll figure out a way to get the silver. Yue. Li Baiwang's face twitched as he said, Do you know how much silver this will cost? I know. Li Yue smiled faintly and replied, It's just silver. How could it compare to my little brother's dreams? You. Li Baiwang shook his head helplessly and said, Fine. I'll leave this matter to you. Li Yue smiled without saying anything more and turned to leave the study. 2 hours later, all the major medicinal herbs in the 100 pharmacies of Yuzhou City were completely sold out. 1 day later, in 3 major cities adjacent to Yuzhou, hundreds of pharmacies also received waves of mysterious buyers who purchased all the available medicinal herbs in bulk. 10 days later, half of the cities in the Great Shang Dynasty had no more medicinal herbs left to sell. The terrifying wealth of the Li family in Yuzhou revealed its fangs overnight, shocking the world. At this time, Li Zai of the Li residence was drinking tea at the Yulai Inn, not with Qing Ana, but with the 3rd prince of the Great Shang Dynasty. 3rd Highness, please. In the 3rd prince's chamber, Li Zai raised his cup with a slight smile. At Yulai Inn, in a guest room on the 2nd floor, Li Zai came to visit 3rd Prince Mu Yao, his expression filled with such concern that it was deeply moving. I heard your highness was injured in an assassination attempt. I've been wanting to visit for a while, but I feared disturbing your recovery. That's why I waited until today to come. I hope your highness won't take offense, Li Zai said softly, raising his teacup. Brother Li, you're too kind. Mu Yao sneered inwardly, but his face showed no trace of it as he smiled and replied, I'm very glad you could come, Brother Li. Although he didn't know who had acted that night, it was obvious even to a fool that the Li family was involved. However, he had no evidence now, and this wasn't the time to confront the Li family. 3rd Highness, what are your plans? Will you return to the capital after recovering? Li Zai tentatively asked. No rush. Mu Yao smiled slightly and said, Since I'm here, I'd also like to see the local customs of Yuzhou City. I might have to trouble Brother Li again later. Upon hearing this, Li Zai narrowed his eyes slightly. This fool actually wasn't leaving yet. Don't mention it. How could it be trouble? I'd be more than happy if the 3rd prince chooses to stay, Li Zai said with a sincere smile. Thank you. Mu Yao nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, By the way, there's something I've always been curious about. Back in the capital, I heard that the Li family of Yuzhou's perfume, glassware, and soap businesses all originated from inventions you made as a child. Is that true? Of course not. Li Zai laughed heartily and said, Your Highness, how could you still believe such rumors? The Li family's perfume business has been around for 10 years. 10 years ago, I was just a clueless child. How could I have invented these things? These are merely gimmicks storytellers use to deceive the ignorant masses. Ha! Mu Yao chuckled and said, It seems I've been fooled by those storytellers too. At this point, Mu Yao picked up the teapot and personally poured a cup of tea for the person in front of him, as if casually remarking, Has the Li family ever considered finding partners for the perfume and glass businesses? They're here. Li Zia listened to the 3rd prince's words, his eyes instantly turning sharp. This was the true purpose of the 3rd prince's visit to Yuzhou City. The imperial court, it seemed, truly intended to meddle in the Li family's business. Business partners. Li Zia picked up the teapot for him by the 3rd prince, took a sip, and with a thoughtful expression, said, I rarely involve myself in the Li family's business affairs. However, According to my elder sister, the Li family's current ventures have indeed hit a bottleneck. To advance further, we would need to find suitable business partners. Hearing this, Mu Yao's lips curved slightly. Over the past 2 years, the imperial court had intentionally or unintentionally suppressed the Li family's business. Although the effect was limited, it still curbed the frenzied expansion of the Li family's enterprises. However, this was merely a prelude. The court's true aim was to seize the opportunity to interfere in the Li family's business affairs. If the Li household wished to continue expanding its commercial influence, it would have to rely on the court's power. There are indeed a few excellent options in the capital, financially robust and with excellent connections. If Brother Li is willing, I can make introductions for you, Mu Yao seized the moment to suggest. Oh! Li Ziyue perked up and asked, which families are they? The Changsong family, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin Family Bank, Mu Yao replied. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue's expression turned serious. So, these 3 commercial giants in the capital were all under the court's control. Gaining these pieces of information makes this trip worthwhile, at the very least. He was well aware that the third prince's willingness to disclose these details was not without conditions. These 3 families were the choices presented by the imperial family to the Li household, and the Li household had no choice but to select one. At least, before the Li household and the imperial family openly break ties, the Li household must preserve the dignity of the imperial family. Third Highness, I must return to discuss this matter with my father and elder sister. I humbly ask your Highness to wait for a day or 2. I will surely provide your Highness with a satisfactory answer. Li Ziren stood up and spoke respectfully. Good, I'll wait here for Brother Li's good news. Mu Yao stood up to see him off, saying with a smile on his face. Li Ziyue nodded, then hurriedly left. The backyard of the Li residence, the study. Li Baihong and Li Yue were inside checking the account books when Li Zai pushed the door open and walked straight in. How dare you? Li Baihong was about to lose his temper, but upon seeing who it was, his face immediately lit up with a smile. Son, it's you. You never usually come to the study. Sister Yue. Li Zai completely ignored the nouveau riche before him and instead greeted Li Yue, asking, do we have any business dealings with the Changsong family in the capital, the Merchant Alliance, or the Yin Family Bank? The Merchant Alliance and the Yin Family Bank have some dealings, but we don't have much contact with the Changsong family. Why do you ask? Li Yue asked, puzzled. Behind them is the imperial court, Li Zai said solemnly. The imperial court. Upon hearing this, Li Baihong and Li Yue exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Is the news confirmed? Li Baihong asked in a solemn voice. Third Prince said it himself, so it's likely true, Li Zai replied. If that's really the case, it's quite troublesome. Li Yue said gravely, all these years, we've been trying to keep the imperial court's influence out of our Li family's business to avoid being strangled by them. Who would have thought the court's reach has already extended this far? You don't need to worry too much, Sister Yue. Li Ziyue said seriously, every cloud has a silver lining. Since the court is so eager to interfere in our Li family's business and has even revealed some information this time, we should return the favor. What do you mean, little brother? Li Yue asked, puzzled. Didn't the third prince give us 3 options? Li Ziyue's lips curved slightly as he said, the Li family's business is so vast that these 3 families must have long been envious. Unfortunately, our Li family can only collaborate with one of them. You mean, let them fight among themselves first? Li Yue said. Sister Yue is still the smartest. People chase after profit even though all 3 families have the imperial court behind them. They can't be completely united. Li Zai responded with a smile. All right, you guys decide these annoying matters. I won't bother with them. I'm a man destined to become a sword immortal. How's the preparation for my elixir going? It's almost ready. I've also sent people to search for the remaining ingredients in various cities. Don't worry, little brother, Li Yue said softly. How? Sister Yue is still the best to me. Hugs. Li Zai stepped forward and gave his elder sister a big hug, instantly feeling much happier. All right, go find your wife now. Li Yue gently tapped his forehead and said with a smile. My wife? Li Zai let go, then suddenly realized, you mean old Qing. Right, I should go ask her when she's starting her training. I'm about to become a sword immortal. Ha 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 ha. With a wild and arrogant laugh, Li Zai left the study to find Qing Mei. Watching her younger brother leave, Li Yue's kind smile faded, her tone turning icy as she said, Foster father, I think little brother's suggestion is a good one. Let those 3 royal lapdogs fight among themselves first. While we watch the tigers battle from the mountain, we can find opportunities to nibble away at their forces and by ourselves sometime. Indeed, it's quite good. Li Baiyang nodded and said, if necessary, have Qingzi intervene covertly to deepen the suspicions among the 3 families. Second brother. Li Yue pondered briefly before nodding. Quite a few incidents have occurred in the estate recently, so it's indeed necessary for second brother to return. However, his identity as our trump card should remain hidden if possible after all. His true identity cannot be exposed to the light. Everyone in the world knows that the Li family has 3 siblings, but regarding the second born, Li Qingzi, people generally only know his name and nothing else. Even those within the Li household rarely see this second young master, let alone know his true identity. However, she, the youngest brother, and their adoptive father are aware. The number 1 tower on the heaven, the Misty Rain Tower, has been the fastest rising assassin organization in the Great Shang Dynasty over the past decade. And Qingzi is the master of the Misty Rain Tower. The Li family's wealth is unparalleled in the world, so over the past 10 years, the Misty Rain Tower has recruited countless experts with the sole purpose of working in tandem with the Li family, one in the light, the other in the shadows, to jointly resist the imperial court. The initial proposal to establish the Misty Rain Tower was put forward by none other than your younger brother. At this thought, Li Yue sighed softly in her heart. It was precisely for this reason that Qingzi and his younger brother had always had a strained relationship. Qingzi was a true martial arts prodigy, whose cultivation at a young age already approached that of grandmaster level experts. Yet, because of his younger brother's proposal, he had spent the past decade in the shadows, his identity forever hidden from the light. To say Qingzi bore no resentment would be impossible. She understood, and so did her younger brother. Thus, the younger brother, who had always refused to suffer the slightest loss, repeatedly tolerated and never contradicted his elder brother Qingzi. Backyard, by the lake. Li Ziyu searched around but couldn't find his fairy-like master, so he couldn't help but ask, Old Dong, where's old Qing? By the lakeside, Zhang Lata curled his lips into a cold smile and said, right behind you. You're lying to a ghost. Li Ziren instinctively turned his head, and upon seeing the woman behind him, immediately put on a fawning, dog-like smile, saying, Master Fairy, when did you arrive? Just now. Qing Annual said indifferently, what do you need me for? The medicinal ingredients are all prepared. When can I start cultivating? Li Zai asked eagerly. Now. Qing Ana said a word, then walked towards the pharmacy not far away. So soon. Li Zai showed surprise on his face and hurriedly followed. As they approached the lakeside, Li Zai even winked at old man Zhang and mouthed, I'm about to become a sword immortal. Zhang Lata didn't respond, closing his eyes with a forced smile. Kid, just wait to die. They say women are creatures who hold grudges, and it's absolutely true. He really suspected that Qin Ana came up with this method purely out of revenge, aiming to kill this kid. Shatter every inch of his meridians, then repair them, repeating this 100 times. Ha! Just thinking about it is refreshing. In the pharmacy, a huge bathtub had already been prepared. The servants in the mansion continuously poured scalding hot water into the tub, then added baskets of medicinal herbs into it. Undress. In the room, Qin Ana looked at the young man before her and spoke indifferently. This isn't appropriate. Li Zai wore an expression of reluctance. Men and women should maintain a proper distance, and though a teacher for a day is a parent for life, he was, after all, already grown up. Enough with the nonsense. Qin Ana sneered, saying no more as she grabbed the former's arm, tore open his clothes, and then struck with a palm strike, forcibly shattering the meridians in his right arm. Ah! Instantly, the room echoed with screams as shrill as a slaughtered pig, so harrowing it sent chills down one's spine. The next moment, Qin Ana lifted Li Zai and unceremoniously tossed him into the medicinal barrel. Qin Ana, you bastard! Inside the scalding medicinal barrel, Li Zai was in so much pain, he was nearly driven mad, cursing wildly without restraint. If you can still curse, it means you're full of energy. Clearly, a little pain like this won't kill you. Qin Ana let out another cold laugh, stepping forward to grab another of Li Zai's arms. With a forceful squeeze, her powerful true energy surged, shattering the meridians in his left arm once more. Ah! In the room, the pig slaughter-like screams rang out again, sending chills down the spines of the servants coming and going in the mansion. By the lake, Zhang Lotte picked up the drunken flower brew, took a swig, and cheerfully hummed a tune. Apricot tree, oh, with white blossoms, today an immortal comes to my home, the immortal pats my head, oh, and grants me eternal life. At sunset, Qin Ana walked out of the pharmacy. Half an hour later, Li Ziyue was carried out of the pharmacy. How to describe it? Perhaps the words dead dog fit best. The servants of the Li household were so frightened they didn't dare breathe loudly. In all these years, it was the first time they had seen the young master in such a miserable state. Li Baiwang and Li Yue rushed to Li Ziyue's room upon hearing the news, along with the physician from the estate. The young master merely fainted from pain, nothing serious. After checking Li Ziyue's pulse, the estate physician spoke up. Upon hearing this, Li Baiwang slightly relaxed. Little brother. Li Yue sat by the bed, gazing with heartache at the unconscious Li Zi on the bed, feeling a surge of anger toward Qin Ana. This Qin Ana is truly detestable. Couldn't she have used a gentler method to unblock little brother's meridians? Seeing Li Zai was fine, Li Baiwang and the physician left the room, leaving only Li Yue keeping vigil by the bedside until late at night. Sister Yue. In the stillness of the deep night, Li Zai woke up, barely opening his eyes to see the woman by his bedside, and softly called out, "Little brother, you're awake." Li Yue's face lit up with joy as she asked with concern, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Li Ziyue responded with feigned nonchalance, saying, "Sister Yue, it's too late. You should go back and rest." "No rush, I made your favorite lotus seed soup." Li Yue stood up, brought over a bowl of lotus seed soup from the table, and then began feeding it to him spoonful by spoonful. Li Ziyue silently ate the lotus seed soup, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. In the Li household, if one were to ask who treated him the best, it would undoubtedly be his elder sister. Even his own father, old Li, often paled in comparison. Moreover, over the years, most of the Li family's business had been managed by his elder sister, who worked tirelessly. In contrast, he, the legitimate son of the Li family, idled away his days, doing nothing but eating and drinking, and indulging in unrealistic dreams of becoming a sword immortal. To be honest, He felt truly sorry for this sworn sister of his in his heart. Yue, sis. Li Ziyue opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Rest early, don't let your thoughts wander. Li Yue seemed to sense what was on the former's mind and said softly, as long as you're happy, your elder sister will be happy. Having said that, Li Yue didn't linger any longer and stood up to leave the room. Inside the room, Li Zai lay quietly on the bed, his heart filled with unprecedented determination. He knew that the current situation of the Li family was precarious. The imperial court had begun to target them, and with the Li family's current strength, they were still unable to truly oppose the court. But if the Li mansion could produce a sword immortal, the situation would be completely different. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, he had to persevere. The people he wanted to protect were all in this Li mansion, and no matter what, he couldn't let the Li mansion decline. After a sleepless night, as soon as dawn broke the next day, Li Zai got out of bed. At breakfast, Li Ziyue's hands trembled so much he couldn't even pick up the dishes, clearly indicating that his shattered meridians had not fully recovered yet. Little brother, don't rush. Li Yue brought the food right in front of him and comforted him. Li Ziyue nodded, hastily ate a few bites, and then left. What's wrong with Sai? Li Baiwang asked, puzzled. Little brother's thoughts are heavier than we imagined, Li Yue sighed softly. Not far from the lakeside, in front of Qin Annual's room, Li Zai approached and knocked directly on the door, calling out, Master Fairy. With a creak, the door opened. Qin Annual looked at the person before her and said indifferently, What is it? I'm ready, let's continue. Li Ziyue said with a playful laugh. Qin Anna glanced at him and calmly said, Your meridians haven't fully recovered yet. Are you sure your body can handle it? Absolutely. Li Ziyue nodded firmly. Then let's go. Qin Annual said indifferently, then walked out of the room and headed toward the pharmacy. Li Zai followed without hesitation. Half an hour later, inside the pharmacy, agonizing screams rang out once again. The pain of shattered meridians is unbearable for anyone. But Li Zai, with a heart as firm as stone, persisted desperately. By the lakeside, Zhang Lata silently drank from his wine jar, this time without any gloating. Li Zai had indeed exceeded his expectations. He had thought the young man would retreat after experiencing that bone-deep pain the day before. I never expected Li Zai to be such a tough nut to crack. Half a day later, the door opened. Qin Anna stepped out, with a faint sheen of sweat on her forehead. Master Immortal. Inside the pharmacy, Li Zai's voice came through today. He actually hadn't passed out. What is it? Qin Annual stopped and asked calmly. Aren't you going to teach me swordsmanship? Li Ziyue said wearily. Can you still stand up? Qin Amei asked. Yes. Li Zai replied. Qin Annual nodded without saying more and continued walking forward. Inside the medicinal chamber, it took nearly half an hour before Li Zai could barely manage to step out. After the medicinal bath, his clothes were neatly arranged, and his long hair was tied behind his back, presenting the demeanor of an elegant young man with extraordinary grace. By the lakeside, Qin Annual was already waiting. Seeing Li Zai approach, she asked, What is a sword? The gentleman of all weapons, Li Zai replied. Qin Anna frowned and said, Wrong, answer again. The sword is the king among weapons, Li Zai answered once more. Wrong, answer again. Qin Annual's tone became noticeably harsher as she spoke. Li Zai remained silent for a long while before slowly saying, A sword is a weapon for killing. Correct. Qin Annual nodded, and in that instant, the aura around her shifted. Sword energy surged, stirring ripples across the previously calm lake's surface. The sword is a tool for killing, so no matter how exquisite the techniques, they ultimately serve only one purpose. As she spoke, Qin Amei made a grasping motion with her right hand. Instantly, an ancient sword from a nearby room shot through the air toward her. Qin Amei gripped the sword and swung it once. In that instant, sword energy surged forth, violently splitting the lake water apart. By the lakeside, Li Zai watched this astonishing sword strike. Even though it wasn't his first time witnessing it, his heart still trembled with awe. The essence of the sword lies in speed, precision, and focus, while the essence of sword techniques is nothing more than a swing, a slash, and a thrust. Qin Annual explained calmly, "From today onward, you only need to practice 3 moves, swing, slash, and thrust. 1,000 repetitions each day, not one less, until your swordplay has no unnecessary movements, no errors, and becomes pure instinct." "Yes." Li Ziyu clasped his fists in a respectful salute and responded. Seeing the young man before her bow so formally for the first time, Qin Annual's expression softened slightly. She said, "If you can reach the level I described, even if you ultimately fail to unblock your meridians, within the great Shang dynasty, aside from a select few martial arts masters, no one will be able to disregard your sword." Not far away, Zhang Lata quietly drank his wine, not uttering a single word. Qin Annual's words were indeed accurate, but in this world, those who can wield a sword to such a degree are few and far between. Though this grand promise may be ambitious, it at least gives the young man some hope. By the lakeside, Li Zai listened to Qin Annual's words and indeed felt his confidence grow significantly. "This sword is named Frostblade, and I can lend it to you temporarily." Qin Annual handed the ancient sword to the young man before her and said earnestly, "However, every swordsman must have their own sword. So, you must find a sword as soon as possible, one that truly belongs to you." Li Zai took the Frostblade and nodded gently, saying, "Thank you, fairy." Qin Annual nodded slightly and said no more, turning to walk away. Li Ziren stood by the lake, beginning to practice each move and stance one by one. "You actually lent him your sword. It seems he holds a special place in your heart. I didn't expect you to acknowledge him so quickly," Zhang Lata said from not far away, taking a sip of wine. "From the moment he walked out of the pharmacy on his own, he earned the right to learn the sword from me," Qin Annual replied indifferently. "Do you really think he can embark on the path of martial arts?" Zhang Lata asked seriously. "No idea," Qin Annual replied calmly, "but judging from his performance today, unless he truly dies, he won't give up. Instead of being a carefree playboy, why bother with martial arts? He's just asking for trouble," Zhang Lata remarked dismissively before falling silent. Qin Annual also said nothing more, her gaze fixed on the young man ahead. Everyone has their own perseverance. Perhaps he, too, has something he wishes to protect, which is why he fights so desperately. The sun moved westward by the lakeside, where Li Zai continued to practice tirelessly, drenched in sweat, his clothes and hair clinging to his skin. The meridians in his arms had yet to fully recover, and with each swing of his sword, a pain that cut to the bone coursed through him. Faint traces of blood seeped out, staining his sleeves red. "Little brother." In the distance, Li Yue watched this scene with a heavy heart. Though she couldn't bear to see it, she understood her younger brother's temperament and chose not to step forward to stop him. It wasn't until sunset, after completing the 1,000 repetitions, that Li Ziyu finally stumbled back to his room in a daze. He collapsed onto his bed, his consciousness already fading. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished and night fell, Zhang Lata, who had been about to return to his room to rest by the lake, suddenly tensed, his sharp gaze piercing through the darkness at the edge of the night. "Expert!" From the shadows emerged a young man dressed in a silver-gray robe, his expression cold and stern, devoid of any trace of warmth. His chilling aura sent shivers down the spine. "Young master!" The servants in the mansion were momentarily stunned upon seeing the visitor, then quickly bowed in greeting. Li Qingji paid them no mind and headed straight for the study. By the lakeside, Zhang Lata narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the legendary second young master of the Li family? So young, yet already possessing such cultivation. Study. Li Qingji entered and bowed respectfully, saying, Father, elder sister. Qingji. Li Baiwang and Li Yuwei's expressions softened upon seeing the visitor. May I ask why father has summoned Qingji back? Li Qingji said calmly. Let your elder sister explain it to you. Li Baiwang looked at Li Yuwei beside him and said, Yuwei. Li Yuwei nodded, gazing at the young man before her, and said, Qingji, you already know about the third prince's visit to Yuzhou City. Besides seeking Qing Annual as his teacher, do you know what else he intends to do? I don't know. Li Qingli shook his head and replied. To probe the true strength of our Li manor, and also, in the name of the royal family, to attempt to interfere with our Li family's business. Li Yuwei said solemnly, the Changsang family in the capital, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin family bank, these are the choices the third prince has given us. We have no choice but to pick one. Li Qingji remained silent for a moment before speaking. What do you want me to do, eldest sister? In a few days, I will go to the capital to discuss business collaborations with these three parties. I want you to secretly send people to sabotage their relationships during that time. Can you do it? Li Yuwei said calmly. Li Qingji thought for a moment and nodded. I can. Qingji, this matter can only be handled by sending someone else. You must not intervene personally, Li Baiong reminded from the side. Yes, father, Li Qingji replied respectfully. Go ahead. Li Baiong waved his hand and said. Qingli takes his leave. Li Qingji bowed, then turned and departed. Li Baiong rose and walked to the study, watching the retreating figure. With a soft sigh, he said, Qingji's temperament grows colder by the day. If something were to happen to me, only you, Yuwei, could restrain him. Godfather. Li Yuwei hesitated before replying. Though Qingji harbors resentment in his heart, he still cares deeply for the Li household. Moreover, his feelings for our younger brother are not entirely absent. Perhaps. Li Baiong smiled bitterly. He wouldn't dare speak for others, but when it came to Zai, Qingli would definitely show no kindness. Early the next morning, Li Zai practiced swordplay by the lake. At that moment, from the other side of the lake, Li Qingji in a silver-gray robe strode forward. Seeing the approaching figure, Li Zai was about to speak when his vision blurred, prompting him to instinctively raise his sword in defense. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingli had closed the 10 zhong distance, thrusting his right fingers toward the hand gripping the sword. With a sharp clang, Li Zai felt his right hand go numb, and the ancient sword slipped from his grasp. Can't even hold onto your own sword? Useless! Li Qingji coldly uttered a sentence, then turned and left. Not far from the lake shore, Qing Ana and Zhang Lot both witnessed this scene. They exchanged glances but neither spoke a word. The second young master of the Li family is truly astonishing. Such youth, such cultivation utterly terrifying. By the lakeside, Li Ziyue silently picked up the sword from the ground. Normally unwilling to suffer any loss, he didn't utter a single word of defiance this time. Qingji. In the distance, Li Yuwei saw Li Qingji approaching and said softly, Little brother has been working very hard. Give him some time. Elder sister, how long can you and foster father protect him? Li Qingji said indifferently, if he remains this useless, the Li mansion will eventually be ruined by him. The Li mansion owes much of its present success to our younger brother. Now, he is also striving to protect this family. Qingji, I hope you can give him a little more patience and time. Li Yuwei sighed softly. He did bring glory to the Li mansion, but his inability to protect it is his greatest fault, Li Qingli remarked coldly. his peripheral gaze fixed on the young man by the lakeside. By the lake, Li Zai picked up the sword and returned it to Qin Inu. Fairy, may I take half a day off? I'll make up for the missed sessions when I return, Li Zai said. Go ahead. Qin Amai didn't ask further. Taking the Qin Shuang ancient sword, she nodded in agreement. Thank you, Fairy. Li Zia thanked him and walked away into the distance. Second brother. In front of the two, Li Zia approached quickly. Despite having just been scolded, he greeted with a playful grin, "You're back." Li Qingzi gazed at the young man before him and said calmly, "Finished practicing your sword?" "Not yet. I promised the third prince earlier that I would give him an answer within these 2 days," Li Zai replied. "Your elder sister is going to the capital. Did you know about this?" Li Qingzi asked. "I know," Li Zai nodded. "The capital is a treacherous place. This should have been your responsibility as the legitimate heir, but because of your inaction, your elder sister has to go instead. Do you understand?" Li Qingzi said coldly. "You're absolutely right, second brother." Li Zai humbly accepted the criticism and replied, "Your elder sister is going to the capital, and I will follow her secretly. I leave Yuzhou City in your hands," Li Qingzi said calmly. "Don't worry, second brother." Li Zai nodded his head like a drumstick, appearing as obedient as one could imagine. No one would have guessed that this was the unruly young master of the Li family. "Go ahead, the third prince is quite scheming. Be careful in your dealings with him." Li Qingzi's expression softened slightly as he gave his advice. "Thank you for your concern, second brother. I'll be careful." Rarely receiving such concern from his elder brother, Li Zai responded cheerfully before happily skipping away. "You're too harsh on our little brother." Seeing the former leave, Li Yue said helplessly, "Actually, he respects you very much as his elder brother. Every time you return, he remains happy for a long time. As the only legitimate son of the Li family, he should bear heavier responsibilities than others. That is his fate." Li Qingzi said calmly, "By the way, I will keep an eye out for a sword for him. I heard a few fine ancient swords have recently appeared in the East Sea and the southern border. If I have time, I will personally make a trip." "You always act tough but have a soft heart," Li Yue said softly. "You lie in, second floor guest room." The third prince, Mu Yao, fastened his hair crown, adjusted his attire, and promptly descended the stairs. In front of the inn, Li Zai was already waiting. "Your Highness, please." Seeing the visitor, Li Zai said politely. "Brother Li, please." Mu Yao also spoke courteously. The two exchanged a smile and then walked side by side. The customs of Yuzhou City differ from those of the capital. The people are simple and honest, yet relatively bold and fierce. The streets were bustling, with children occasionally running and playing, darting through the crowd. "Brother Li, have you considered the advice I gave you?" Mu Yao asked casually while observing the local customs and lifestyle of Yuzhou City. "Third Highness's kind offer is something the Li mansion naturally cannot decline. My elder sister will be visiting the capital soon to discuss collaboration matters with these 3 families," Li Zia replied. "Oh." Mu Yao, upon hearing this, showed surprise and said, "Is it your sworn sister? Brother Li, won't you be going along?" "I have never been involved in the Li mansion's business affairs. It has always been my elder sister and father managing them. Father is too advanced in years to travel far, so my elder sister will go in his stead," Li Zia answered with a smile. "What a pity." Mu Yao showed a look of regret and said, "I had hoped to fulfill my duties as a host in the capital and share a drink with Brother Li. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly visit the capital to pay my respects to the third prince," Li Zia replied. Mu Yao nodded, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth, and said nothing more. It was truly a pity that the Li family's heir would not be accompanying them this time. However, it was said that the Li siblings had an exceptionally close relationship. As long as Li Yue encountered trouble, there was no fear that this young man would not go to the capital. The two strolled for quite a while when Mu Yao turned to the young man beside him and asked, "By the way, when is your sister leaving?" "In the next few days," Li Zai replied. "That's good. I've been away from the capital for some time now, and it's about time I returned." Mu Yao said, "It works out perfectly. I can accompany your sister back to the capital, and we can look out for each other on the journey." "That's excellent. Then I'll trouble His Highness the Third Prince to take care of it," Li Zai said with a smile. "You're too kind," Mu Yao replied. With the serious matters concluded, the two then engaged in meaningless small talk, exchanging questions and answers, each probing and trying to extract useful information from the other. Both were intelligent individuals, so despite the insincerity in their words, their conversation still appeared as pleasant as a reunion between old friends. After noon, Li Zai decisively parted ways with the third prince, each heading home. In the backyard of the Li residence, Li Zai walked over and sat down beside old man Zhang, wiping the sweat from his face as he prepared to rest for a while. "What's the matter? Just a trip outside and you're this exhausted?" Zhang Lata asked. Talking with someone as scheming as the third prince is truly exhausting, Li Zai panted in reply. "You still have the nerve to say others are scheming. I think the most cunning person in Yuzhou City is you, kid," Zhang Lata said with a sardonic smile. "Old Zhang, you've misunderstood me deeply," Li Zai said very seriously. "I've always treated others with sincerity." "Ha!" Zhang Lata sneered and said, "Even the dogs in Yuzhou City wouldn't believe that." Li Ziyue opened his mouth, about to retort at old man Zhang, when suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. An ancient sword flew past and clanged as it embedded itself in the ground before him. "Finished practicing your sword?" From behind, a cold voice rang out, pleasant to the ear yet chilling enough to make one shiver. "Almost." Li Ziyue immediately stood up, drew the sword in front of him, and continued practicing. Zhang Lata took a sip of wine, the corners of his mouth slightly curling. Qin Ana stood by, gazing at the young man not far away, a glimmer of thought flashing in her eyes as if contemplating something. "Sword fanatic, what do you think about finding him an opponent?" After a long silence, Qin Ana finally asked. "You want to kill him?" Zhang Lata replied in astonishment. "He's only been learning the sword for a few days. Even though you've been nourishing his meridians and tempering his body with your true qi and potent medicines daily, his meridians are still unopened. He can't cultivate yet. Besides, blades and swords have no eyes. Finding him an opponent now is just asking for his life to be cut short." Qin Annual remained silent for a moment before saying, "Jade cannot be polished without friction. If he continues training like this, even in 10 years he won't catch up to Huolina. The only way to make rapid progress is through real combat. I've heard there are many bandits in the mountains north of Yuzhou City. In a few days, let him go there for some experience." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lata's mouth twitched. This woman really wants to push this kid to his limits. Those bandits are ruthless outlaws who live by the sword. With the kid's current skills, sending him there would be like throwing him to the wolves. Li Ziren remained blissfully unaware of the miserable fate awaiting him, still happily practicing his swordplay over and over again. Meanwhile, everyone else in the residence was exceptionally busy preparing for Li Yue's journey to the capital. Over the next 7 days, Li Zai alternated between medicinal baths and sword practice, enduring daily torment that left him hovering between agony and ecstasy. Several times, he nearly collapsed, unable to rise. However, through this inhuman suffering, the strength of Li Zai's meridians and physique rapidly improved, surpassing ordinary people and approaching the level of a true martial artist. 7 days later, Li Yue was finally ready to depart. Li Baihong personally went to see her off, accompanying her all the way outside Yuzhou City. However, Li Zai, who shared the deepest bond with Li Yue, never showed up. "Aren't you going to see your elder sister off?" In the backyard of the Li residence, by the lakeside, Zhang Lata casually asked the young man practicing swordplay furiously nearby. "I won't go. With second brother secretly protecting her, Sister Yue is very safe," Li Zai replied while practicing his swordplay. Zhang Lata chuckled. This kid's temper was even more peculiar than his own. "Li Zai?" At that moment, Qin Annual approached and said, "Come with me." "Where to?" Li Zai stopped and asked, puzzled. "Prepared some training for you," Qin Amei replied. "Is it dangerous?" Li Zai instinctively asked. "Just a minor trial, not dangerous," Qin Amei answered casually. "Of course, it's not dangerous for her, but for this kid, who knows?" Upon hearing this, Li Zai sheathed his sword and trotted after her with eager steps. Zhang Lata sat by the lake, watching the two figures depart, his face full of schadenfreude. Who would have thought that this celestial-like sword immortal of plum blossoms could be such a sly and mischievous person? I never noticed it before. Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together. North of Yuzhou City, in front of the Quan Mountains, a carriage rumbled forward. Qin Im stepped down from the carriage and gazed at the distant cliff in the mountains, saying, "On that cliff grows a blood ginseng king, which will greatly aid in repairing your meridians. If you can retrieve it, I'm confident I can unblock one of your meridians in a short time." "Really?" Behind, Li Zai followed and got off the carriage, his gaze fixed on the cliff ahead, his face showing excitement. It was precisely because his 8 meridians were blocked that he couldn't cultivate at all. If he could unblock even one, though he still wouldn't compare to those geniuses, at least he could begin attempting to cultivate. Qin Amei nodded and responded indifferently. "Good, I'll go now." Li Ziuo finished speaking and immediately headed towards the mountain ridge ahead. "Wait a moment." Qin Ana handed over the sword in her hand and said, "Take it. It's just gathering herbs. No need for a sword," Li Ziuo replied in surprise. "Take it." Qin Amei didn't offer any explanation as she spoke. Li Zi took the sword with some confusion but didn't dwell on it, turning to walk into the mountain range. Outside the Quan Mountains, Qin Amei watched his retreating figure, her red lips curving slightly. Then, with a light step, she soared gracefully into the forest like an immortal, darting toward the depths of the mountains. Half an hour later, deep in the Quan Mountains, not far from the cliff, Qin Annual's figure swiftly arrived in front of a camp. Standing on a tree branch, she plucked a fallen leaf between her fingers and flicked it toward the camp ahead. Boom! To everyone's shock, the leaf flew past and severed a wooden pillar of the camp, causing one corner to collapse with a thunderous crash. "Who's there?" Inside the camp, a burly man with a fierce and menacing face abruptly stood up and strode out. Glaring around, he bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Go check it out, now." "Yes." Several bandits obeyed the order and immediately left the stronghold to investigate. On the tree branch, Qin Ana stepped lightly, making no effort to conceal her movements, and departed under the watchful eyes of all the bandits. "After her!" The man roared in anger. Not far away, at the edge of the cliff, Li Zai, completely unaware of all this, finally managed to climb up after much exhausting effort. "Blood Ginseng King." Li Zai looked around, following the direction Qin Annual pointed, searching for traces of the Blood Ginseng King. "Where is it?" Just as Li Zai was searching for the Blood Ginseng King, angry shouts came from not far away. "Over there!" As the words fell, more than a dozen bandits charged forward like madmen. "Holy shit! Seeing this, Li Zai's expression instantly turned to shock. He'd been tricked by old Qin. No wonder old Qin deliberately reminded him to bring his sword. He wasn't a fool if he still didn't realize what was happening now. His head must have been kicked by a donkey. Watching the frenzied bandits charging toward him, Li Zai snapped back to reality and, without hesitation, turned and ran. Old Qin, damn you! Chuan Mountains, more than 10 bandits armed with knives were searching through the mountain forests, their expressions fierce and murderous. Not far away, Li Zai cautiously hid in the grass behind a large boulder, trembling like a bullied little animal. Qin Annual, damn you! Li Zai was furious inside. What kind of master would trick their disciple like this? Women hold grudges in ways that are truly incomprehensible. Amidst the stones, Li Zai poked his head out, observing the positions of the bandits while silently calculating his escape route. Nightfall was approaching, and once the sun set, he planned to slip away under the cover of darkness. How, Qin Anna, trying to outsmart me? You're still too young. Just as Li Zai was beginning to feel smug, a sword chi came piercing through the air from afar, crashing with a loud bang directly onto the boulder in front of him. The tremendous noise, so piercing, immediately alerted the nearest 4 or 5 bandits. Li Zai froze for a moment, then snapped back to reality, his face filled with fury as he cursed, Qin Amon, damn you to hell. After cursing, Li Zai immediately got up and took off running. Over there, brothers, kill him. 5 bandits spotted Li Zai fleeing behind the boulder and chased after him with all their might. In the distance, atop a tree branch, a beautiful figure stood quietly, watching the young man desperately fleeing through the forest, her lips curling slightly. On the horizon, the setting sun was about to disappear, and the light in the forest grew dim. Kid, prepare to die. A bandit caught up with Li Zai and swung his iron blade straight down at him. In haste, Li Zai rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the blade, looking utterly disheveled. Ha ha, useless trash. The bandit laughed heartily and kicked with his foot. On the ground, Li Zai hurriedly raised his sword to block, but unable to withstand the force of the bandit's kick, he was sent rolling several meters away once again. From the distant treetops, Qin Annual witnessed this scene and frowned slightly. Had this kid forgotten everything she had taught him? A sword is not meant to be used like this. It seems letting him enter the mountains to fight these bandits was the right decision. Without experiencing life and death combat, no matter how strong his physique or how much he practices his sword techniques, it would all be useless. In the forest, Li Zai, who had no real combat experience, was being tossed around by the bandits, barely able to fight back. Not far away, several more bandits heard the commotion and were about to rush over. Look at this outfit, this delicate skin, clearly a young master from a wealthy family. Ha ha, instead of enjoying your comfortable life, you had to come here to die. Well, I'll gladly oblige. In front of Li Zai, the bandit grew even more arrogant at the sight of the young man's disheveled state. Gripping his iron blade, he strode forward. 10 paces away, Li Zai watched the approaching bandit, his eyes burning with fury. With the stubbornness of youth, he refused to back down easily. This bandit was a martial artist, just an ordinary man like himself. If he couldn't even defeat someone like this, what was the point of learning martial arts? 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps, closer. Li Zai held his breath, forcing himself to stay calm in the face of life and death. At 3 steps away, Li Zai, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up, drawing his sword and swinging it all in the blink of an eye. Swish! Under the glow of the setting sun, the glint of the sword dazzled like a fleeting swan, sealing the throat with a single strike. In the distance, atop the treetops, Qin Anna watched the scene, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. Not bad at all. You! Amidst the mountain forest, The bandit clutched his throat as blood gushed forth. He opened his mouth, trying to speak, but no words came out. His body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Bad guys always die from talking too much. Li Zai collapsed exhaustedly onto the ground, looking at the fallen bandit in a pool of blood, and said weakly, "Is this what killing feels like? It's really not very pleasant. Old knife." At this moment, not far away, 3 bandits rushed over and, upon seeing this scene, their faces twisted with fury. Li Zai saw 3 more men arriving and struggled to his feet. Without saying a word, he turned and fled. He couldn't take on 3 at once right now. After him, the 3 bandits immediately gave chase. The sun set completely, night fell, and the mountains and forests gradually darkened. The bandits lit torches and continued their search through the mountains and forests, determined not to give up until they found Li Zai. They really are relentless. Li Zai watched the flickering flames scattered throughout the mountains and forests, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Facing several bandits at once was indeed a bit strenuous for him. However, with the night so dark, the enemies were exposed while he remained hidden, a perfect opportunity to take them down one by one. With this thought in mind, Li Zai crouched low, using the cover of darkness and the tall grass to quietly approach the nearest bandit. Swish! Under the cover of night, Li Zai silently moved behind the bandit, covering his mouth before swiftly slitting his throat with a sword. Ugh! The bandit's body trembled as his mouth gaped open, and soon, he was lifeless. After killing 2 in a row, Li Zai felt an inexplicable nausea but forced himself to endure it, retreating once more into the thick weeds. In this era where the weak are prey to the strong, he had to adapt. If he didn't kill today, it would be him who died. Amidst the weeds, Li Zai wiped the blood from his hands, carefully steadying his breath. His eyes fixed on the flickering flames ahead, his gaze gradually turning icy and ruthless, like a beast locking onto its prey. Having endured the trials of life and death, Li Zai's state of mind finally began to change. Tension and fear gradually faded, and the more dangerous the situation, the calmer he became. Amid the distant shadows of the trees, Qin Anyo, witnessing the transformation in Li Zai, felt reassured. Her gaze shifted, turning toward the distant bandit camp. Now, she could focus on her own task without worry. She had lied about the blood ginseng king. A few days ago, when she entered the mountains, the herb had indeed been growing on the cliff. To be honest, she was also startled when she first saw that king of herbs. The rarity of the king of herbs was beyond imagination, incomparable to any other great medicine. To temper Li Zai, she chose not to harvest it. Little did she expect that upon returning today, the blood ginseng on the cliff would be gone. The only possibility is that the blood ginseng king has already been discovered and harvested by the bandits in these mountains, hidden within their stronghold. Let's hope this kid has some luck that the blood ginseng hasn't been consumed yet. Otherwise, finding another medicinal king won't be as easy as one might think. With this in mind, Qin Amei lightly stepped forward, leaping through the mountain forest and darting toward the distant bandit stronghold. After a dozen breaths, deep in the mountain forest, before the camp, a graceful figure stepped through the air, swift as a startled swan, darting into the camp in the blink of an eye. Inside the camp, most of the bandits had already fallen asleep, with only a few still patrolling. Qin Ana avoided the patrolling bandits and began searching for the whereabouts of the blood ginseng. Within the camp, gold, silver, jade, precious medicines, and gemstones were abundant, piled up in crates clearly. These bandits had plundered many homes. As for the gold and silver, Qin Ana didn't even glance at them, not because she wasn't interested, but because she didn't care for them. No matter how wealthy these bandits were, could they possibly be richer than her useless disciple? Ignoring the gold and silver, Qin Ana turned her gaze to the crates of medicinal herbs and began rummaging through them one by one. Inside the box, there were numerous medicinal herbs, everything from ginseng, deer antler, to fleece flower root, all incredibly well stocked. Found it! After searching for what felt like ages, Qin finally opened an exquisite wooden box. Upon seeing the blood-red ginseng king inside, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief. That kid's luck isn't bad. The blood ginseng is still here, untouched by these bandits. Who goes there? At that very moment, an angry voice rang out within the camp. On a nearby tiger skin chair, a ferocious-looking, burly man opened his eyes, abruptly stood up, and grabbed a wine jar beside him, hurling it directly. 10 zhong away, Qin calmly stowed away the blood ginseng and sidestepped slightly, dodging the wine jar. Woman, daring to steal from me, you must have a death wish. In the dim firelight, the burly man couldn't clearly see Qin appearance. With a forceful stomp of his foot, his robust body shot forward like a cannonball. Annoying! Qin frowned slightly and casually waved her hand. Instantly, an overwhelmingly powerful sword aura sliced through the air with a thunderous boom, sending the burly man flying dozens of feet away. Thud! Dozens of feet away, the burly man crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with shock. How could this be? I'll spare you today. In time, someone will come to take your life. Qin said indifferently, then turned and walked away. This bandit leader was a martial artist who had opened one divine repository, neither strong nor weak. He would make a perfect opponent for that kid. Her efforts as a master were truly painstaking. In the mountains, Qin walked under the moonlight, but after traveling for a long time, she neither saw Li Zi nor any trace of the bandits. Along the way, only blood stained the forest red. A strange glint flashed in Qin eyes as she strode toward the edge of the forest. At the edge of the mountain forest, a thin young figure sat there, covered in blood, gasping for breath. Where are the others? Qin stepped forward and asked. They're all dead. Li Zi replied wearily. Qin narrowed her eyes just as she had thought. She had somewhat underestimated him. This young man was more ruthless than she had imagined. At the edge of the forest, Li Zi took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the woman beside him, saying, Master, you did that on purpose. Yes. Qin didn't try to justify herself at all and simply replied. Seeing her admit it so straightforwardly, Li Zi was at a loss for words. How did it feel to kill someone for the first time? Qin asked. Not good. Li Zi answered honestly. It's a bit disgusting. You'll get used to it. Qin said indifferently, then walked toward the carriage outside the forest. Let's go. Time to head back. Li Zi nodded, stood up, and followed. Fairy Master. Under the moonlight, the carriage rumbled past, and from inside, Li Zi's voice came, saying, What is it? Qin responded. If I were to die at the hands of those bandits, would you step in? Li Zi tentatively asked. No idea. Qin replied calmly, You're welcome to try. Li Zi was speechless. His life was too precious to gamble with. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. After a long silence, Qin spoke again, her tone indifferent. Starting today, in addition to practicing swordplay, you must also come to these mountains to eliminate bandits. A word of warning: the bandit leader is a martial artist who has unlocked one divine repository. Martial artist? Li Zi was startled, then quickly backed down, saying, Master, I think my skills are still lacking. Let the authorities handle the bandit suppression. I've made up my mind on this matter. No need to say more. With that, Qin casually tossed a wooden box over. Li Zi opened the box with a puzzled expression, but upon seeing the blood ginseng inside, his face lit up with ecstasy. Master Fairy, I love you. Hugs! Li Ziyue was so excited he nearly forgot his own surname, reaching out to embrace the person before him. Qin Anna's eyes turned cold, instantly making the air in the carriage feel as if it were freezing. Li Ziyue's body trembled slightly, quickly coming to his senses, his expression freezing as his arms stiffened mid-motion. Bam! The next moment, a surge of powerful true energy erupted from the carriage, shattering it instantly. Li Zi's body was sent flying and landed face first in the mud. Under the moonlight, the carriage rumbled away into the distance. Outside Yuzhou City, the morning sun rose as Li Zi trudged forward on foot, drenched in dew and looking utterly disheveled. It took Li Zi an entire night to finally make his way back. Offending a woman, especially a formidable one like Qin Anmei, leads to dire consequences. At the Li residence, Li Zi did not return all night, leaving Li Baiong anxiously pacing. However, fearing the terrifying woman by the backyard lake, he dared not take any action. No need to ask, no need to search. He won't die. Last night, when Qin Anmei returned, she uttered only these words before retiring to her room to rest. Li Baiong was frantic with worry, yet all he could do was fret in silence, too afraid to speak or inquire. Master, the young master has returned. In the front courtyard, a servant hurried over to report. Upon hearing this, Li Baiong quickly went forward to greet him. At the mansion's entrance, Li Zi returned, dressed in tattered clothes with disheveled hair, looking like a beggar, which shocked everyone in the household. What's wrong with you, young master? Why do you look as if you've been mistreated? Son, are you alright? Seeing his beloved son return, Li Million hurried forward and asked, Do I look fine to you? Li Ziyue stretched out his arms, pointed at his own appearance, and said angrily, Just not dead yet, that's all. After speaking, Li Ziyue looked around and shouted angrily, Where's old Qin? Is he back yet? In the backyard. Li Baiong replied, I'm going to find her. Li Zi said angrily, then quickly walked toward the backyard. Son, don't be impulsive, you can't beat her. Behind him, Li Baiong was startled and quickly grabbed the former, warning him. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue froze, his face filled with grief and indignation. He, the third young master of the prestigious Li family, the wealthiest playboy in the world, a cheater-like transmigrator, the favored son of the heavens, how could he possibly fear a woman? Wasn't it said that transmigration guarantees invincibility? He invented soap, he created glass, and everything seemed to be unfolding according to the script. So why was he afflicted with blocked meridians, unable to practice martial arts? Isn't this just playing with him? Son, speak calmly. That woman is truly formidable, Li Baiong cautiously comforted him, his tone filled with apprehension. Old Li, you're truly spineless. How can you be so afraid of a mere woman? Li Zi composed himself, cast a disdainful glance at the fat Li behind him, then straightened his back and strode toward the backyard. Li Baiong was momentarily stunned before snapping back to reality and hurriedly following. His son was being so assertive today. Was he planning to confront Fairy Qin head-on? By the lakeside in the backyard, Qin Annual stood quietly, her gaze fixed on the water's surface, her expression as calm and unruffled as the still lake. Beside him, Zhang Lata was still lying lazily, drinking wine, completely at ease. At this moment, outside the backyard, Li Zi strode over with vigorous steps, head held high and chest out, his imposing aura undiminished even in his disheveled state, exuding a fearless demeanor. Oh, this kid has some backbone after all. Zhang Lata opened his eyes, watching the determined Li Zi, and praised. Hit! Fight! The old man loves watching the commotion the most. Closer! Seeing Li Zi approaching, Zhang Lata couldn't suppress his excitement. By the lake shore, Li Zi strode forward with his head held high, his accumulated momentum so overwhelming. How could he possibly fear a woman? A man's true nature neither haughty nor humble. As Li Zai approached the lake, Qing Aina turned around, her gaze utterly calm, neither warm nor cold, devoid of any emotion. Yet, it was this indifferent glance, at this very moment, that seemed more terrifying than any threat. Li Zai shuddered as if struck by lightning, his previously fierce expression vanishing instantly. Master Fairy, I'm back. Did you sleep well last night? Li Zai approached with an ingratiating smile, offering his greetings. Jean Lotte turned his face away in speechless disgust, utterly shameless. Did he actually expect this kid to have some backbone? He must have drunk too much and lost his mind. Go practice your swordsmanship, Qing Annual said calmly. Got it. Li Zia obediently nodded in agreement, then happily scampered off to the side to start practicing his swordsmanship. Did he really kill all those dozen bandits by himself? Are you sure you didn't help him? Jean Lotte asked suspiciously. None. Qing Annual replied calmly. He's a prodigy. A prodigy? Him? Jean Lotte scoffed. A good-for-nothing, who can't even unblock his meridians. I mean, he's a genius at killing. Qing Aina said calmly. How long did it take you to adjust the first time you killed someone? Jean Lotte frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, a day. Killing is never a pleasant feeling, and even now, he still doesn't like it. Last night, he killed over a dozen people. When I saw him, he could still joke around. Could you have done the same back in your day? Qing Annual said calmly. I couldn't have. Jean Lotte's expression grew solemn. He understood what Qing Annual meant. This kid, if he isn't born cold and ruthless, then he must possess an incredibly resolute temperament with an extraordinary ability to adapt. The Li family truly produces no ordinary individuals. Jean Lotte let out a light sigh and said, the one we initially thought was useless turned out to be the most formidable in the end. A steadfast temperament is the rarest and most valuable virtue in martial arts. I'm very curious to see what achievements he'll make after unblocking all 8 extraordinary meridians. Qing Aina gazed at the young man not far away and murmured softly. It's difficult. Jean Lotte sighed. Even with so many great medicines and one medicine king at hand, you can at most help him unblock 1 meridian. A person has 8 meridians, where would you find so many medicine kings? Without them, relying solely on those great medicines, judging by the current progress, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to unblock all 8 of his meridians. It's simply impossible otherwise. Medicine kings aren't something you can just have whenever you want. Such things are encountered by chance, not sought out. Even with the Li family's astonishing wealth, it's nearly impossible to find so many medicine kings all at once. Both he and Qing Annual had underestimated the difficulty of reconstructing the 8 extraordinary meridians. After all, no one had ever attempted such a thing before. The matter of the medicine king is not urgent. Qing Annual said calmly. I heard there's a 1,000-year-old fleece flower root in the Imperial Academy of the capital. If all else fails, I'll make a trip to the capital. The Imperial Academy. Upon hearing this, Jean Lotte's expression turned serious. Are you sure you want to go there? The old fellow in the Imperial Academy is no simple character. Even you might not be able to escape unscathed if you try to take it by force. In this world, there are countless strong individuals, making it difficult to rank them. However, the old man within the Imperial Academy is undoubtedly recognized as one of the top 3 in the world, if not the strongest. The Confucian leader of the Imperial Academy, Kang Chiu. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not take it by force, Qing Amei said softly. As the two conversed, by the lakeside, Li Zai was still practicing his sword with intense focus, drenched in sweat. After last night's fierce battle, his sword now carried an even more formidable aura of killing intent. Fairy, are you ready? At this moment, a servant from the Li residence hurried over and respectfully said, "MHM." Qin Annual nodded, her gaze shifting to the young man ahead as she spoke. "Li Ziren, pause your training for now and come with me." With that, Qin Annual strode toward the medicine room. Li Ziyu sheathed his sword with a puzzled expression, then quickly followed after. In the medicine room, a massive medicinal barrel emitted steaming vapor. Today, the water temperature seemed even higher than usual. "Get in," Qin Annual said. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu promptly removed his outer garment and, with practiced ease, stepped into the medicinal barrel. Instantly, unbearable heat mixed with the potency of the medicine surged from all directions. In front of the medicinal barrel, Qin Annual stepped forward without a word and delivered a sudden palm strike to the young man's chest. "Ah!" In an instant, a scream akin to a slaughtered pig rang out once more. Inside the barrel, Li Zai curled up in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably as cold sweat poured down. Outside, the servants heard the miserable screams coming from the pharmacy, each trembling with fear, not daring to approach. Inside the pharmacy, Qin Annual opened the wooden box containing the blood ginseng king and took it out. At this moment, even Qin Annual, who had always been as calm as still water, wore a grave expression. Whether her conjecture was correct would be determined today. Reconstructing meridians has never been attempted before. Only the Li family possesses such vast financial resources to gather countless rare herbs. With these herbs as the foundation and this medicinal king added to the mix, perhaps a miracle might truly manifest in this young man. No matter how painful it gets, you must endure it. Qin Annual solemnly warned, her entire body surging with true energy as she flicked her slender hand, dispersing the blood ginseng. Encased in true energy, the crimson essence of the medicinal king transformed into a mist of blood, continuously flowing into Li Ziren's chest to repair his shattered meridians. Within mere moments, a faint sheen of sweat appeared on Qin Annual's forehead clearly. This was no easy task. Inside the medicine barrel, Li Zai clenched his teeth tightly, his body trembling violently. The pain of severed meridians and crushed bones was not something an ordinary person could endure. Outside the medicine room, by the lake, Zhang Lata drank from the wine jar one gulp after another. Soon, the entire jar was empty. Zhang Lata immediately opened another jar of wine. At this moment, perhaps even the sword-obsessed man himself hadn't noticed that his hand holding the wine jar had begun to tremble slightly with nervousness. Time, at this moment, felt so unbearably long. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed when suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the pharmacy, chilling to the bone. In the next instant, a deafening explosion shook the pharmacy as a tremendous force burst forth, shattering the entire medicine barrel and sending water splashing everywhere. On the ground, Li Zai sat slumped in utter exhaustion, gasping for breath with sweat pouring down his face. Ahead, Qin Annual fared no better, her long hair and robes drenched by the splashing water, a trace of blood at the corner of her lips, looking more disheveled than ever before. After a long while, Qin Annual suppressed the chaotic true qi within her body and said wearily, "Rest for half a day, then go practice your sword." With that, Qin Annual said no more and hurriedly left the medicine room, heading toward her own quarters. Inside the medicine room, Li Zai staggered to his feet, walked to the lakeside, and collapsed weakly onto the ground. "Old Bong, it worked." Li Ziyu spoke weakly, his emotions somewhat complicated, not exactly filled with joy. The price to unblock his meridians was too high. It was the first time he had seen Qin Ana in such a sorry state. This favor was a bit too heavy. "Qin Ana, not bad." Zhang Lata took a sip of wine and said earnestly, "Especially for you." At the Li residence, having half a day free, Li Zai lay by the lake for the entire afternoon, not wanting to move a single finger. After noon, Qin Annual stepped out of her room, having changed into fresh attire, still as transcendent and purely elegant as ever. Go practice your swordplay. Qing Annual arrived by the lake and spoke calmly. Got it. Li Zai sat up straight, then grabbed his sword and went to practice his swordsmanship. Qing Annual, impressive. Zhang Lata spoke up, earnestly saying, it's because his willpower is strong enough. If it were someone else, I wouldn't dare guarantee success. Qing Annual said calmly. Although that kid is decent, without your intervention, he would never have been able to unblock a single meridian in his lifetime. Zhang Lata replied, no, although his cultivation talent is still the worst among all martial artists, at least he can begin cultivating. Once one of the 8 meridians is unblocked, one can attempt to unlock the divine treasures within the body. If successful, it means one has officially embarked on the path of martial arts. Of course, with only 1 meridian unblocked, this kid's cultivation speed will undoubtedly be extremely slow, perhaps even painfully so. Fortunately, the Li family has plenty of wealth. Even if this boy's martial talent is lacking, it can be compensated for with countless precious medicines and spiritual pills. There's one more issue. Zhang Lata looked at the young man not far away and asked curiously, what cultivation technique are you planning to teach him? There's a technique I'd like him to try. Qing Annual gazed at the lake ahead and said, the flying immortal art. A sword from the west, a celestial immortal descends. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lata's expression changed, and he said, the sword technique of the first-generation sword god from 1,000 years ago, when the great Shang dynasty was founded. Are you really going to let this kid learn it? This method is almost no different from external training, extremely difficult to master. For thousands of years, apart from that first-generation sword god, no one else has ever succeeded. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Qing Annual said calmly, he only has 3 years. What other technique do you think could help him catch up to Helena? Zhang Lata listened and fell silent. 3 years is far too short. That Helena is one of the 4 greatest prodigies of this era, with terrifying martial talent. And this kid has only unlocked 1 meridian. No matter what technique he cultivates, there's no way he can catch up to Helena. This is reality, harsh as it may be. No one can change it. If cultivation can't catch up, then the only option is to focus on techniques. Qing Anna said solemnly, the flying immortal technique emphasizes moves more than cultivation. The fact that he created Tai Chi on his own proves his talent for swordsmanship. Perhaps, by pushing sword techniques to their limits, he can forge his own martial path, just like that sword god predecessor 1,000 years ago. It's tough. Zhang Lata sighed lightly. Over the past 1,000 years, how many have truly forged their own path in martial arts? Even you and I cannot completely break free from the constraints of our predecessors. This young man's martial path has begun with such difficulty, and the challenges he will face in the future will undoubtedly grow more numerous. It's truly hard to imagine how long he can persevere. Sword fanatic, Qing Annual spoke up. What is it? Something on your mind? Zhang Lata asked. You possess extraordinary martial skills but have no successor. Doesn't that leave you with regrets? Qing Amei said calmly. Heh. Zhang Lata smiled faintly and replied, with wine and a sword, I have enough. Qing Amei, speak plainly, no need to beat around the bush. Let us join forces and teach him the flying immortal technique. The sword god's moves cannot be fully replicated by me alone, Qing Amei proposed. Who would have thought that you, the plum blossom sword immortal, would ever need to ask for help? Zhang Lata took a sip of wine, his smile not quite reaching his eyes, and said, why should I help you, or rather, help this kid? As fellow sword cultivators, don't you want to see if someone in this lifetime can recreate the glory of the first-generation sword god, or even surpass him? Qing Annual said earnestly. Heh, your ambition is truly grand. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for him, but... Jean-Lotte paused, then with a slight curl of his lips, continued, I'm quite intrigued by your proposal. With the two of us teaching him together, backed by the limitless resources of the Li family and the first-generation sword goddess flying immortal technique, even a pig should start to catch on. Having said that, Zhang let in down the entire jar of wine in one gulp, feeling a rare surge of eagerness stirring within him. To be honest, having lived for so many years, he had seen all kinds of geniuses, but someone like Li Ziren, whose 8 meridians were completely blocked, was a first for him. This challenge excited him greatly. Teaming up with Qing Ana, without a doubt, could be considered the most extravagant lineup in the world. 2 sword immortals, the most powerful techniques in the world, supplemented by endless spiritual pills and elixirs, he refused to believe they couldn't defy this damn fate. Beside them, Qing Annuo, upon hearing the sword maniac's words, also flashed a glimmer of interest in her beautiful eyes. At their level of cultivation, few things could truly challenge them. However, turning Li Zai, this utter waste, into a capable disciple was undoubtedly the greatest challenge in the world. With this thought, Qing Annuo glanced at the piece of trash not far away and called out, Li Zai, come here. Coming. Upon hearing this, Li Zai came trotting over. Jean-Lotte and Qing Ana watched as a pig approached, then exchanged glances and nodded in acknowledgement. From this day forward, they would join forces to defy the so-called destiny. Li Zai. After withdrawing their gazes, Qing Ana spoke calmly. Have you ever heard of the Feckless Jew? I've heard of it. Li Zai nodded vigorously and said, the world's #1 cultivation method. It's said to be extremely difficult to master. Apart from the first-generation sword god during the founding of the Great Shang dynasty, no one has ever succeeded. Do you know why? Qing Annuo continued to ask. No idea. Li Ziyue shook his head. Because the Feckless Jew contains only a few sections that record methods for cultivating true qi, which are not only far from ingenious but even inferior to mediocre techniques. As a result, progress in cultivation is extremely slow. As for the remaining sections of the Feckless Jew, they all record techniques, which can indeed be called peerlessly exquisite. However, in the path of cultivation, true qi is the foundation. No matter how ingenious the techniques are, they require the proportion of true qi. Without powerful cultivation, one cannot unleash the true power of the techniques, no matter how many techniques one has mastered, Qing Annuo explained. Can't one first cultivate other techniques to gain powerful cultivation and then practice the techniques of the Feckless Jew? Li Ziyue asked curiously. No. Qing Annuo shook her head and said, many have tried your method cultivating other techniques before practicing the moves from the Feckless Jew, but it's almost useless. Some even became obsessed with it and ended up suffering from qi deviation. Then, if I cultivate the techniques from the Feckless Jew, will I also progress as slowly as those people? Li Zai voiced his concern. Heh! By the lakeside, Jean-Lotte let out a mocking laugh and said, don't worry, slowness is inevitable. You don't need to be concerned about that at all. For a peerless waste like you who's only opened 1 meridian, no cultivation technique will make a difference. There's basically no room left to decline. Li Ziyue wanted to stab this wretched old man to death with a single sword thrust. The sword fanatic is telling the truth. Qing Ana swiftly added, then paused to consider before offering some comfort. However, the Li family has plenty of silver. With mountains of rare treasures and miraculous elixirs, plus guidance from me and the sword fanatic, perhaps you have a sliver of hope to master it. Li Ziyue still didn't want to speak. Suddenly, Li Ziyue snapped out of his daze and looked at the scruffy old man by the lake, asking in surprise, Old Dong, are you going to teach me swordplay too? What? Is that a problem? Jean-Lotte grinned with a hint of sarcasm. Kid, you should be laughing secretly. Countless prodigies have begged me to teach them, and I refused. You're lucky to have both me and Qin guiding you. You better make some effort. If even with this you achieve nothing, Qin and I will truly lose all faith. Try my best, try my best. Li Zai gave an awkward smile. Having poor talent wasn't his fault, he also wished to be like those peerless geniuses, cultivating at an astonishing pace and becoming invincible in the world. Unfortunately, reality didn't allow it. First, memorize the hard method of the Feixian Ju and practice it at dawn and dusk every day. Qin tossed over a scroll of sheepskin and said, as for the techniques, both I and the sword maniac will teach you. Li Ziyue took the parchment and carefully memorized the cultivation method written on it. After about a dozen breaths, Li Ziyue raised his head and said, I've memorized it. So fast. Zhang Lata was surprised and said, in such a short time, it's only enough to read it once. Good memory, born with it. Li Ziyue grinned, revealing 8 pearly white teeth. Oh, at least there are still some merits. Zhang Lata said with a faint smile. Watch carefully. Beside them, Qin watched calmly and spoke a single sentence before stepping forward, brushing past Li Zi. Before he could react, Li Zi realized the Qin Shuang sword in his hand had vanished without a trace. Qin retrieved her sword and strode forward. The next moment, in the backyard of the Li residence, the fairy danced with her sword, filling the garden with flying petals and falling leaves. A single frost blue blade, its cold gleam blinding, sent sword energy sweeping across 300 dong. By the lakeside, Li Ziyue witnessed this scene, his expression one of awe. The hall is drunk with flowers, 3,000 guests. A single sword's chill chills 14 provinces. Is this the sword? Is this the sword immortal? Ha ha, kid, watch carefully. Beside him, Zhang Latian let out a hearty laugh, raised his sword with a wave, and grasped the 3-foot blade. Striding forward like a shooting star, with a jug of wine in one hand and a sword in the other, his heroic spirit soared to the heavens, his sword aura piercing the skies. A sight beyond words, it became the most unforgettable memory of Li Zai's life. 2 sword immortals, 2 blades, their bodies swift as wind and thunder, their swords gleaming like stars, reviving the peerless elegance of the sword god from 1,000 years ago. Half a quarter hour later, the wind ceased, the leaves settled, and the sword light dissipated. Everything returned to tranquility. Qin departed, and Zhang Lata returned to the lakeside to continue drinking, neither disturbing Li Ziren, who remained deeply immersed in shock. After an unknown amount of time, Li Zai struggled to regain his senses. He turned his gaze to the disheveled Dong beside him and asked hoarsely, Old Dong, how long will it take for me to reach your level? 30 years. Zhang took a sip of wine and replied calmly. What about catching up to the first-generation sword god? Li Ziyue asked again. 300 years. Zhang Lata responded, then added, that is, if you can live that long without dying. The sunset faded, and the starry sky shone brilliantly. After practicing his swordplay, Li Ziyue left the Li residence and has not returned since. In the backyard of the Li residence, Zhang Lata took a sip of wine, gazing at the lake ahead, and casually asked, Aren't you afraid those bandits might kill the boy if you don't follow him? If he can't even handle those bandits, there's no need for him to continue learning swordsmanship, Qin replied. The leader of those bandits is a true martial artist. Although he's only opened the first divine vault, he's still not someone the current him can handle, Zhang Lata reminded. No problem. Qin said calmly, I'm not asking him to confront those bandits head-on. Even if he's unlucky enough to run into their leader and can't win, he can still flee. The mountainous terrain is complex. There are always ways to survive. How? What a cold and heartless master you are. Zhang Lata responded indifferently and then continued drinking, saying nothing more. Even his master didn't care, so he had even less reason to be concerned. To live is luck, to die is fate. It all depends on whether that kid is blessed with good fortune. The Chilean mountains, bathed in bright moonlight, should have been tranquil, but the forest was now unusually lively. Under the night sky, a young figure desperately fled, pursued by a dozen or so bandits who were chasing him with all their might, turning the tranquil mountain forest into a scene of chaos. Li Zi's luck was truly not very good. Originally, he had only intended to take advantage of the darkness to practice his skills on a few patrolling bandits. Unexpectedly, he accidentally alerted the bandit leader. To make matters worse, perhaps because Qing Amei had stolen the blood ginseng king, the bandit leader was already seething with anger and had nowhere to vent it. Upon spotting Li Zi, he went berserk and personally led the chase after him. Thus, the entire mountain forest became lively. Search for me. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find that kid for me. After chasing for who knows how long, the bandit leader looked at the empty forest ahead and shouted angrily. Yes, chief. Behind, more than 20 bandits spread out, holding torches as they searched everywhere. Under the cover of night, Li Zi hid in the thick weeds, watching the overwhelming number of bandits surrounding him, feeling utterly overwhelmed. How was he supposed to fight this? One against a whole group. Moreover, the bandit leader was a martial artist who had unlocked his divine treasure. Li Zi tightened his grip on the sword and cautiously retreated in the direction away from the bandit leader under the cover of night. For now, he couldn't defeat this bastard, so avoiding him was the best option. Once he unlocked the divine vault, he would come back to settle the score. After retreating about 100 paces, Li Zi saw 2 bandits within striking distance. His figure suddenly surged forward as he charged straight at them. Swish! The blue frost blade was unsheathed, a cascade of cold light blinding the eyes. The 2 bandits didn't even have time to react before blood gushed from their throats, staining the night red. Over there! In the distance, the bandit leader noticed and flew into a rage, shouting, after them, damn it! Grandson, this young master won't keep you company anymore, farewell. 100 dong away, Li Zi raised his hand and flipped the bird, then turned and bolted. Half an hour later, outside the mountain forest, a disheveled young figure dashed out, leaped onto a horse, and galloped away. Under the enchanting night sky, Li Zi returned to Yuzhou City as dawn approached. The moment the city gates opened, Li Zi entered, riding swiftly back to the Li residence. The servants in the mansion were no longer surprised to see the young master return in such a disheveled state once again. A few pretty maids even secretly cast flirtatious glances at Li Zi, their expressions shy and coy, as if both resisting and welcoming his attention. When the young master has time, I'll come find you to discuss life. Li Zi grinned in response to the maid's coquettish looks, then hurriedly retreated to the backyard. By the lakeside in the backyard, Zhang Lat hadn't yet come to claim his spot, and Qing Ana was still freshening up in her room, not yet out. So, Li Zi immediately took the best spot by the lake, sat cross-legged, and began practicing the mental techniques of the Feixian Ju. Old Qing had said that the best times to practice Feixian Ju were dawn and dusk each day. With his talent being so poor, if he didn't work harder, he'd fall even further behind those geniuses. At this thought, Li Zi felt waves of sorrow in his heart. He's the true favored son of the heavenly Tao, alright? How come his presence is so weak? Look at those so-called divine sons and Buddha sons, their reputations are so resounding. The 4 great prodigies of the world, just the name alone sounds impressive. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Li Zi closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and began circulating the flying immortal heart technique. Just then, the door of a nearby room creaked open. Qing Amei stepped out and, upon seeing Li Zi practicing diligently by the lakeside, felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. At least he's hard-working. No matter what, diligence can compensate for shortcomings. If one lacks talent, they can only make up for it with more effort. However, before her thoughts could settle, Qin Annual's body suddenly trembled, and a look of shock appeared on her face. No! At that moment, in the adjacent room, Zhang Lata abruptly pushed open the door, his gaze fixed on the figure by the lake, a flash of alarm in his eyes. Qin Annual, didn't you tell him that during cultivation, one must remain calm and free from any emotions? Zhang Lata said sternly. I thought he knew. Qin Amei's expression darkened as she said, this is common knowledge in martial arts, so I didn't pay it much attention. This is troublesome. Zhang Lata clenched his fist and said, let's hope the kid is lucky and doesn't suffer from chi deviation. By the lakeside, Li Zai was practicing the Feixian technique while seething with anger, his temper flaring. Little did he know that behind him, Qin Annual and Zhang Lata were so anxious they were practically spinning in circles. As time passed, Qin Annual and Zhang Lata grew so nervous that their palms began to sweat, terrified that Li Zai might cripple himself right at the start of his training. If that happened, it would be the biggest joke of all to sword immortals teaching a disciple who turns into an idiot in less than 10 days. Such a story would go down as the greatest farce in the 9 provinces for 1,000 years. Something's not right. Half an hour later, Zhang Lata frowned as he looked at Li Zai, who was still meditating with closed eyes by the lakeside, and said, why hasn't there been any movement at all? Logically speaking, if one's mind isn't calm during cultivation, even if they don't go berserk, they should at least cough up some blood as a sign. The current situation is just too bizarre, too quiet. Should we wake him up? Zhang Lata suggested. No. Qin Amei shook her head, her expression grave, and said, forcing him awake might make things worse. Let's wait a little longer. Zhang Lata nodded and continued to wait patiently. In the east, the morning sun slowly rises, casting its first rays of dawn upon the earth, dispelling the chill of the night. Under the gaze of the two, suddenly, with Li Zai at the center, the lake shore stirred without wind, and the water surface surged with towering waves. Qin Annual and Zhang Lata, witnessing this, trembled in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. Impossible! Boss! At this moment, Li Zai's chest resonated with the roar of divine treasures, as if 1,000 thunderbolts were surging within. Around him, endless streams of heaven and earth spiritual energy converged, continuously pouring into his divine treasures. The astonishing scene left even the two well-traveled sword immortals in shock, unable to explain what was happening before their eyes. This kid has only just opened one meridian, hasn't he? Zhang Lata opened his mouth with difficulty and stammered, what in the world is going on? I don't know either. Qin Annual suppressed the turmoil in her heart and murmured absent-mindedly, perhaps we were all wrong. No, it should be said that for 1,000 years, everyone has been wrong. What do you mean? Zhang Latai's expression suddenly changed, as if he had understood something, and said, the flying immortal technique is different from all other cultivation methods in the world. For 1,000 years, everyone who tried to practice it was wrong, and this kid stumbled upon the correct method by accident. That's the only explanation. Qin Annual said calmly, otherwise, with his martial arts talent, it would be impossible for him to open the first divine repository so quickly. We'll know once he wakes up and we ask him. Zhang Lata cast his gaze at the young man ahead and clicked his tongue, saying, this kid's luck is incredible. He actually stumbled upon this by sheer chance. As the two spoke, by the lakeside, with the influx of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, Li Zai's chest erupted with dazzling radiance from his divine repository. The roaring sounds were incessant, like a microcosmic world filled with thunder and raging waves. Half an hour later, Li Zai suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, with flickering brilliance. Surging true chi poured out from the divine repository in his chest, rapidly spreading in all directions. Dust swirled, water rippled, and the astonishing aura drew everyone's attention. Is this what a martial artist is? Li Ziyue looked at his own hands, excitement flashing in his eyes. He could do it. It was possible. He felt like he could take on Free Hu Liner right now. Kid, what kind of daydream are you having? You're practically drooling. Jean Lotte looked at Li Zai, whose eyes were shining, and asked. Li Zai snapped out of it, quickly wiped the corner of his mouth, and chuckled, saying, just opened my divine repository, feeling a bit excited. How did you do it? Qin Annual walked over and asked. What do you mean? How did I do it? Li Zai responded with confusion. Originally, according to my calculations, even with the combined guidance of myself and the Sword Maniac, along with the endless supply of rare treasures from the Li family, it would take at least 10 days to help you open your first divine repository. If things didn't go smoothly, it might even take a year or two. Qin Annual calmly said, let me ask you, what were you thinking about when you were practicing the flying immortal technique just now? Thinking about what? Li Zai was taken aback, then rubbed his nose and replied somewhat sheepishly, I was thinking, why doesn't someone as outstanding as me have any martial arts talent, while those so-called divine sons and Buddhist prodigies get to be so flashy? It's infuriating. Qin Annual and Jean Lotte exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement that must be the reason. Practicing the Feixian Ju likely means that the more intense the emotional fluctuations, the faster the cultivation speed. Remaining calm and composed, on the other hand, hinders the circulation of true qi. Perhaps when emotions fluctuate intensely, the flow of blood qi accelerates, allowing the true qi of Feixian Ju to move faster by riding on the swift currents of blood qi in the meridians. Qin Enio voiced her speculation. This is truly baffling. Jean Lotte, upon hearing this, felt as if he had swallowed a fly, deeply unsettled. He muttered, after decades of martial arts practice, today I've learned something new from a junior. Qin Annual also sighed softly. It wasn't just the sword fanatic, she was no exception. Or rather, for 1,000 years, everyone had been the same. Under rigid thinking, no one had ever considered making a change. Beside them, Li Zai listened to their conversation and grinned. Although he didn't quite understand the words of these two big shots, there was one thing he did grasp. He was damn awesome. Maybe if he trained for another year or so, he could really take on Free Holiness. Let's spar a bit. Overly excited, Li Zai turned to Qin Annual and Jean Lotte, saying. Qin Annual was taken aback, and Jean Lotte also froze. Is this kid out of his mind? Sword fanatic. Soon, Qin Annual regained her composure and said calmly, you go ahead, just don't cripple him. I'll try. Jean Lotte responded with a forced smile, waving his right hand. Instantly, an ancient sword flew out from within the room. The sword remains sheathed, its aura faintly discernible. In the next instant, the sword moves, filling the garden with crisscrossing sword energy, sending waves surging back 30 zhang. Holy shit! Seeing this, Li Zai's pupils constrict violently as he turns and flees. Yet, it is already too late. Boom! With a loud bang, Long let it sheathe his sword, and the waves in the lake came crashing down. On the backyard wall, a human-shaped dent appeared. Li Zai had been slammed into it, disheveled and looking utterly wretched. Where is that brat? You useless lot! As night fell, Li Zai, thoroughly chastised by the sword fanatic, arrived at the Chuan mountain seething with rage, venting his anger on the bandits lurking within. Thus, the mountains and forests became lively once again. After opening the divine treasury, the only meridian Li Ziyue had unblocked surged with true energy. Whether in speed or strength, his movements had significantly improved. Chief, The person ran toward the west. In front of the mountain stronghold, a bandit rushed forward and urgently reported. "What are you standing there for? Chase them now!" The bandit leader roared angrily. Yes! This time, except for a few bandits left to guard the stronghold, the rest all surged forward in pursuit. In the mountains, led a group of bandits in a frantic game of hide and seek, covering nearly half of the Chuan mountain range in just 2 hours. "Boss, what's this kid trying to do? Doesn't he ever get tired?" Beside the bandit leader, a scrawny, weasel-faced bandit spoke up, panting heavily as he watched the young man nearly vanish from sight. "No matter what he's up to, capture him alive for me. I want to skin him alive." The bandit leader angrily shouted a command, then led his men to continue the pursuit. Deep in the mountain forest, led a group of bandits in circles for half the night before stealthily doubling back to the bandit camp unnoticed. "Who goes there?" Inside the mountain stronghold, only a dozen or so men remained on guard. At the sight of the approaching figures, their expressions instantly turned alarmed. The wheel of fortune turns. "Now, let's see how you act, all high and mighty." Li Ziren looked at the dozen or so bandits in the stronghold with a malicious grin and said, "Drop your weapons. You're surrounded by me. Surrender and you won't die. Brothers, he's alone. Kill him." In the stronghold, one of the bandits, seeing that Li Zai had no one else behind him, felt slightly relieved and shouted loudly, "Kill!" The other bandits, seeing this, also mustered their courage and charged forward with their sabers. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Li Ziuo grinned, took a step forward, and charged ahead with his sword in hand. The bandits were brutal, but only to defenseless common folk. Li Ziu'e was a monster even more vicious than the bandits. Under the night sky, Li Ziu'a, wielding the Qinfrost sword, slashed wildly like a madman, and before long, he had cut down over a dozen men. Li Ziu'a had already unlocked his divine repository, making him somewhat of a martial artist, no longer the same as before. Moreover, how could the bandits' machetes compare to the Plum Blossom Sword, Immortal's treasured sword, Frost Green? Thus, Li Ziuo finally fulfilled his dream from his past life, slashing through a whole group in one go. Ha ha ha! Seeing all the bandits fall to the ground, Li Ziuo stood in place and laughed arrogantly. "What a bunch of weaklings! Chief, he's over there." However, before Li Zai could revel in his arrogance for long, a bandit with sharp eyes spotted him from a distant high ground and urgently shouted, "He's heading to our hideout. Damn it, it's a diversion. Hurry back with me." The bandit leader was shocked and immediately led his men back the way they came. Inside the bandit camp, Li Zai kicked open the door, glanced at the hidden treasures inside, casually flipped through them, and quickly lost interest. "Just some gold and jewels, how tacky. These bandits are too poor, not even a single decent treasure to be found." Looking around, Li Zai noticed the tiger skin chair where the bandit leader had been sitting and strode toward it. After searching for a while without finding anything, Li Ziu thought for a moment, then lifted his sword and swung it down. Boom! With a loud crash, the tiger skin chair split in two under the force of the sword. Ha ha! I knew it! How could there be no treasure at all? Li Ziu looked at the rosewood box beneath the tiger skin chair, his face lighting up with excitement as he picked it up. "Kid, you're asking for death. Put down what you're holding right now." At that moment, outside the mountain stronghold, the bandit leader and his men chased back in. Seeing the young man in front of the tiger skin chair, the leader's expression instantly darkened as he roared in fury. "Want it? Then come catch me if you can." Li Ziu shook the wooden box in his hand, then stomped his foot, shattered the window, and fled. "Chase him! We must get that box back from him!" The bandit leader roared in anger. "Yes!" Behind, the numerous bandits, upon hearing this, gave chase once again. Within the mountain forest, Li Xiu clutched the rosewood box and fled desperately, not daring to stop for even a moment. Behind him, a dark mass of bandits pursued frantically, with the bandit leader at the forefront nearly bursting with rage, wishing he could cut down the thief ahead. That item must never fall into someone else's hands. The night was deep, and Li Zai had no idea how long he had been fleeing. In any case, the bandits behind him were growing fewer, with only a handful still able to keep up. Yet, the bandit leader remained hot on his heels, not falling behind even half a step. So, Li Zai clutched the red wooden box in his hands even tighter. He knew that anything capable of making the bandit leader so determined must be extraordinary. After chasing for another half an hour, only 2 of them were still able to run in the mountain forest, but by now, they were also panting heavily and had to stop to catch their breath. The bandit leader leaned against a large tree, gasping for air, and shouted breathlessly, "Kid, just hand over the box in your possession, and our grudges will be settled. I can let you live alive. How? Keep dreaming. Catch me if you can." Li Zai was also exhausted to the point of barely being able to straighten his back, but he still refused to admit defeat and retorted, "Here's the deal, hand over the box, and you can take whatever you want from our stronghold. Gold, silver, treasures, they're all yours," the bandit leader said, his expression shifting as he suppressed his anger and spoke in a coaxing tone. "Don't waste your breath. The only thing I'm not short of is silver. Are you still chasing me or not? If not, I'm leaving," Li Zai said. With that, Li Zai struggled to straighten his back and continued his escape. "Kid, don't let me catch you, or I'll make sure you wish you were dead." The bandit leader's face darkened as he forced himself upright and staggered after him. To the east, a faint glow of dawn appeared, signaling the approaching daybreak. The mountain forest exit was just ahead. Li Zai turned to look back at the pursuing bandit leader, but his expression suddenly froze. "Where is he? Lost him. Kid, you're dead." At that moment, a figure rushed out from not far away, fists roaring through the air with a powerful strike. A sudden punch, carrying the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, even caused the air to crackle with explosive sounds. The unexpected ambush left no time to dodge. Li Zai's expression darkened slightly as he swiftly raised his Qing Shuang sword horizontally to block the heavy blow. Boom! With an earth-shaking collision, Li Zai was sent flying and crashed directly into the large tree behind him. Thud! The tremendous force of the punch struck Li Zai, causing a sweet taste to rise in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Kid, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hand over the box." The bandit leader stepped forward menacingly, his expression dark as he spoke. "Keep dreaming." Li Xiu suppressed his injuries, silently counting the distance between them. When the bandit leader came within 3 steps, he suddenly lunged forward and thrust his sword. The bandit leader's pupils contracted, not expecting the young man before him to still have strength left. Caught off guard, he failed to dodge in time, and his chest was instantly pierced by the sword. Slash! The long sword plunged into his body, drawing out spurts of glaring blood. The bandit leader groaned, staggering back several steps. "Think you can catch me, young master? You got what it takes." Li Zai drew his sword, severely injured yet showing no intention to prolong the fight. Staggering with the sword in hand, he made his way toward the edge of the mountain forest. Behind, the bandit leader wanted to give chase but stumbled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Brat!" The bandit leader watched the youth disappear into the mountains, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Outside Yuzhou City, a fast horse galloped in. On its back, the young man lay slumped, seemingly unconscious. The gate guard stopped the horse, and upon seeing the youth on its back, immediately recognized his identity. "Isn't this the third young master of the Li Manor?" How did he get so severely injured? One of the soldiers exclaimed in shock. Don't ask questions now. Hurry and escort him back to the Lee Manor. Another soldier spoke gravely. The Lee Manor was one of the most prominent forces in Yuzhou City. Even the city's lord had to treat the Lee family head with utmost respect. If anything happened to this third young master of the Lee Manor, the entire Yuzhou City would likely tremble in response. In the backyard of the Lee residence, chaos erupted throughout the household when Li Zai was brought back. Li Baiong rushed back in a hurry and, upon seeing the severely injured and unconscious Li Zai, was so heartbroken that he nearly shed tears. Fairy, what happened to Zai? Li Baiong anxiously asked the plum blossom fairy by the bedside. A few broken ribs, nothing serious. Qing Anna examined Li Zai's injuries and said solemnly, take him to the medicine room. With that, Qing Anna stood up and immediately headed outside. By the lakeside, Zhang Lotte watched the chaotic scene in the backyard, silently took a sip of wine, and refrained from adding to the commotion. That kid must have clashed head-on with that bandit leader. Qing Annual had mentioned that the bandit leader had already reached the mid-stage of the first divine vault, while this kid had just opened his divine vault and faced off against him. It was already a miracle he managed to come back alive. Still too weak. And this was just a bandit leader. His real opponent was Hu Liner, one of the world's 4 great prodigies. If he didn't think of some other way, he would never catch up in this lifetime. In the medicine room, Li Ziren was placed into a medicinal tub. Qing Annual stepped forward, her expression solemn as her true energy surged around her. She pointed her fingers into his body. The next moment, steam built inside the medicinal barrel, and before long, the entire pharmacy was enveloped in mist. Ho! In his unconscious state, Li Zai let out a muffled groan of pain, his body beginning to tremble. As an endless stream of medicinal energy and true qi poured into his body, the wounds on Li Zai's chest began to heal, visibly astonishing to behold. After more than half an hour, Qing Annual emerged from the pharmacy with a weary expression, looking utterly exhausted. How about it? Zhang Lotte asked. It's fine now. Qing Amei replied wearily. That kid's got some luck. Zhang Lotte let out a sigh of relief and said, what did this kid do? Looking at the palm strike on his chest, that bandit leader was clearly furious and determined to kill him. Maybe it's related to this. Qing Amei tossed the red wooden box in her hand over as she spoke. Zhang Lotte took the rosewood box with a puzzled expression and opened it, only for his demeanor to change drastically the next moment. Before his eyes, inside the rosewood box lay a pitch-black stone, seemingly no different from any ordinary rock. Yet, upon seeing this stone, Zhang Lotte's expression shifted in a rare display of emotion. What's so special about this stone? Qing Anna asked in confusion, having previously examined this stone and found nothing particularly special about it. Qing Anna, though your cultivation may be slightly higher than mine, when it comes to knowledge and insight, you fall far short of this old man. Zhang Lotte regained his composure, looked at the woman before him, and grinned, saying, do you know what this is? No idea. Qing Anna shook her head. This is blazing divine iron. As he spoke, Zhang Latre channeled a wisp of true energy into the stone. Instantly, the entire rock began to transform. Fine cracks appeared, and waves of scorching heat surged forth. Beside them, Qing Annual's expression grew solemn at the sight. This divine iron is one of the most young attributed treasures in the world. Legend says it was formed when celestial stars fell to earth and were tempered in subterranean fires for 10,000 years. It's far more precious than the 1,000-year cold iron in your frost-green sword, Zhang Latre explained. Qing Annual narrowed her eyes upon hearing this and said, so it truly is a divine artifact. Since such a treasure exists, could we forge a sword for him with it? The difficulty lies precisely here. Jean Lotte sighed helplessly. This material was formed within the earth's fire. It's unlikely there's any flame in this world capable of melting it. Trying to forge a sword with this divine iron is truly difficult. Is there no other way? Qin Annual frowned. It's not entirely impossible. Jean Lei thought for a moment and said, I once read in an ancient text that solitary yin cannot grow, isolated yang cannot thrive. In ancient times, when master craftsmen forged artifacts, they would incorporate elements of opposite properties into the divine materials. This not only prevented the materials from becoming too brittle but also aided in their shaping. Elements of opposite properties. Qin Annual murmured softly and said, Then we would need something of extreme in nature. Indeed, but finding an extreme in object of the same level as this blazing fire divine iron is no easy task. Jean Lotte said solemnly. Yes, it's certainly not easy. Qin Annual nodded and said, Sword fanatic, don't you think there's something unusual about this matter? What do you mean? Jean Lotte asked in confusion. Those lowly bandits in the Chuen Mountains, how could they possess such a divine artifact? Moreover, even I don't recognize this sacred iron, yet their leader knew its value and hid it so meticulously. Isn't that too strange? Qin Annual remarked. Now that you mention it, it does seem rather suspicious. Jean Lotte frowned and said, If it were just a chance encounter with this treasure, that would be one thing. But ordinary people, even if they saw it, would only take it for a worthless rock. They wouldn't recognize its true nature. For that bandit leader to identify it as a treasure, unless someone tipped him off, the only explanation is that he already knew what the stone was. The common man is guiltless, but the possession of a treasure makes him a target. If someone had informed him, that bandit leader wouldn't have been able to keep such a divine artifact. Qin Annual said calmly, The most likely scenario is that he already knew the stone as value. If so, that bandit leader is no ordinary man. Jean Lotte nodded and remarked, Who would have thought this small city of Yuzhou is teeming with hidden talents? The Li household is one thing, but even the bandits in the mountains outside the city are no common folk. Perhaps, to find the extreme in object opposite to the blazing fire divine iron, we should start with the bandit leader, Qin Annual said. That makes sense. Jean Lotte nodded and smiled, saying, What? Are you planning to take action yourself? I can't bring myself to bully the weak. Since Li Zai retrieved the divine iron, he should handle the next steps himself. Qin Annual said calmly, That bandit leader isn't too strong an opponent. With some effort, Li Zai should be able to catch up. As the two were speaking, in the pharmacy, Li Zai, who had been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes. Just as he struggled to get up, a sharp, excruciating pain shot through his chest, causing his entire body to tremble. After a long while, Li Zai took a deep breath and carefully climbed out of the medicinal tub. Ouch! During the climb, Li Zai accidentally bumped his still healing rib, causing him to grimace in pain once more. After struggling for nearly half an hour, Li Zai finally emerged from the medicine room. Spotting the two by the lake, he gritted his teeth and shuffled toward them step by step. Oh, still alive. Not bad, not bad. Jean Lotte glanced at him and remarked, If you hadn't come out soon, I'd have thought you were dead. Bao, what bad luck. I'm perfectly fine, no way I'd die. Li Zuo grumbled irritably, finally managing to move to the lakeside and sitting down with a pained expression. But, he said, just a little more, and I would have really died. So, how about it? A true martial artist isn't as simple as you imagined, is it? Jean Lotte remarked. Very strong. Li Zuo nodded and said, If he hadn't been careless and taken a sword strike from me, I might not have made it back. Tell me, what happened? Jean Lotte asked curiously. Li Ziyue nodded and recounted in detail the events of the previous night. Zhang Lata and Qing Ana listened quietly, and after hearing everything, they exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with surprise. These kids' reflexes are quite impressive. Kid, you did the right thing. Zhang Lata praised. Even if you had stabbed the bandit leader with your sword, if you had continued to fight recklessly, you would still have died. Good, you didn't let momentary victory cloud your judgment. The boy is teachable. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Li Zai grinned and said, I just feel that the bandit leader is very strong, and I'm not confident I can defeat him. You'll be able to soon. Beside him, Qing Annual spoke up calmly. In the coming days, you should first practice the mental techniques of the flying immortal art. Once your injuries have healed a bit more, I will teach you the sword techniques of the flying immortal art with all my effort. Is it really true? Thank you so much, Fairy Master. Ouch! Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue was instantly thrilled. However, just as he was about to get carried away, he accidentally aggravated his wound, sucking in a sharp breath from the pain. Just as Li Ziyue officially embarked on his martial arts journey to the west of the great Shang capital, the rumble of carriage wheels echoed. After days of travel, Li Yue and the third prince's entourage finally arrived at the gates of the capital. The bustling capital, standing unyielding for 1,000 years, had weathered countless storms since the founding of the great Shang dynasty. It remained unshaken, impervious to any force that sought to topple it. Even the most invincible sword immortals in the mortal world must shift their fengmang when arriving at the capital of the great Shang. Such is the profound heritage of this millennia-old premier city. Before the capital, Li Yue lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the ancient city ahead. A trace of solemnity appeared on her beautiful face. The time had finally come. For years, the Li family had done everything possible to avoid any entanglement with the powers of this imperial city. But now, the situation no longer allowed the Li residents to retreat. The collision between the Li family and the capital's forces has become inevitable. In front of Li Yue's carriage, the third Prince Mu Yao gazed at the imperial city ahead, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. This trip was not in vain. He had, after all, accomplished his mission. He was afraid that the Li family might refuse to come, in which case, he wouldn't have any particularly good solutions. After all, in Yuzhou City, the Li family was a dominant force. Li Yue had already arrived, and it wouldn't be long before Li Ziren came as well. Let's go! Into the city. With that thought, Mu Yao lowered the carriage curtain and gave the order. Yes! Behind, the sound of rumbling carriages slowly entered the capital of the Great Shang. At this moment, in the various mansions of the Great Shang capital, secret reports poured in. Before long, news of the Li family's arrival in the capital spread. In the imperial palace, an exceptionally beautiful young woman, more radiant than flowers, heard the news delivered by a young eunuch and curved her lips into a faint smile. The Li family had finally arrived. Over the past few years, she had heard her imperial brothers mention the Li family more than once. Even her father, the emperor, had spoken of the Li family in Yuzhou City several times. It was clear that the Li family had gradually gained significant influence in the great Shang dynasty. Yet, throughout these years, the Li family had never set foot in the capital, leaving her with no chance to meet any of its members. Princess Ninth, the fourth prince, has arrived. At this moment, a young eunuch hurried over and announced, "Fourth imperial brother. Please invite him in at once," the young maiden said. Yes. The young eunuch acknowledged the order and promptly turned to leave. Before long, a man dressed in white approached. His expression was cold, devoid of any hint of a smile, and his pace was neither fast nor slow, each step precisely the same distance apart, without the slightest deviation. The fourth prince, Nubai, was one of the world's 4 great prodigies, standing alongside the divine son of Tianyu Temple, the Buddhist sex Buddha child, and JUNKE sex heroine. Merely by standing there, he exuded an indescribable sense of pressure. Fourth brother. The young girl stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Murong, your third imperial brother has returned. Nubai spoke calmly. Aren't you going to see him? Didn't fourth imperial brother also not go? Murong straightened up and smiled gracefully, saying, talking with third imperial brother is too exhausting. I'd rather stay in the palace. I heard the Li family has also arrived. Is it the Li family's heir? Nubai inquired. It's said that Li Zai has become the disciple of the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal. If there's a chance, I'd like to spar with him. I'm afraid fourth brother will be disappointed. Murong smiled and said, according to my information, the one who came from the Li family this time is their eldest daughter, Li Yue. The Li family heir did not come. Upon hearing this, Nubai slightly furrowed his brows and said, what a pity. Not a pity. Murong curled the corners of his lips slightly and said, since the eldest daughter of the Li family has come, Li Zai will soon follow. What do you mean? Nubai asked. Fourth brother, if you dislike political intrigue, then don't ask too many questions. Murong smiled and said, in any case, I told you Li Zai would come, and he will definitely come. Just wait patiently. All right, I'm leaving. Nubai nodded, then turned and walked away. Behind her, Murong watched her elder brother's retreating figure, a trace of helplessness appearing on her beautiful face. Her fourth imperial brother's temperament was truly too eccentric. Aside from practicing swordsmanship, he had no interest in anything else. In the royal family, where power struggles were the norm, he was indeed an anomaly. However, just because the fourth imperial brother didn't compete didn't mean he could stay out of the fray. If her guess was correct, once the legitimate son of the Li family arrived in the capital, the struggle between the imperial family and the Li family, as well as the overt and covert conflicts among the imperial princes, would officially begin. At the Li residence, 5 days had passed since Li Zai was severely beaten into critical condition by the bandit leader. During these 5 days, apart from being tormented by Qing Im and soaking in medicinal baths daily, Li Zai devoted all his efforts to practicing the mental techniques of the flying immortal art. Just as Qing Im and Zhang Lata had speculated, even though Li Zai had stumbled upon the correct method to cultivate the flying immortal art and had the assistance of an endless supply of potent medicines, his progress in cultivation remained painfully slow. Very slow. So slow it's infuriating. Even someone as transcendent and ethereal as Qing Aina, a fairy-like figure, had several times considered abandoning this disciple and walking away. If not for Li Zai's thick skin, repeatedly pleading shamelessly, and the fact that the master-disciple relationship was already known to the world and couldn't be changed, Qing Aina would have truly reached her limit and left. Calm down, we saw this coming long ago, Zhang Lata said gleefully by the lakeside. No, at this rate, even if he practices for 100 years, he won't catch up to Huolina. We must find a way to quickly unblock his other meridians. Qing Annual suppressed her anger and said. It's difficult. Zhang Lata said, the Li family indeed has plenty of silver, and medicinal herbs are in ample supply. But as you can see, his body has developed resistance to these potent medicines. Their effects are weakening by the day. If this continues, even if we gather all the potent medicines in the world, it still wouldn't be enough to unblock all 8 of his meridians. It must be said, this kid is like a human medicine pot. The amount of potent medicine used on him these days could probably buy an entire city. Only the Li family, with its wealth rivaling a nation, could withstand such terrifying consumption. If all else fails, I'll make a trip to the capital. Qing Annual said solemnly, If we can obtain that medicinal king from the Imperial Academy to help Li Ziyue open his second meridian, his cultivation speed could improve significantly. This matter should be carefully considered. The Confucian leader is too formidable, and in the great Shang capital, he has never been defeated. Even if you go personally, success will be very difficult, Zhang Lata remarked. To get our hands on that millennium-old fleece flower root under the Confucian leader's watch, using force is indeed the worst strategy. Qing Annual regained her composure and said, I'll think of another way. If we can exchange something for that medicinal king from the Imperial Academy, it might be the best solution. Confucian leader Confucius governs all Confucian scholars under heaven, with an extraordinary status. What could possibly move him? Zhang Lata sighed lightly. Qing Annual narrowed her eyes slightly and said, That kid was right about one thing: everyone seeks profit, the only difference lies in what they consider valuable. Although the Confucian leader holds a transcendent position, he must still have desires, perhaps even things he longs for but cannot obtain. Speaking of that kid, where is he now? Zhang Lata didn't want to elaborate on this topic. He turned his head to look and asked, Gone to the Chilean mountains. Qing Annual replied calmly, He left early in the morning. By my estimation, it's about time he should be returning now. Master Fairy. Sure enough, speak of the devil before Li Zai even appeared. The sound of his pig-like squealing had already reached them. Qing Anna frowned and turned her gaze toward the backyard. Outside the backyard, a disheveled young figure came running back, his clothes in tatters and his hair as messy as a bird's nest, looking as if he had been thoroughly roughed up. Well, what a unique look. Kid, did you steal someone's wife and get beaten up for it? Zhang Lata sneered with a mocking grin. Get lost, old Dong. Can't you wish me anything good? Li Zai cursed in annoyance, striding forward in 2 quick steps, his face filled with anger. Master, I was ambushed by those shameless bandits and almost didn't make it back. Oh. Qing Amei nodded indifferently. Seeing old Qing's indifferent attitude, Li Zai felt deeply hurt and asked, Master Fairy, how come you don't care about your disciple at all? You keep causing trouble at other people's camps every now and then. If I were them, I'd also try to ambush you. Qing Amei said indifferently, adding, As long as you're not dead, it's fine. Li Zai rubbed his messy, bird's nest-like hair, unsure how to respond. His life, why is it so bitter? Looking at your injuries, you've mostly recovered. Starting today, I will teach you the techniques of the flying immortal art. Qing Annual extended her hand and said, Give me the sword. Here. Hearing that he could learn the sword technique of the flying immortal art, Li Zai was instantly thrilled and handed over the Qing Shuang sword in his grasp. Qing Annual took the sword, stepped lightly, and leaped into the air. Her graceful figure, like a startled swan, traced a dazzling rainbow arc across the courtyard. Then, the sword was drawn, stirring the wind and clouds. Boom! A loud tremor followed as the Qing Shuang sword's light sliced through the void. Where the sword energy passed, dust and sand swirled, and the stone slab on the ground was split into its unparalleled sharpness, leaving nothing unbroken. After the single stroke, Qing Annual retracted her stance, walked back, and tossed the Qing Shuang sword over. She said indifferently, Practice following the footsteps on the ground. When you can replicate them flawlessly, I'll teach you the next move. Li Ziyue, upon hearing this, looked at the footprints that had appeared on the ground at some unknown time, his face showing astonishment. Old Qing had been incredibly fast just now. Apart from the final sword light, Li Ziyue hadn't been able to see anything clearly. If not for the footprints on the ground, he would have thought old Qing had been flying the whole time. If there were footprints, then he could do it too. With this thought, Li Ziyue walked to the nearest footprint and, with a step, began practicing based on the trail old Qing had left behind. However, As Li Zai rushed to the second footprint, his body flew out uncontrollably and crashed headfirst into a tree ahead. By the lakeside, Zhang Lata drank from his wine jar and smiled faintly. If the flying immortal technique were so easy to learn, there would have been a single person mastering it over the past millennia. Just these moves alone are enough to give this kid a hard time. Plop! Before Zhang Lata could finish his thought, a cold breeze swept past behind him, and in the next instant, Li Zai's figure flew out, plunging straight into the lake water. Hey, what's going on? Feeling so down you want to jump into the lake? Zhang Lata brushed off the water splashes on his body and mocked. Old Zhang, stop making sarcastic remarks. Why is this so hard to practice? Can't you help out? Li Zai climbed out of the lake water in a disheveled state and said. The footwork and sword techniques of the Feixian Ju were never easy to master, especially when you're using true qi. If you can't proficiently grasp the footwork and sword techniques of the Feixian Ju, you might end up hurting yourself, just like you did now. Zhang Lata laughed and said, as for helping you, I must tell you responsibly that this old man is powerless to assist. You'll have to fend for yourself. Bad choice in friends. Li Zai grumbled unhappily, then got up and continued practicing his swordplay. Thus, in the backyard of the Li residence, the sounds of thud-thud against the walls and trees could be heard from time to time, and even the occasional splash-splash of someone falling into the lake. In the backyard, all the servants walked with trepidation, fearing they might be caught in the young master's frenzied outburst and sent flying into the lake together. By sunset, Li Zai still hadn't managed to take more than 3 steps, while the footprints left by Qing Annual numbered over 9. Let's go, time to sleep in the room. As night fell, Zhang Lata stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and headed toward his own room. By the lake, only Li Zai remained, still practicing his swordplay, being thrown to the ground time and again, yet rising to his feet each time. In a room not far away, Qing Anna stood by the window, watching the determined young man outside, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her beautiful eyes. At the very least, his tenacious and unyielding character was something many could not match. For others, not to mention whether they could endure the patience required to master the techniques of the flying immortal art, even the first hurdle of opening their meridians would be insurmountable. Shattering the meridians, then repairing them, repeating this process daily, this pain is absolutely unbearable for ordinary people. The reason she remained in the Li household was precisely because she admired this young man's unyielding determination. Geniuses are common, but those with great perseverance are rare. The path of cultivation is ultimately a long and grueling battle. Many prodigies start with advantages beyond ordinary people, yet eventually fade into mediocrity. What they lack is precisely this unyielding determination. Li Ziyue is truly remarkable. Perhaps his martial arts journey didn't start as smoothly as others, but as long as this innate deficiency can be compensated for, one day his brilliance will astonish the world. The night was long, and everyone in the Li residence had fallen asleep one after another. In the backyard, the slender figure of the young man was still persistently practicing his swordplay. He didn't want to lose to anyone, even though even 2 sword immortals had said he wasn't capable. Thud! Once again, Li Zai fell into the lake, then scrambled out in a sorry state, lying on the grass and gasping for breath. Sword Immortal, what a dashing title! He must succeed. Since there was a path ahead, he would keep walking, even if it was a bit tough. Wasn't this much better than the previous situation where there was no way forward? Li Zai cheered himself up in his heart, then struggled to get up and continued to practice his swordsmanship. At dawn, the rooster's crow heralds the break of day. By the time everyone in the Li household awoke, the young figure in the backyard had already vanished. At daybreak, after completing the mental cultivation of the Feixian Ju, Li Zai set off for the Chuan Mountains. In the backyard, Qing Amei gazed silently at the countless chaotic footprints on the ground. Step 5. Indeed, diligence can compensate for lack of talent. Perhaps, before long, he would be able to fully master the first move of the Phaeacian Jew. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Shang, when Li Yue entered the city, various factions began sending envoys to make contact with the eldest daughter of the Li family. The Li family of Yuzhou City had long become a legend throughout the Great Shang Empire. Over the span of a decade, they rose from an ordinary merchant family to their current status of possessing wealth rivaling the state, so much so that even the imperial court dared not underestimate them. Thus, the arrival of a member of the Li family in the city piqued the interest of many. This was especially true for the ministers and factions aligned with the four princes of Great Shang, who took particular interest in the Li family's arrival. The Shang dynasty had many princes, but only 4 truly had the capability to contend for the throne. The eldest prince, Mu Yuan the 3rd prince, Mu Yao the 4th prince, Mu Bai and the 11th prince, Mu Qing. Their struggles, whether overt or covert, whether by choice or necessity, had persisted for many years. The world referred to it as the 4 princes' battle for succession. However, the first person in the royal family to meet Li Yue was not any of the 4 princes. Instead, it was the most dazzling pearl of the Great Shang dynasty. Endowed with beauty and grace, her radiance outshone even the most exquisite flowers. Even the notoriously critical historians of Great Shang couldn't resist making an exception to record her in the annals. The most beautiful woman of the Great Shang dynasty. The 9th princess, Mirang. The capital of Great Shang, Wangxiang Tower. On the 2nd floor, 2 women sat at a table by the window, outside of which lay the bustling scenery of the Great Shang capital. Their appearances were so striking that people couldn't help but glance at them repeatedly. "Sister Li, please." Murong spoke up, raising his teacup as if it were wine to toast the woman before him, smiling faintly. "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Yue also raised her cup and took a delicate sip. "I heard that Sister Li came to the capital with my 3rd royal brother. Did you encounter any troubles along the way?" Murong asked softly. "None." Li Yue shook her head gently and said, "Thanks to the 3rd prince's care, the journey went quite smoothly." "That's good." Murong smiled and said, "I have long admired Sister Li's reputation. Upon hearing of your arrival in the capital, I couldn't wait to meet you. I hope Sister Li will forgive my abruptness. Your Highness is too kind. It is my honor to be summoned by you," Li Yue replied softly. Hearing this, Murong smiled faintly and said, "Sister Li, let's skip the pleasantries. I wonder what brings you to the capital this time. Why not stay at my princess residence for a few days? My estate outside the palace has been vacant for quite some time. If you come, I can also take the opportunity to request permission from the Empress Dowager to stay outside the palace for a while. Thank you for the invitation, Your Highness. However, my visit to the capital is for discussing matters of cooperation, and my itinerary and accommodations have already been arranged. I must apologize to Your Highness," Li Yue said calmly. "I see, that's truly a pity." Murong's face showed a hint of regret, but it quickly returned to normal as she smiled and said, "Never mind. After all, Sister Li is right here in the capital. If I want to see you, there will be plenty of opportunities." Li Yue nodded slightly without saying much. "By the way, Sister Li, regarding the collaboration you mentioned earlier, I wonder if you already have someone in mind. Murong happens to know a few excellent candidates and would be happy to introduce them to you." Murong spoke half out of politeness and half sincerely. While in Yuzhou City, the 3rd prince mentioned 3 options to the Li family, the Changsang family, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin family bank. He said he would help arrange introductions, but we haven't had the chance to meet them yet, Li Yue said. "Trade Alliance, Yin family bank." Murong whispered softly, with streams of light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Third brother certainly knows how to make recommendations. Although both families have connections with the imperial court, they are also deeply entangled with third brother himself. Of the 3 candidates, 2 are under third brother's influence. His intentions are self-evident. It seems that while third brother has fulfilled Father Emperor's assigned task this time, he has also secretly harbored quite a few personal motives. Since third brother has agreed to make the recommendation for sister, Murong will not interfere further. Murong opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, then swallowed it back. Seeing this, Li Yue cooperatively asked, "Your Highness, as I've just arrived in the capital, I'm unfamiliar with many things here. I hope your Highness can offer some guidance." "There are indeed a few words I'd like to share with you, sister." Murong pondered for a moment, then said with sincere expression, "The capital's factions are intricate. Although everyone serves the imperial court, many harbor ill intentions in secret. Sister, you should be cautious when seeking partners." "Could your Highness clarify further?" Li Yue asked solemnly. "Walls have ears, so there are some things I can't speak too plainly about." Murong glanced at the lively second floor and said, "Sister, just be careful. Of course, if you trust me, you might consider the Changsong family more in our cooperation. That's my mother's family, and I can still put in a good word for you." Li Yue listened to the 9th princess's words and nodded gently, saying, "Your Highness's advice is duly noted by Yue. All right, let's not dwell on these troubling matters. Sister Li, could you tell me a bit about Yuzhou City? I've never left the capital and am terribly curious about the outside world." The goal had been achieved. Murong deliberately shifted the topic and began chatting casually with the woman before him, doing his best to dispel her weariness. Sure enough, upon hearing that the 9th princess had dropped the topic of cooperation, the tension on Li Yue's face eased considerably, and her tone relaxed as well. "What would your Highness like to hear about?" she asked. "Tell me about the Li Mansion. In this capital, the Li Mansion has become something of a legend, especially with all those peculiar inventions, things we've never even heard of before," Murong remarked. Li Yue smiled and replied, "Your Highness must be referring to perfumes, glassware, and soap, among other things. These were techniques learned by an elderly scholar in our household during his travels overseas. The Li family was fortunate to receive his assistance, which allowed us to produce these items." "Oh!" Murong looked surprised upon hearing this and said, "But I did heard these were inventions of the 3rd young master of the Li Mansion. Did I remember incorrectly? It's all just baseless rumors." Li Yue smiled and said, "When my Li family started the perfume and soap business, my younger brother was barely 7 years old. How could he have invented these things?" "That makes sense." Murong nodded, though not entirely convinced. Rumors often have some basis in truth, and the 3rd son of the Li family carried too much legendary aura. Whether the stories were true or not, they were enough to warrant the royal family's attention. Li Yue observed the expression on the 9th princess's face and smiled faintly, choosing not to say more. She knew the purpose behind the 9th princess's invitation today. However, since her arrival in the capital was bound to involve interactions with the royal family, meeting the 9th princess would also allow her to gauge the reactions of others. Speaking of which, the 9th princess truly lives up to her reputation, possessing beauty that could topple cities and captivate nations. She is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in Great Shang. If she could marry into the Li family and become my younger brother as wife, nothing could be more perfect. At this thought, Li Yue's lips curled into a faint smile, and her gaze toward the young girl before her softened slightly. However, Murong, noticing the sudden warmth in the woman's eyes, shuddered inexplicably, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. Just as Li Yue was once again searching for a wife for her younger brother, Li Ziren, who was busy dealing with bandits all over Mount Qian, suddenly shivered, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Caught up! Li Ziu quickly glanced behind him and, seeing no trace of the bandits, couldn't help but sigh in relief. No one. Phew, that's a relief. Honestly, these bandits are getting more and more useless. They can't even catch up now. Behind them, about a mile up the mountain path, more than a dozen bandits were panting heavily, collapsed on the ground, barely able to stand. Boss, how did that kid become so strong? 7 or 8 of us ambushed him, and we still couldn't stop him. One of the bandits spoke up, puzzled. That kid has likely unlocked his divine repository and has now become a martial artist. The bandit leader said with a grim expression, in any case, if you encounter him, you must not face him alone. It's best to attack him with a group of 10 or 20 men. Otherwise, you won't be able to stop him. Good. The bandits nodded in agreement. Hey, are you still chasing or not? At this moment, Li Zai, who had already disappeared without a trace, unexpectedly turned back the way he came. Standing on a boulder, he shouted loudly, "Kid, don't let me catch you, or I'll skin you alive." The bandit leader, enraged by the former's provocation, turned red with anger and shouted furiously, "Big guy, I've heard this line from you so many times my ears are about to grow calluses. Are you chasing or not? If not, this young master is leaving." On the mountain rocks, Li Zai stood with hands on hips, shouting like a fishwife at the market. "Brothers, after them." The bandit leader was furious. With a single command, he led his men to continue the pursuit. Seeing this, Li Zai laughed heartily before turning around to continue running. Taking on a whole group alone was impossible, but if someone was isolated, or a few people were separated, he could still consider it. The scorching sun moved westward, and fewer people could keep up behind Li Zai. By the time sunset approached, only Li Zai and the bandit leader were still able to run. "Kid, you dare to stop and fight me?" Approaching the forest exit, the bandit leader bent over, panting heavily, and spoke. At the forest exit, Li Zai heard this and also stopped, turning to look at the bandit leader behind him. He said, "Fighting isn't out of the question, but if I win, you have to answer 3 of my questions." "What questions?" The bandit leader's expression darkened as he spoke. "Promise me first," Li Ziu said with a smile. "Fine, I agree, but only if you have the skill to beat me." Before the words had even finished, the bandit leader's eyes turned cold as he suddenly lunged forward with explosive speed. At the mountain forest's exit, Li Zai was already prepared. With a single step, he leaped back several yards. Graceful movements, unseen before, like a flying immortal, ethereal and transcendent. Missing his strike, the bandit leader's expression darkened. He stomped his foot and lunged forward again. Li Zai showed no trace of panic, his steps shifting as his figure darted several zhang away once more. The flying immortal technique, the world's foremost method, is unparalleled not only in swordplay but also in movement, truly the best under heaven. In just one day and night, Li Zai had only mastered 5 steps, barely scratching the surface, yet it was enough to deal with the bandit leader before him. After retreating 2 steps in succession, Li Zai leaped backward mid-air, kicking off a tree trunk to pivot and unsheath the frost blue sword in his hand. Swish! A fleeting sword strike, its gleam like frost, a seemingly simple thrust, yet it pierced with unmatched precision toward the bandit leader's heart. As danger loomed, the bandit leader's hair stood on end. Driven by martial instinct, he rolled aside in the nick of time. Rip! A piercing sound of fabric tearing rang out as a deep, bone-exposing wound appeared on the bandit leader's chest, blood splattering and staining his clothes red. "You've lost!" On the ground, the bandit leader had just begun to rise when suddenly, his vision blurred. A chillingly cold longsword appeared at his throat. This can't be." The bandit leader stared at the sword at his throat in shock. What? You can't accept losing the bet. Li Zai shook the sword in his hand and said, Should I poke a few holes in you before you admit defeat? I admit defeat. The bandit leader's face darkened as he said, Speak. What do you want to know? It's very simple. Li Zio grinned broadly and said, Where did you get that blazing fire iron essence from? The sun was setting, dusk approaching. In front of the mountain forest, the bandit leader trembled violently upon hearing Li Zio's question. He actually recognized that stone as blazing fire iron essence. How did you recognize it? The bandit leader raised his head, staring at the young man before him, and said in a deep voice, Now it's my turn to ask the questions. Li Zio shook the sword in his hand and said, You'd better cooperate. My patience is very limited. The Yin family. The bandit leader clenched his fist and said, The blazing fire iron essence was stolen by me from the Yin family. The Yin family? Li Zio frowned, then seemed to recall something and exclaimed in surprise, Are you talking about the Yin family from the capital's Yin clan band? He remembered that among the 3 options the third prince had given him, the Yin family was one of them. The bandit leader responded with a gloomy expression, then fell silent, not uttering another word. With the Yin family's influence, it's impossible for an ordinary person to steal such a treasure. What exactly is your relationship with the Yin family? Li Zai frowned. Is this your second question? The bandit leader said gravely. Consider it so, Li Zai replied. The bandit leader took a deep breath and said, The Yin family is my enemy. They killed my mother. That answer tells me nothing. Li Zai said coldly, Explain it more clearly. The bandit leader's face darkened with anger. He was about to argue, but upon seeing the sword in front of him, he swallowed his words and clenched his fists tightly. My mother was the chambermaid of the Yin family's first lady. It was this woman who killed my mother. Upon hearing this, Li Zai quickly understood the reason and asked, Are you the illegitimate child of the Yin family? At the mention of the word bastard, the bandit leader's eyes widened instantly, and he roared angrily, What's wrong with being a bastard? Don't bastards deserve to live? There aren't so many things in this world that are inherently right or wrong. Li Zai said indifferently, As long as you have the ability, no one can look down on you. However, if you willingly become an outlaw, don't blame others for despising you. If I could live, who would want to hide in these deep mountains, living a wretched existence? The bandit leader, furious, said, That wretched woman from the Yin family has been sending people to track me down. If she knew I was still alive, she would never let it go. That makes sense. Li Zai rubbed his chin and said, Perhaps I can help you. Can you help me? The bandit leader shuddered, his face showing disbelief as he said, How can you help me? And why would you help me? Don't worry about how I'll help. The point is, I can. As for why, there is no reason. I just feel like it. Li Zai grinned and said, 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy my happiness. I can help you evade the spies and assassins sent by the madam of the Yin family. But in return, you must serve me for 10 years. 10 years? The bandit leader showed anger on his face and said, Absolutely impossible. 7 years. Li Zio decided to compromise and said. The bandit leader's face was filled with anger, unwilling to engage. 5 years, not a day less. Li Zai extended 5 fingers and said, Helping you evade pursuit comes at a cost. You're from the Yin family, you should understand. No one is willing to do business without returns. 3 years at most. The bandit leader said in a deep voice. Deal! Li Zio sheathed his sword and extended a friendly hand to the man before him. The bandit leader gritted his teeth and also reached out his hand. How does he feel like he's been scammed? Li Zai pulled the person in front of him up and said, I still don't know. What's your name? In Kwang. The bandit leader replied. Silver Mine. Impressive, truly impressive. Li Zai said with an admiring expression. Upon hearing this, In Kwang's expression darkened instantly, wishing he could strike the person before him dead with a single blow. Just kidding. Seeing the big guy about to explode, Li Zai quickly changed the subject and said, One more question. Since the In family possesses a divine artifact like the blazing fire iron essence, do you know where to find an extreme In object of the same level? In Kwang frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, I haven't heard of any, but the In family's treasure vault contains a fragmentary scroll called the Artificer's Compendium, which records many rare and extraordinary items in the world. Perhaps you can find your answer there. The Artificer's Compendium. Li Zio narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed he was being forced to make a trip to the capital. To be honest, he really didn't want to go there. That was the center of power in Great Shang, and countless people were eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Li family as legitimate heir. Having witnessed the covert and overt struggles in political dramas in his past life, he knew without even thinking that the current Li family was a thorn in the royal family's side. If they could be used, fine. If not, they would undoubtedly be eliminated without hesitation. As the legitimate heir of the Li family, his status is like a glaringly bright light bulb. Countless eyes are watching him, making it hard to stay low-key. Once he goes to the capital of Great Shang, returning might not be so easy. I've said all I needed to say. Can you let me go now? In Kwang looked at the person before him and spoke in a deep voice. All right, you can go back first. I'll make arrangements as soon as possible. Before long, you'll be able to move freely in this Great Shang dynasty. Li Zai grinned and said. I hope everything you said is true. In Kwang snorted coldly, then turned and walked away. Li Zai also waved his hand and strode toward the outskirts of the mountain forest. As the sun set in the west, outside Yuzhou City, a lone rider galloped wildly, kicking up a trail of dust that stretched for miles behind. Finally, just before the city gates were about to close, Li Zai made it back in time. Upon returning to the Li residence, the first thing Li Zai did was write a letter to Li Qingli. The matter concerning In Kwang needed careful handling. If he were to go to the capital of the Great Shang in the future, this man would be of great use to him. He couldn't trust this task to anyone else. Only his second brother could be relied upon for help. Although his relationship with his second brother was quite ordinary, he was still the person he trusted the most. Li Zai finished writing the letter, and soon, a carrier pigeon flew out from the backyard of the Li residence, heading east. 2 days later, in the capital of the Great Shang dynasty, at the Shihua Garden, a pleasure quarter by the Xiangshu River, a woman in red walked up to the 3rd floor and handed a secret letter to the man in the room. Master, a secret letter from Yuzhou City, the woman in red said. In the room, a young man dressed in a silver-gray white robe and cloak took the letter, opened it, and upon seeing the handwriting inside, his expression immediately turned grave. A letter from 3rd brother. Under the flickering candlelight, Li Qingzi read the contents of the letter, his eyes narrowing slightly. After finishing the letter, Li Qingzi placed it over the candle flame to burn it and said, Red candle. Master! The woman in red respectfully bowed. Return to Yuzhou City and follow the 3rd young master's orders in all matters. After speaking, Li Qingzi glanced at the desk nearby, walked over, picked up a wooden box over 3 feet long, and said, Also give him this Changjun sword. Yes, master. The woman in red respectfully accepted the order, stepped forward to take the sword box, then turned and left. At dawn, outside the western gate of the Great Shang capital, Hongzhu mounted a swift horse and galloped 1,000 miles toward Yuzhou City. In the backyard of the Li residence, for 5 consecutive days, Li Zio did not leave the estate again, practicing his swordsmanship the entire time. Of course, the main reason was that Yin Kuang was now under his command, and he couldn't very well go looking for trouble with his own subordinate. On the 6th day, as dawn broke, a swift horse galloped toward the eastern gate of Yuzhou City. Astride the horse sat a woman in red, her beauty striking and her aura fierce. Before long, at the Li residence, Hongzhu arrived. Upon hearing the news, Li Zai immediately stepped out of the backyard to greet her. Sister Hongzhu. Seeing the visitor, Li Zai immediately showcased his sweet-talking and shameless charm, smiling as he said, "You must be tired from the journey." "Young master free." The red candle bowed slightly and said softly, "The tower master has sent me here to be at your command, young master free. It would be too formal to say dispatch." Li Zai smiled with an innocent expression and said, "I invited Sister Hongxiu here simply to ask for a small favor. Whatever third young master commands, this subordinate will spare no effort to assist." With that, Hongxiu handed over a sword case over 3 feet long from her back and said, "This is the sword the tower master instructed me to deliver to third young master." Sword. Upon hearing this, Li Zai's eyes lit up with joy. Whatever second brother gave him was definitely not ordinary. The scrap of iron he got from Yin Kuang couldn't be forged into a sword anytime soon, and he had been worrying about how to obtain a suitable sword. He couldn't just swipe old Qin's frost green sword, after all. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't dare. Li Ziyue took the sword box and opened it. Inside lay an ancient sword of dark scion, its blade as clear as autumn water, exuding a sharp and imposing aura. What a fine sword, a ham sword. Chen Jun. By the lakeside in the backyard, Qin Annual caught sight of the sword in Li Ziyue's hand from a distance, and a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. The Li family truly has eyes and ears everywhere. The Changzhun sword was forged by a master craftsman 100 years ago, incredibly sharp. After the craftsman's death, the whereabouts of the Changzhun sword became unknown. The fact that the Li family managed to find this sword shows how terrifying their intelligence network is. What a waste of a fine sword. Beside him, Zhang Lata said with a displeased expression, "It's such a waste to let that kid wield such a famous sword. But that girl is quite nice." Zhang Lata added another sentence, obviously referring to the red candle in front of Li Zai. "Master of poison." Qin Annual said calmly, the red-clad girl's earrings, hairpins, and even the bracelet on her arm reflected an eerie blue glow, clearly coated with deadly poison. Where did the Li family find so many freaks? Even a little girl like this is so extraordinary. Zhang Lata sighed, judging by that kid's funny attitude. He clearly knows how formidable this girl is. I bet he is up to no good. MHM. Qin Annual nodded indifferently. She knew her disciple's temperament well enough when asking for help. He had absolutely no bottom line. "Sister Hongxiu, let's go to the room to discuss in detail." Li Zai stepped forward to lead the way, walking across the lake's surface without blushing or skipping a beat, pretending not to notice the strange looks from the 2 immortal swords. Inside the room, after Hongxiu entered, Li Zai closed the door. The red candle wasn't afraid either. Seeing the former close the door, her delicate face instead revealed a playful smile. She knew the third young master's temperament well. To put it bluntly, he had the desire but lacked the courage. As a child, she had bullied this young master of the Li household quite often. But later, when she learned about the hierarchy and propriety, she became somewhat restrained in public. "Little Yi, you've grown up." In the room, Hongzhu glanced at the young man's crotch and said meaningfully. Li Ziyue's smile instantly froze, and he subconsciously tightened his legs. A female hooligan. "Let big sister check if you've really grown up." In the room, seeing the young master's restrained demeanor before her, Hongzhu grew even bolder. She took a step forward and reached out to remove his clothes. This isn't appropriate. Li Zai retreated 2 steps, his face showing hesitation. What's the big deal? It's not like we haven't seen it before when we were kids. The smile on Hongju's face grew even brighter as she spoke. I was still young back then, didn't understand. Li Zai's face showed a hint of shyness as he spoke. Are you grown up now? The red candle extended its hand, caressing the former's chest and gradually sliding downward. Now? Li Zai shuddered and stepped back again. However, with another step back, there was only the bed behind him. Ouch! Li Zai lost his balance and fell backward, instinctively grabbing the woman in front of him as he went down. Ah! Hongxiu let out a startled cry as she too tumbled to the ground. And so, their bodies ended up piled together. Close at hand, with soft jade and warm fragrance, a triumphant smile curved at the corner of Li Zai's lips. Comfortable. Hongxiu spoke softly. Comfortable. Li Zai responded, then suddenly felt something was amiss. His hands subconsciously clenched, and immediately, a soft sensation transmitted through them. Damn! Instead of being pleased, Li Zai was startled, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Ah! The next moment, a miserable cry of pain rang out in the room, frightening all the servants of the Li residence outside into silence. What happened to the young master again? Miss Qing is clearly still here. By the lakeside, Qing Anna and Zhang Lotte both curled their lips, evidently quite satisfied. Serves you right. Red candle sister, I didn't mean to. In the room, Li Zai curled up on the ground, unable to straighten his waist from the pain, and spoke intermittently. I did it on purpose. Hongzu clenched her slender right hand, a dangerous smile flashing in her eyes, and said, Little Zai, you've really grown up. Seeing her right hand crackling from the tight grip, Li Zai shuddered again below the waist and forced a smile, saying, Sister Hongju, let's talk business. Now you remember to talk business. Go ahead, what brings you here? Hongju walked to the table and sat down, asking, to avoid delaying your matters, I traveled non-stop for 3 days and nights, exhausting several horses along the way. Sister Hongju, you've worked hard. Li Zai pulled over a stool and sat in front of the woman, then poured a cup of tea and handed it to her with a flattering gesture. Red Candle took the teacup, took a sip, and her anger subsided a little. Could she really kill him? Of course not. Who made him the young master? Comparing oneself to others only leads to frustration. Sister Red Candle, I have here a bastard son of the Yin family from the capital. Li Zai said softly. Because he was being hunted by the Yin family's first wife, he had no choice but to become a bandit in the Chuan Mountains outside Yuzhou City. Not long ago, I just subdued him. The illegitimate son of the Yin family. Hongju was surprised and asked, What? Do you have a use for him? Li Zai nodded and said, Sister Hongju, you're skilled in disguise. Can you help him change his appearance and then send him to the capital of the Great Shan? Can this person be trusted? Hongju frowned. Sister Red Candle, you never ask this kind of question, Li Zai said. It's only because you, young master, are of noble status. I have to be extra careful with everything. Red Candle said with a hint of annoyance, Understood. I'll add a little something extra when disguising him, and I'll prepare the antidote for you as soon as possible. I knew Sister Red Candle is the best to me. Hugs. Li Zai's face lit up with joy as he stretched out his arms, eager to embrace her. Cut it out. Hongju extended a finger, pressing it against his forehead to stop the little rascal from taking advantage. He's really grown up. Not only does he have the audacity, but also the guts to act on it. Be careful from now on. Go and fetch the person, Red Candle said. Good. Li Zai acknowledged and immediately stood up to walk out of the room. In the backyard, by the lake, Qin Enyo and Zhang Lata saw Li Zai emerge, their expressions both carrying a hint of peculiarity. "I'm going out for a bit." Li Ziuo gave an awkward smile and quickly walked away. That scream just now was really too easy to misunderstand. Sneaking around, what exactly is this kid up to? Zhang Lata asked curiously. No idea. Qin Amei shook her head and said calmly, however, it seems to be related to that bandit leader. Sure enough, as the sun set, Li Ziu stealthily led a man wearing a bamboo hat into the mansion. Qin Amei glanced at the man beneath the hat and immediately recognized his identity. It was indeed him. Inside the room, when Li Zai brought in Kuang in, Hongxiu was organizing various colorful bottles and jars on the dressing table, a vibrant sight to behold. Hongyu Jia, I leave him to you, Li Zai said. MHM. Hongxiu nodded and replied indifferently, you can go, attend to your own matters now. Li Ziu gave the man before him a look that said you're on your own, then promptly left the room. Yin Kuang noticed the schadenfreude in the other's gaze and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. By the lake, Li Ziu walked straight over after exiting the room. Not bad, kid. Even that bandit leader was subdued by you, Zhang Lata remarked. No big deal, Li Zai grinned and said. Did you find out anything? Qin Amei asked from the side. His name is Yin Kuang, and he's from the Yin family bank in the capital. The blazing fire iron essence was stolen by him from the Yin family's treasure vault. Li Zai replied truthfully. However, he doesn't know where to find an extreme Yin object of the same level as the blazing fire iron essence in this world. He only mentioned that the Yin family has a book called The Artificer's Essential Techniques, which records information about many rare treasures, and perhaps some clues could be found there. The secret techniques of heavenly craftsmanship. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lata showed a surprised expression and said, this incomplete manuscript is actually in the Yin family. You know about this thing? This time, it was Li Zai's turn to be astonished. How did this old guy know everything? I've heard of it. Zhang Lata nodded and said, it is said that the person who wrote this book lived in the same era as the founding ancestor of the great Shang dynasty. This man traveled across the 9 provinces and recorded his observations and experiences in this book, which contains many rare treasures and bizarre tales that most people have never even heard of. In that case, we must find a way to obtain this book. Li Zai's eyes flashed with fervor. If he could find an extremely Yin object of the same level as the blazing iron essence, he could commission someone to forge a sword of his own. The Yin family in the capital is not to be trifled with. Getting into their residence to take something is no easier than entering the Imperial Academy, Zhang Lata reminded him. I know. Li Ziu snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. That's exactly why I want to recruit Yin Kuang for my own use. After all, he's from the Yin family and knows them extremely well. That woman, does she know the art of disguise? Beside them, Qin Amei seemed to have guessed something and asked. Li Ziu showed a surprised expression, then nodded and said, as expected, Master is the wisest. Sister Hongxiu is indeed skilled in disguise. I plan to completely alter Yin Kuang's appearance and send him into the capital of the Great Shang, then find an opportunity to get him into the Yin family. Impressive. Zhang Lata gave a thumbs up and said, you kid, you're really full of cunning ideas. Thank you for the compliment. Li Ziu grinned and said, ah. At that moment, painful screams erupted from the room behind them, piercing through the quiet night. Zhang Lata was taken aback and said, isn't it just a disguise? Why all this commotion? Li Ziu rubbed his nose and replied sheepishly, well, I was worried he might be recognized, so I used slightly more drastic measures to alter his appearance more thoroughly. Zhang Lata's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Can it change back? Well, that depends on luck. Li Zai laughed awkwardly. Jean-Lotte smirked with schadenfreude, so it can't change back. Sure enough, working with this guy means there's always a chance of being betrayed. He'll have to be more careful from now on. About half an hour later, the door opened, and Hongju, dressed in red, stepped out. Seeing this, Li Zai excitedly asked, "Sister Hongju, did it work?" "Mission accomplished," she replied. Seeing strangers ahead, Hongju quickly regained her respectful demeanor and bowed. "Sister Hongju, both the fairy master and the sword maniac elder are trustworthy people. There's no need to pretend," Li Ziyue said with a smile. Hearing this, Hongju rolled her eyes at him and said, "You should have said so earlier. That person has passed out from the pain and probably won't wake up for at least 3 or 4 hours. Little girl, who is your master?" Jean-Lotte suddenly asked. Red Candle narrowed her crescent-like eyes and flashed a bright smile, saying, "Self-taught." "Ha!" Jean-Lotte gave a faint smile and asked no more. "Self-taught? Who are you trying to fool? In this world, there are not many people who are proficient in poison and disguise, and most of them are in Miujiang. However, this little girl's behavior and attire don't seem like those of someone from Miujiang, which is truly strange. Old Zhang, don't bother asking. Even I couldn't get an answer, let alone you," Li Zai said. "Fine, I won't ask anymore. You two chat. This old man is going back to sleep." Jean-Lotte casually waved his hand, then stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and staggered toward his room. "Be more restrained and focus your energy on practicing swordsmanship." Beside him, Qin Annual offered a reminder before also turning to leave. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, shouting in protest, "Master, you've misunderstood, I." "What do you mean, I?" The Red Candle impatiently cut off the former's words, saying, "What? Am I not good enough for you or something? So eager to explain yourself?" "No, that's not it." Li Zai quickly shook his head. This was a life or death question, and the key was he really hadn't done anything. "Little Zai, are you planning to go to the capital?" The Red Candle didn't press the young man beside her too hard and changed the subject, asking. Over these years, following the Tower Master around, she had gained some insight into the Li family's arrangements. Although the Li family was reluctant to get too deeply involved with the capital's factions, they had already begun to plant their own informants within the city. "I don't want to go." Li Ziyue sighed softly, "but it seems we have no choice but to go. The night is enchanting, but the person is even more so." By the lake, a gentle breeze brushed past as Hongju, clad in red, sat quietly. Her flawless profile was utterly intoxicating. Li Ziyue sat beside Hongju, breathing in her captivating fragrance. For a moment, his mind grew hazy. Sister Hongju has also grown up. The first time we met as children was on the streets of Yuzhou City. At that time, Sister Hongju was wearing tattered little clothes. Even her shoes had holes in them, looking utterly pitiful. He brought Sister Hongju back to the Li residence. At the time, he had just turned 7, while Sister Hongju was only 10 years old. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, 10 years have already passed? "Sister Hongju, have you ever thought about going home?" Li Zai asked softly. He had inquired about Sister Hongju's background before, but at that time, she was unwilling to speak, so he didn't press further. "I have no home." Hongju fell silent for a moment before speaking. "As long as Sister Hongju is willing, the Li residence will always be your home," Li Zai said with a gentle expression. Hearing this, Hongju was momentarily stunned. Then a radiant smile spread across her beautiful face as she said, "Little Zai, you've really grown up. You even know how to sweet-talk girls now." Li Zai also smiled and replied, "Sister Hongju, you saw right through me. All right, It's getting late. You should head back to your room and rest soon. Hongxiu stood up, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and said softly, "Early tomorrow morning, I'll be taking that Yinkuang back to the capital." "So urgent?" Li Zai stood up in surprise and asked. "Your second brother is in need of manpower right now. Our foundation in the capital is still too weak. If we want to make a difference, we must speed up the deployment of personnel." Hongxiu said this, then added with a hint of frustration, "All of this is to pave the way for your future in the capital. You better step up and focus on your training. The capital is treacherous if something happens. Even your second brother and I might not be able to protect you." "Don't worry, Sister Hongxiu." Li Ziyue nodded vigorously and said, "I will definitely make sure our Li Manor produces a sword immortal renowned throughout the world." "Quite the ambition." Hongxiu smiled and remarked, saying no more as she turned and went back to her room. By the lakeside, Li Ziyue watched her departing figure for a long while before picking up the sword beside him and resuming his practice. Under the moonlight, the sword gleamed like frost. Li Zai's body was sent flying time and again, crashing to the ground, only to rise once more. The footwork of the first stance of the Feixian Ju consisted of only 9 steps. Though seemingly simple, mastering it proved exceedingly difficult. Li Zai practiced day and night for many days, yet that final step remained forever out of reach. No one knew how long he had trained. Above, the bright moon traveled westward, and the night grew deep. Clang! The sword tip plunged into the ground as Li Zai knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Even in this chilly autumn, his face was drenched in sweat. He refused to believe that he couldn't succeed in this final step. The young man's stubborn heart simply wouldn't admit defeat. Struggling to his feet, Li Zai began practicing once again. The night grew deeper, and in the east, a hint of white emerged, signaling the approach of dawn. Not far away, in a nearby room, the door opened, and Hongxiu stepped out. Meanwhile, in the room next to Hongxiu, an unfamiliar man also emerged, his appearance and stature entirely different from before. At that very moment, in the backyard, Li Zai's figure flashed past swift as a startled swan, fierce as thunder covering 8 steps in an instant. In the final step, mid-air, Li Zai took a step on nothingness, his chi force descending, leaving a 1-inch deep footprint on the ground. In that instant, his sword was drawn, cutting a line between heaven and earth. Boom! Ahead, the ancient sword swept past, and the artificial mountain shattered instantly, sending fragments flying like rain. Whew! Whew! After that single sword strike, Li Zai landed, panting heavily from exhaustion, barely able to stand steady. Red Candle stepped forward, supporting the person in front, and said softly, "Although practicing swordsmanship is important, don't push yourself too hard." Creak! On the other side, the door opened. Qin Annual and Zhang Lotte, hearing the commotion outside, simultaneously stepped out of their rooms. Success? Qin Annual looked at the shattered stones scattered across the ground ahead, her face showing surprise. Not bad at all. Zhang Lotte grinned, revealing a row of large front teeth, and said. Under the gaze of the two, Li Zai straightened up, looked at the woman beside him, and said wearily, "Is Sister Hongxiu leaving?" "Yes," Hongxiu nodded in response. Li Ziyue looked at the unfamiliar man not far away, a strange expression flashing across his face, and said, "Once we reach the capital, follow Sister Hongxiu's arrangements in everything, understand?" "I understand," Yin Kuang responded in a deep voice. "Sister Hongxiu, let me see you off." Having said that, Li Ziyue walked forward to the front courtyard with the two of them. At the mansion's entrance, Hongxiu and Yin Kuang boarded the carriage. Li Ziyue watched as the carriage drove away, remaining silent for a long while before turning back into the mansion. In the rear courtyard, Qin Anna was already waiting. Seeing the former return, she glanced at the disheveled Dong beside her and said, "Sword maniac, you teach him the second move." "All right." Zhang nodded and said, "Kid, watch closely." As the words fell, Long Latian raised his sword with a wave of his hand, took a sip of wine, and darted out like a soaring dragon. His movements were unpredictable, each step defying anticipation. After 18 steps, the sword's intent reached its peak. Zhang Latian gripped the sword with both hands and swung a single strike that split the heavens. Boom! A deafening tremor erupted as a towering tree ahead split cleanly down the middle and collapsed, striking awe into all who witnessed it. Li Zai, witnessing this astonishing sword strike, was left utterly speechless in shock. "I'm getting old." Zhang Leixiao sheathed his sword with a wave of his hand and took another swig of wine, sighing, "If I were a few years younger, this old man could have split half the Limaner with a single sword strike. That would have been a more impressive demonstration. Let's not go that far." Li Ziren snapped out of his daze, looking at the devastation in the garden, and forced a bitter smile. "You're already plenty formidable as you are now, old master. Practice well." Zhang Leixiao walked back to the lakeside with his sword, patted the former's shoulder, and said, "The flying immortal technique has 9 forms, and the difficulty increases exponentially with each one. Especially the last 3 moves even Qing Annual and I cannot teach them to you. I hope that before this old man is buried, I can witness you recreate the earth-shattering 3 ultimate forms of flying immortal from days of old." "I'll try." Li Zai gave a dry laugh. "Go practice your sword." Beside her, Qing Annual spoke. "MHM." Li Zai responded softly, then picked up his sword and went to practice. "Sword maniac, this can't go on like this." By the lakeside, Qing Annual spoke up, saying softly, "It's too slow. The first 2 forms are manageable, but the third form has as many as 27 steps, and the fourth form has 36. At his current pace, who knows how many years it will take to master them." Zhang Lata remained silent for a long time before sighing. He has tried hard enough, but with only 1 meridian opened, his cultivation speed and control over his body are both limited. "I'm going to the capital," Qing Annual said solemnly. "Leave this place to you." Hearing this, Zhang Lata looked startled and asked, "Are you really going to the Imperial Academy?" "We have to try," Qing Annual said solemnly. "So far, this is the only medicinal king we know the whereabouts of. We have no choice." "When do you plan to set out?" Zhang Lata asked with a sigh. "Today," Qing Annual replied. Zhang the Slob frowned but didn't press further, nodding as he said, "I'll keep an eye on the Li residence." "Thank you." Qing Annual uttered these words, then reached to draw the frost-green sword by her side before striding toward the backyard exit. In the distance, Li Zai, still struggling with the first 3 steps of the second form, clumsily picked himself up from the ground. Watching Qing Annual depart, he asked in confusion, "Where's old Qing going?" "The capital," Zhang the Slob replied with a smirk. "The capital?" Li Zi was startled and asked, "Why go to the capital?" "To get medicine for you," Zhang Lata replied indifferently. "Stop asking questions and keep practicing your sword." Li Ziao glanced in the direction where Qing Annual had left, then quickly refocused his mind and continued practicing his swordplay. "Old Qing is leaving. Why didn't she even say goodbye to him?" Outside Yuzhou City, the carriage carrying Hongxiu and Yin Kuang had just left the city gates when, from behind, a graceful figure leaped forward. Holding an ancient sword, her movements were as light and elegant as an immortal's. In just a few breaths, she overtook the carriage and continued speeding into the distance. 2 days later, in the capital of the Great Shang, Qing Anna entered the city with her sword. In the Imperial Academy, within a simple small courtyard, flowers and plants thrived with vitality. The yard was filled with green vegetables, and chickens and ducks occasionally came to peck at insects, creating a lively scene. Inside the courtyard, An elderly man in plain Confucian robes scooped up a ladle of water and carefully watered the vegetables in the garden. The old man appeared truly ancient, his face covered in wrinkles, and even his eyes seemed clouded. Yet, even so, no one in the world would dare to underestimate the old man before them. Confucius, the leader of Confucianism, is the faith in the hearts of Confucian scholars worldwide, even hailed by the world as a living saint of the present age. No one knows how strong the Confucian leader truly is, for he rarely leaves the capital, and within the great city of Shang, he has never known defeat. In all the vastness of the world, countless are the strong, but the only one who dares to claim invincibility is the Confucian leader. As long as the Confucian leader does not leave the capital of Great Shang, no one dares to challenge this living sage of the present age. Since you've come, show yourself. As autumn leaves fell in the small courtyard, Kang Chiu watered the green vegetables in the garden while speaking. Qin Enyo paid her respects to the Confucian leader. Outside the courtyard, Qin Enyo appeared and politely bowed. The plum blossom sword immortal graces us with her presence. What brings you here? Kang Chiu asked without looking up. I've come to request an item. Qin Ana said solemnly, the medicine king of the Imperial Academy, the 1,000-year-old fleece flower root. To request the medicine. Kang Chiu asked calmly, is it to save someone? No. Qin Enyo shook her head and answered truthfully, to open the meridians. Wasn't the third son of the Li family a martial arts prodigy? Kang Chiu continued to ask. No. Qin Enyo shook her head again and replied. Ha! Confucius listened, smiled, and said, I told you, it shouldn't be this old man who miscalculated. Qin Enyo narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. It was said that the Confucian leader could calculate all things under heaven, and now it seemed this might not be an exaggeration. 1,000-year-old fleece flower root my Imperial Academy does indeed have one, and it can be given to the third son of the Li family. At this point, Confucius changed his tone and continued, however, not now. What does the Confucian leader mean? Qin Enyo asked solemnly. When the third son of the Li family arrives at the Imperial Academy, I will personally tell him, Kang Chiu replied. He probably won't come to the capital. Qin Enyo frowned and said. She could somewhat guess Li Zai's thoughts. He harbored a strong aversion to the capital of Great Shang and was unwilling to come. Whether he comes or not is not something his will can decide. Confucius put down the water ladle in his hand and said, How about a bet? If the third son of the Li family comes to the capital within 10 days, the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal will lecture at our Imperial Academy for a year. If he doesn't come, I will personally present you with 1,000-year-old fleece flower root. Upon hearing this, Qin Enyo's eyes flickered with intrigue. After a moment's thought, she nodded and said, Very well, I shall take this bet with the Confucian leader. Plop! In the backyard of the Li residence, the sound of something falling into the water was heard, splashing up waves over 10 feet high. Oh, the 11th time. By the lakeside, Zhang Lata sat there gloating, drinking wine while making sarcastic remarks. Old man Zhang, your mouth is truly annoying. Li Zai climbed ashore in a sorry state, panting heavily as he lay on the ground, and said, Why hasn't old Qin returned yet? It's been almost 10 days. Perhaps it didn't go well. Zhang Lei sighed softly and said, The Imperial Academy is the Confucian leader's territory. Under the heavens, who could take something from the Confucian leader's hands? I've heard you mention this Confucian leader more than once. Is he really that powerful? Li Ziyue asked in confusion. Among the people he had met, the most formidable were this old man Zhang and his fairy-like master. As for other experts, he actually didn't know much about them. More than just impressive. Zhang Lata sighed with emotion. If we're talking within the capital of Great Shang, the Confucian leader is undoubtedly the foremost under heaven. That impressive? Li Zai exclaimed in surprise. In the capital of Great Shan, the Confucian leader has never been defeated because it's the gathering place for Confucian scholars from all over, with immense fortune accumulated. As the teacher of all Confucian scholars under heaven, he can draw upon the fortune of the Confucian school, making him invincible, Zhang Lata explained. What is qi luck? Li Zai asked in confusion. Something intangible and elusive. Zhang Lata pondered for a moment and said, just like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, unseen and untouchable, yet undeniably real. Only those who have reached the realm of the Confucian leader can harness the power of qi luck. Ordinary people cannot achieve this. Not even you and old Qing. Li Zai asked in surprise. No. Zhang Lata said calmly, your cultivation level isn't sufficient. Aren't you all sword immortals already? Is there a realm higher than immortal swords? Li Zai asked in confusion. There is. Zhang Lata said calmly, the human body has 5 internal organs, corresponding to the 5 divine repositories of a cultivator. Opening each divine repository leads to a completely new realm. Therefore, the path of cultivation is divided into 5 realms in total. Both I and Qing Annual have unlocked the 5th divine repository, making us 5th realm martial artists. As for the title of Sword Immortal, it's merely a moniker used by ordinary people. At this point, Zhang Lata paused briefly before continuing. Legend has it that beyond the 5th realm lies an even higher state. When a great cultivator reaches this stage, they refine the 5 energies from the 5 organs and gather the 3 blossoms. Upon achieving mastery, they ascend amidst radiant clouds, transforming from mortals into immortals. How does this sound so far-fetched? Li Zai exclaimed in astonishment. Do people really ascend and become immortals? I've never seen it. Zhang Lata said indifferently. Actually, I also think it's nonsense. Just take it as hearsay. Over the past 1,000 years, only the Confucian leader might have touched a realm beyond the 5th level. Then isn't the Confucian leader invincible in the world? Li Zai clicked his tongue in amazement. At least within the capital of Great Shan, the Confucian leader is unmatched. Zhang Lata nodded and said, however, the Confucian leader rarely leaves the capital, so no one knows whether his true realm has truly surpassed the 5th level, or by how much if it has. What about the first generation sword god from 1,000 years ago? Li Zai seemed to recall something and asked. He should be about the same level as the Confucian leader. Zhang Lata thought for a moment and said, it's been too long, no one can be certain. I'm really envious. Li Zui sighed with emotion, then couldn't help but express some concern. Since the Confucian leader is so formidable, old Qing won't run into any trouble, will she? That shouldn't happen. Zhang Lata shook his head and said, the Confucian leader isn't a bloodthirsty person. Besides, given Qing Amaya's strength, even if she can't win, she should still be able to escape. Young master. As soon as the two finished speaking, a servant hurried in from the backyard and urgently reported, a letter from the capital. Upon hearing this, Li Zui showed a surprised expression and reached out to take the letter. However, Li Ziu's face quickly darkened, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. What happened? Zhang Lachuo sensed something amiss, having been at the Li residence for so long. This was the first time he had seen the young man so furious. Something happened to Sister Yue. Li Ziu stood up and said solemnly, Old Zhang, I need to go to the capital of the Great Shan. What was bound to come has finally arrived, unavoidable no matter how hard one tries to evade it. Right now? Zhang Lata asked in surprise. Now. Li Zai nodded, then turned and walked toward the study. Father must have received the news by now. In the study, Li Baiong sat with a dark expression, his usually cheerful face now filled with murderous intent. With a loud clang, Li Zai pushed open the door and entered the study, saying, Old Li, I'm going to the capital. All right. Li Baiong did not stop him but said gravely, Once you're in the capital, be careful. Remember, no matter what you do, the Li family will always be your strongest support. Understood. Li Ziyu responded, then turned and left. Half an hour later, in front of the Li residence, carriages gathered one after another. Except for Li Ziyu's carriage at the front, every other carriage was loaded with medicinal herbs, gold, silver, and jewels. Of course, there was also one carriage filled with fine wine. It's prepared for Zong Latte. In this lifetime of mine, I'm destined to toil, the old man said. Watching jar after jar of fine wine being loaded onto the carriage, Zong Latte sighed with displeasure. Old Zhang, the capital has even more fine wine. If you want to drink, I'll buy it all for you. In front of the carriage, Li Zai solemnly promised. You still have some conscience, kid. Zhang Latte sighed with emotion, then boarded the carriage. Li Zai followed and got into the carriage. The convoy immediately set off, heading in a grand procession toward the outskirts of Yuzhou City. Li Baiong stood in front of the Li mansion, watching the departing convoy with an exceptionally complex expression. Both he and Zai were well aware of the dangers in the capital, but given the current circumstances, there was no way to avoid it. Others had already slapped them in the face should they really do nothing and offer their cheeks for more. The Li mansion did not seek trouble, but neither did it fear it. Even if it's the royal family we are facing. Half a day later, outside Yuzhou City, the convoy rumbled past. In the foremost carriage, two people sat facing each other in silence. Zhang Latte still drank his own wine. His purpose for this trip was solely to protect this young man's safety. Other matters were none of his concern. Li Zai closed his eyes, taking advantage of the travel time to continue practicing the mental techniques of the Feixian Ju. It has been half a month since he opened his first divine repository, yet he remains in the early stage of the first realm, still far from breaking through to the mid-stage. The carriage rumbled loudly, and dust swirled behind the convoy. Those who followed the procession now were all trusted confidants of the Li household. Even the most ordinary maids had spotless backgrounds, thoroughly investigated in secret by the Li family. Although Li Ziren had always resisted going to the capital, he was entirely unprepared. He didn't want to go, but he had been making plans for this day all along. The skyline, the blazing sun moves westward, the sunset descends, and night approaches. The convoy stops, setting up camp on the spot. Among the group, a dozen men take turns patrolling, vigilant against any potential surprises. The wilderness night is bitterly cold, and bonfires are lit throughout the camp for warmth. Li Ziyu sat before the campfire, gazing at the flickering flames in silence. Zhang Latte tossed a jar of wine over and said, "Have a drink to ward off the cold." "Thank you." Li Ziyu caught the wine, took a swig, and clenched his left fist tightly, with occasional flashes of coldness in his eyes. "Once you reach the capital, you'll need to be more careful. That place is full of hidden talents, nothing like Yuzhou City, where you could act as you pleased," Zhang Latte reminded him. "I know." Li Zai took another sip of wine, feeling the fiery warmth in his stomach, and said, "Good wine." "Monkey wine," Zhang Latte said calmly, "save some. I don't have much left." "I never expected you to have such good stuff hidden away." Li Zai tilted his head back and took another swig, then wiped his mouth and tossed the remaining wine over, saying, "No more for me. I still have sword practice later." "Actually, there's no need for you to rush like this," Zhang Latte reminded him. "Everything should be done in moderation. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. If you train too hard, your body might not be able to handle it." "I understand, I'll be careful." Li Ziyu nodded and asked, "Old Zhang, with my current cultivation level, what are my chances against a martial artist of the third prince's caliber?" "Absolutely none," Zhang Latte replied honestly. "The third prince has already opened his second divine treasury, a full major realm above you. In martial arts, each realm is a world apart. The possibility of overcoming such a gap is extremely slim. At this point, Zhang Lata paused slightly before continuing. You started late to begin with, and your talent isn't particularly advantageous. Falling behind the third prince and the others is normal. Take it slow. As long as you can master the fishing technique, your future martial arts achievements won't lose to anyone. I'm afraid I can't wait that long. Enough talk time to practice swordsmanship. Li Zai murmured softly, then picked up the Changjun sword beside him and resumed practicing the second stance of the fishing technique. By the campfire, Zhang Lata watched the young man practicing his swordplay in the wilderness, his weathered eyes flickering with a hint of something unusual. It's indeed too early to go to the capital now. However, he has high hopes for this young man. Because this guy is ruthless not just to others, but even more so to himself. To put it bluntly, this kid is a madman. Boom! On the desolate wilderness, a sword's gleam pierced the sky, shattering a massive boulder with a resounding crack. The young man practiced his swordplay one stroke, then another, progressing slowly yet visibly. At dawn, Li Ziyue was so exhausted he could barely move, yet he gritted his teeth against the fatigue, sitting cross-legged to seize the moment when day and night alternated, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was at its most abundant, to diligently practice the mental techniques of the fishing formula. Half an hour later, everyone packed their belongings and prepared to set off. Li Ziyue slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a turbid breath, clearly sensing that the sea of true essence within his chest's divine repository had grown significantly compared to before. It seems that the more exhausted and drained of energy one is while practicing the fishing formula, the better the results, he mused. Li Ziyue clenched his fist. If that were the case, he hadn't been harsh enough on himself. Madman. Zhang Late shook his head helplessly, then bent down and entered the carriage. If he had been half as diligent as this kid back then, he wouldn't have lost that match to that charlatan from the western regions. Not far away, Li Ziyue walked over. Before boarding the carriage, he glanced toward the east, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sister Yue, I'm here. No one from the Li family will ever let anyone be bullied. Not even the royal family. The capital of Great Shang, Li Manor. A newly acquired property after Li Yue arrived in the capital, serving as the Li family's foundation in the city. Originally a fresh and elegant residence, it had become somewhat tainted in recent days due to the appearance of one person. Cheng Yifei, the son of Prince Shuangwu. In the capital of the Great Shang, there are countless powerful and influential families, but without a doubt, the most dominant figures are the 10 martial kings. The Great Shang values martial prowess, and to be enthroned as a king through martial achievements is an unparalleled honor. It can be said that the 10 martial kings of the Great Shang hold up half the sky of the entire Great Shang dynasty. Among them, the Shuangwu king is one of the 10 martial kings, wielding immense power and influence. Even more terrifying was the fact that the sister of Prince Shuangwu, Cheng Yifei's aunt, had entered the palace as a consort in her early years and given birth to a son, who was none other than the currently rising third prince. This made the already illustrious house of Prince Shuangwu even more untouchable. Thus, Cheng Yifei's status, if not on par with that of a prince, was not far from it. At a banquet hosted by the third prince, Cheng Yifei saw Li Yue for the first time and was instantly captivated. For days, he relentlessly pursued her, even going so far as to publicly send betrothal gifts with great fanfare, making the entire capital aware of the affair. This was nothing short of a blatant forced marriage. When the heir of Prince Shuangwu sent betrothal gifts, who in the capital would dare refuse? No one expected Li Yue to be so bold. In front of everyone, Li Yue unhesitatingly threw out all the betrothal gifts sent by the heir of the Shuangwu king. Cheng Yifei was furious and sent men to abduct her, when Li Yue left the estate on business. Had it not been for the skilled guards secretly arranged by Li Qingzi to protect her, she might have suffered greatly. The situation escalated further, with the entire capital of Great Shang eagerly watching to see how this farce would ultimately conclude. Ifei, don't push things too far. The royal family and the Li family must not openly break relations. At the third prince's residence, Mu Yao looked at the man before him and advised. In recent days, his cousin's actions had truly gone too far. Cousin, it's just a merchant family. Is there any need to hold them in such high regard? Opposite the tea table, a young man with a rather handsome appearance but a somewhat pale and sickly complexion sat there, speaking dismissively. The Li family is no ordinary merchant household. Today, their business spans the entire Great Shang, with astonishing wealth. Even the imperial court has to show them some respect, Mu Yao said solemnly. Cousin, no matter how wealthy the Li family is, what does it matter? Once you ascend the throne, the entire realm will be yours, let alone a mere Li family, Cheng Yifei said carelessly. Don't talk nonsense. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao's expression darkened slightly, and he said in a deep voice, this empire belongs to Father Emperor. Only he has the authority to decide who will succeed the throne. Startled by his cousin's reprimand, Cheng Yifei realized his mistake and dared not speak further. Seeing the frightened look on the other's face, Mu Yao sighed softly and said, Yifei, it's not that I'm being harsh. It's just that within the imperial palace, every step is fraught with danger. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Although my mother is favored in the palace, she is still constrained by the empress at every turn. Things are not as glorious as they appear on the surface. So, try to stay out of trouble outside, understand? I understand. Cheng Yifei nodded and responded softly. Mu Yao shook his head helplessly, took a sip of the tea in front of him, hoping that his cousin had truly taken his words to heart. Half an hour later, Cheng Yifei left the third prince's residence, and the previously submissive demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a look of disdain. What nonsense, relying on his status as an elder cousin to lecture me. Cheng Yifei whispered softly, then stepped onto the sedan chair and said, to Li Manor. Inside the third prince's residence, a servant hurried in and reported, Your Highness, the young master has still gone to Li Manor. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao narrowed his eyes. This boy was truly beyond redemption. Pushing the Li family too far would likely have consequences far more severe than he imagined. In front of Li Manor, Cheng Yifei stepped out of the sedan chair and immediately headed toward the estate ahead. Young master, our young lady says she is not receiving guests today. At the estate gate, two servants stepped forward to block his way, speaking thus. I am your future brother-in-law, I don't count as a guest. Cheng Yifei said with a smile, pushing the two aside and continuing forward. Young master, the young lady has said she will not receive guests today. Please do not make this difficult for us. The two servants quickly stepped forward again to block his path, speaking urgently. Get lost. Seeing this, Cheng Yifei's smile vanished as he shouted angrily. The two servants' expressions changed, but they still stood in the way, refusing to step aside. Don't know what's good for you. Man, beat them up. Cheng Yifei's expression turned cold as he shouted. Yes. From behind, four burly men stepped forward, roughly pulling the two servants aside and began punching and kicking them. Cheng Yifei let out a cold snort before striding into the mansion ahead. In the main hall of Li Manor, Li Yue was sorting through the accounts of recent days when a maidservant hurried in, anxiously reporting, Miss, the crown prince of Shuangwu has barged in again. Hearing this, Li Yue frowned slightly in the hall and said, Understood. You may leave. Yes. The maidservant acknowledged the order and turned to depart. How about it? Should I step in and help you get rid of him? Behind them, a woman in red spoke up, her tone indifferent. No need. Li Yue shook her head and said, after all, he is the heir of Prince Shuangwu. If you resort to force here, we'll also face trouble. Hongxiu nodded and said no more, though a cold glint flickered deep in her eyes. This Prince Shuangwu's heir is truly relentless. Last time, if not for the Tower Master's people secretly intervening, Li Yue might have been in real danger. Precisely because of this, the Tower Master sent her to personally ensure Li Yue's safety. Speaking of which, that brat Zai should have received the news by now. Counting the days, he should be arriving soon. That little rascal isn't as easy to deal with as she is. Miss Yue, I've come to see you. Why do you always avoid me? At that moment, the annoying voice rang out from outside the main hall. Then, Cheng Yifei walked in with a smile on his face, his expression frivolous. As soon as he entered, he reached out toward Li Yue. Prince, please behave yourself. Li Yue took half a step back, avoiding his hand, and said calmly, this is Li Garden, not your princely mansion. Li Garden has its own rules. I hope the prince will not overstep them. Rules? Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Cheng Yifei burst into laughter and said, in the capital of Great Shang, no one has ever talked to me, Cheng Yifei, about rules. Miss Li, you truly are unique. Have you considered what I asked you? Just nod your head, and I'll immediately arrange an 8-carriage procession to marry you. I've already made it clear to the heir that Yue has no intention of marrying yet. Please leave, heir, Li Yue said calmly. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Rejected once again, Cheng Yifei's face instantly darkened as he ordered, men, tie up this ungrateful woman and take her back to the prince's residence. Yes. At his command, 4 burly men outside the main hall rolled up their sleeves and strode in, ready to seize her. Behind Li Yue, Hongxiu stepped forward to shield her, her expression cold as she said, young master, are you certain you wish to resort to force? Only then did Cheng Yifei notice the woman behind Li Yue, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment at her beauty. This woman in red is in no way inferior to Li Yue. Where did Li Manor find so many peerless beauties? May I ask for the young lady's name? Cheng Yifei asked with a frivolous smile. Hangzu. The Red Candle said lightly. Red Candle, what a lovely name. How about coming back to the prince's mansion with me? As long as you serve this young master well, I promise you'll have everything you desire in the future. As the words fell, Cheng Yifei reached out his hand, attempting to touch the beautiful face of the woman before him. Seeing this, a bright smile bloomed on Red Candle's face. She didn't even try to dodge, her gaze fixed on something behind him as she said softly, that could be arranged, but you'll have to ask him first. Him? Cheng Yifei was taken aback and instinctively turned to look behind him. There, in the Li Garden, a young man dressed in brocade attire had appeared at some unknown moment. Without uttering a word, he walked step by step toward the main hall. Behind the young man was a shabby old man who didn't seem particularly remarkable. Cheng Yifei frowned and said, where did this wild brat come from? Don't interfere with my important business. Get lost. Li Zai ignored him, stepping into the main hall and approaching Li Yue and Hongxiu. He asked softly, are you alright? I'm fine. Li Yue smiled gently and replied softly. If you don't come soon, there will be trouble. The Red Candle smiled coyly, eager to fan the flames and make the situation worse. Is it him? Li Zai turned around and asked. Yes, the Crown Prince of Shuangwu. His father is one of the 10 martial kings of Great Shang, a big shot, not someone to mess with. Hong Yu laughed. Having a powerful father. Li Zia nodded and said, actually, I have a powerful father too. Cheng Yifei watched the two of them bantering back and forth, his expression growing increasingly grim. He turned to the four men and barked, "What are you waiting for? Arrest them. Arrest someone." Li Ziyu laughed, a chilling laugh, and said, "Old Dong, do me a favor, 10 jars of drunken dreams." "Generous." Behind them, Old Dong grinned upon hearing this, then flashed forward, appearing instantly before the four individuals. In the blink of an eye, the four men felt a blur before their eyes, and the next moment, they were all sent flying as if struck by a heavy blow, spitting blood. Seeing this, Cheng Yifei's face turned pale with terror, his eyes flashing with fear. Li Zai looked at the former, still wearing a bright smile on his face, and said, "Will you roll out on your own, or shall I help you?" "Why you dare? I am the heir of Prince Shuangwu. How dare you disrespect me? I will have my father exterminate your entire clan." Cheng Yifei shouted, his voice fierce but his heart weak. "So you're asking for my help?" Li Ziyu smiled as he reached out, gripping the former's throat in an instant. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a chilling tone as he said, "I'll be waiting. Let's see whether you exterminate my 9 generations first, or I flay you alive." With those words, Li Ziyu lifted the crown prince of Shuangwu and kicked him out. With a loud thud, Cheng Yifei crashed heavily onto the ground, his body sliding over 10 feet away. Cough! 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 Outside the main hall, Cheng Yifei clutched his throat, coughing violently several times. His terrified gaze fixed on the youth inside the hall as he shouted, "You wait. All of you just wait for me, the heir." After saying this, Cheng Yifei struggled to his feet and then staggered unsteadily toward the estate's exit. "Little brother, you're too impulsive." In the main hall, Li Yue softly spoke of the crown prince of Shuangwu, who had left in a sorry state. "Who told her to bully Sister Yue?" Li Zai said in a gentle tone, "I was already very restrained. See, I didn't kill him." "You." Li Yue showed a helpless expression and didn't say anything more. "Heartless people. Just now, I was almost taken advantage of too, yet no one came to comfort me." Beside them, Hongju pretended to be jealous as she spoke. Hearing this, Li Ziyu smiled and said, "I thought Sister Hongju was willing. Looking for a beating." Hongju glared with almond-shaped eyes and raised her hand as if to strike. At the same time, news of the Li family's eldest son appearing in the capital quickly spread through the mansions of the great Shan capital. At the third prince's residence, upon receiving the news, Mu Yao's expression immediately changed. "Li Ziyu has arrived. So fast." At the third prince's residence, Mu Yao stared at the intelligence report on the table, his expression extremely grave. "Li Ziyu has finally arrived. Even sooner than he had anticipated. Your Highness, the young master has gone to the garden. Could something go wrong?" Beside him, a servant dressed like a page spoke up to remind him. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao's expression froze momentarily before he immediately stood up. However, moments later, Mu Yao sat back down again, his face darkening. It's too late now. All he could hope for now was that his foolish cousin wouldn't provoke the Li family's heir too much. That Li Zai is simply a madman. Even he, a prince, dared to strike him, let alone the heir of Prince Shuangwu. In the end, his cousin was in the wrong, and before the royal family and the Li family completely severed ties, they wouldn't openly trouble the Li family. So, even if Cheng Yifei was beaten at the Li residence, he had to endure it in silence. His idiot cousin would have to settle the score himself if he wanted to regain face. In the Shuangwu prince's mansion, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Cheng Yifei returned in a disheveled state, his face twisted with rage, and barged straight into the study. "Father, I want him dead. I want him dead." Cheng Yifei glared at the man in the study and roared furiously. In the study, Prince Shuangwu looked up at his legitimate son, who had barged in without permission, and said indifferently, "Get out." "Father!" Cheng Yifei exclaimed in urgent anger. Get out! King Xuanwu's gaze turned icy as he shouted. Cheng Yifei shuddered, only then noticing that besides his father, there was also a woman in the room. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, dressed in pink and red, with a charming and alluring appearance. Her lips were as red as cinnabar, her face adorned with a red flower, and her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, embodying the classic image of a femme fatale. However, upon seeing the woman's face, Cheng Yifei did not show any sign of infatuation. Instead, he trembled in fear, his face filled with terror, and stumbled out of the room in panic. The Rakshasa king, Tao Yaoao. Why is this crazy woman here? Cheng Yifei harbored deep psychological trauma from this woman. Because, back when he didn't recognize the identity of the Rakshasa woman, he had once led his servants to verbally harass her, only to watch helplessly as this madwoman dug out the hearts of all his servants while they were still alive. The bloody scene is still etched vividly in his memory. It seems the crown prince is quite afraid of me. In the study, Tao Yao watched the retreating figure of the Xuanwu princess heir with a slight curve at the corner of her lips, murmuring softly. The reputation of the Rakshasa king is known throughout the land. It's only natural for my son to be in awe, the Xuanwu prince said calmly. This woman, like him, was one of the 10 martial kings. Though a woman, none dared provoke her, the smiling Rakshasa, with a heart as venomous as a serpent. Judging by the young lord's appearance, it seems he suffered quite a loss. From this, it appears that the Li family's heir is not one to show mercy, Tao Yao said with a faint smile. The younger generation's affairs will resolve themselves. King Rakshasa, let us return to discussing important matters, King Xuanwu said solemnly. Let's not continue. After your son's interruption, I've lost all interest. We'll talk another day. Tao Yao responded casually, then lazily stretched her waist before rising and walking out of the study. King Xuanwu watched the retreating figure of the former, his expression growing increasingly somber. This Rakshasi woman has absolutely no regard for him. Father! Outside the study, Cheng Yifei saw the Rakshasa king leave and entered again, his face full of grievance as he said, You must stand up for your son. Useless thing. King Xuanwu snorted coldly and said, I've told you long ago not to provoke the Li family for no reason. You wouldn't listen, and now that you've suffered a loss, you still want me to stand up for you. Do you really expect me, King Xuanwu of Great Shan, to go and bully a few juniors from the Li family? Father, am I just supposed to take this loss lying down? Cheng Yifei anxiously asked. Solve it yourself. King Xuanwu said indifferently. Don't you usually have plenty of dubious friends? Now is the time to make use of them. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yifei suddenly understood and said with a pleased expression, Thank you for the reminder, father. With that, Cheng Yifei turned and hurriedly left the study. King Xuanwu shook his head helplessly at his son's disappointing demeanor. If only his son had half the cunning of his cousin, this matter wouldn't be so troublesome. Just as the crown prince of Xuanwu was about to gather his gang of troublemakers to seek revenge, Li Yuan, or Li Zai, had barely settled in when he received his first distinguished guest. The third prince, Mu Yao. Of course, to Li Zai, the third prince was no stranger. An old friend, indeed. Why has your highness come in person? I was planning to visit your residence after settling in. In the main hall, Li Ziyao and Mu Yao sat facing each other, with steaming tea on the table, its aroma wafting through the air. I heard brother Li had arrived in the capital, so I came to see you. Mu Yao feigned displeasure and said, What, am I not welcome? How dare I? Li Zai smiled apologetically and said, The third prince's presence truly brings immense honor to Li Manor. Beside them, Hong Yu picked up the freshly brewed tea and poured hot tea for both of them. Dressed in a red gown, her beautiful face was radiant, so strikingly charming. Mu Yao glanced at the woman before him, a flash of admiration crossing his eyes, but he quickly averted his gaze, maintaining proper decorum. This woman has an extraordinary demeanor, unlike an ordinary maid. Red Candle, you may leave first. I have some words to discuss with the third prince. Li Zai spoke, giving the order. Yes. Red Candle responded respectfully, then stood up and left. After the Red Candle left, only 2 people remained in the main hall. Mu Yao looked at the young man before him and said apologetically, regarding Chen Yifei's matter, I must apologize to Brother Li. My cousin is impulsive by nature and offended Miss Li. I hope Brother Li can be magnanimous and not hold it against him. This is not your highness's fault, so there is no need for an apology. Li Ziyue said calmly, as for the heir of Prince Shuangwu, I'm afraid it's no longer a matter of whether I hold a grudge or not. In this matter, the heir of Prince Shuangwu would certainly not let it go. Of course, Li Ziyue also didn't he wish for Chen Yifei to simply drop the matter otherwise. How could he justify crippling that brat? Upon hearing this, Mu Yao let out a soft sigh and said, I understand what you mean, Brother Li. After I return, I will try harder to persuade Yifei not to cause any more trouble. That would be for the best, of course. Li Ziyue smiled and said, Well, your highness has come all this way, so let's not dwell on such unpleasant matters. This is my first time in the capital of the Great Shan. I wonder if your highness might have some free time to show me around. Mu Yao was momentarily taken aback by the request but quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, Why wait for another day? How about today? Today? Li Ziyue glanced outside and said, Very well, then I'll trouble your highness. Please! Please! The 2 stood up, then exchanged gestures before walking out of the main hall one after the other. Young master! Outside the main hall, Hongzhu performed a ceremonial bow and asked, Shall I accompany you? No need. Li Zai shook his head and said, Stay in the residence and guard the manor. If anyone causes trouble, drive them out directly. Yes. Hongzhu replied respectfully. Mu Yao, overhearing their conversation, was slightly surprised. Indeed, this woman in red was no ordinary person. The waters of the Li family are likely deeper than they imagined. On the capital streets, Li Zai and Mu Yao walked side by side, admiring the bustling prosperity of the city together. Compared to Yuzhou City, the capital was noticeably livelier, with crowds of people coming and going and the clamor of merchants hawking their goods everywhere. However, the 2 had not walked far when, up ahead, the common folk hurriedly made way as a group of people approached swiftly. Seeing the newcomer, Mu Yao froze, while Li Zai's face broke into a radiant smile. Truly, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow path. It's him! At the front of the crowd, Chen Yifei spotted Li Zai and shouted angrily, Brothers, attack him! Yifei, don't be insolent! Seeing this, Mu Yao's expression darkened as he shouted, Cousin, stay out of this matter. With his enemy right before him, Chen Yifei could no longer restrain himself. He responded curtly, then turned to his gang of troublemakers behind him and yelled, Cripple him tonight, and I'll cover all the silver for our revelry at Shuo Garden. Ha ha, since His Highness the Crown Prince has spoken, of course we must vent this anger for him. Behind him, a group of his cronies loudly echoed the sentiment, then all stepped forward with sinister grins on their faces. Kid, you must have a death wish, daring to provoke our Crown Prince. Seeing this bunch of spoiled brats before him, Li Zai didn't even have the mood to retort. Why are there always such brainless idiots everywhere? Brothers, hurry up. Let's grab a drink after finishing the job. Among a group of spoiled young nobles, someone shouted and immediately rushed forward first. And then, in the small courtyard where the Confucian leader resided at the Imperial Academy, Qing Ana remained silent, but her elegant, aged face carried a faint smile. How about it? Confucius spoke softly. A bet is a bet. Qing Annual said calmly. For the next year, I will teach at the Imperial Academy. To have the plum blossom sword immortal as a lecturer, I believe the students of my Imperial Academy will be overjoyed. Kang Chiu smiled and said, Shall we make another bet? Let's bet on when that young man from the Li family will come to our Imperial Academy. No bet. Qing Amei shook her head and replied, The Confucian leader can foresee all things under heaven. Having personally experienced this, how dare I wager with him again? The Imperial Academy has been too quiet for too long. It's time to liven things up a bit, Kang Chiu murmured softly. Capital city, on the streets. One after another, agonizing cries rang out. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding commoners, all the spoiled young masters brought by Cheng Yifei were knocked to the ground, writhing in pain. Behind them, Cheng Yifei stood there with a pale face, his legs trembling so violently he could barely stay upright, yet he still stubbornly threatened. You're done for. You've beaten students of the Imperial Academy. The Imperial Academy won't let you get away with this. Third Highness, let's go. Li Ziyue paid no heed and turned to the third prince beside him, speaking up. MHM. Mu Yao sighed lightly and nodded in agreement. The two walked forward, and in the moment they passed each other, Li Ziyue paused slightly, whispering into Cheng Yifei's ear, Today, for the sake of Third Highness, I'll spare you once. Next time, you won't be so lucky. After speaking, Li Zai took another step forward and continued walking. Cheng Yifei's body trembled, his face growing even paler. Brother Li, thank you. Beside him, Mu Yao expressed his gratitude. He knew that the reason Li Ziyue didn't take action against Cheng Yifei was entirely out of respect for him. Your Highness is too kind. Li Ziyue smiled. He couldn't very well beat up the third prince's cousin right in front of him, could he? That would be no different from slapping the third prince in the face publicly. He and the third prince were sworn brothers. How could he possibly stab his own brother in the back? But then again, just now Cheng Yifei mentioned something about the Imperial Academy. Wasn't that where his fairy-like master had gone? And there had been no word from her since. I hope the Imperial Academy will really come to trouble him. Otherwise, he truly would. He know how to sneak in and search for traces of his fairy master. Fairy master, your obedient disciple misses you. In the capital, Li Ziyue and Mu Yao strolled around for half a day. The old friends reunited and chatted happily. While strolling around, Li Ziyue particularly noticed the 10 grand mansions standing in different directions within the capital. Imposing and domineering, even from a distance, one could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from them. The 10 martial kings of Great Shang. Li Ziyue secretly memorized the locations of these 10 martial kings' mansions. He knew that if the Li family were ever forced to confront the imperial family in the future, these 10 formidable martial kings of Great Shang would be terrifying adversaries the Li residents would have to face. Half a day later, Li Ziyue and the third prince parted ways, preparing to return to his residence. However, as he passed by a martial prince's mansion, a woman approached from the opposite direction. Clad in red and pink, her face adorned with rouge and lips as red as cinnabar, her overly striking beauty seemed almost aggressive, making it difficult to gaze at her for long. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Li Ziyue instinctively felt a strong sense of danger. Rakshasi! Li Ziyue's heart sank. Before coming, he had deliberately reviewed the information on all the major factions in the capital of the Great Shang. Among them, the 10 martial kings had left a particularly deep impression on him. And among the 10 martial kings, Rakshasi was the only woman. Despite being female, her strength was exceptionally formidable, ranking among the top of the 10 martial kings. Legend has it that the Rakshasi is ruthless and cruel, and anyone who offends her meets a tragic end. Just as Li Zi's emotions were in turmoil, across from him, Tao Yao also noticed the young man before her. Then, her red lips curved slightly. Is this the Li family's heir that the Confucian leader mentioned? Qin Annuo's disciple doesn't seem particularly remarkable either, except for being somewhat decent-looking. Before the Rakshasa prince's residence, Li Zi suppressed the turmoil in his heart and walked forward silently without uttering a word. Seeing this, Tao Yao wore a mocking smile on her face. She could be certain that the young man had recognized her identity. As they passed each other, Tao Yao stopped and smiled, saying, "The Li family's heir." Li Zi ignored her and quickened his pace, eager to leave this troublesome situation behind. He had no intention of confronting a martial king so soon. Li Zi. Seeing the young man walk even faster, Tao Yao lightly stepped forward, her figure flashing like a meteor, instantly blocking his path. Li Zi's expression flickered with surprise, but he quickly suppressed the turmoil in his heart and continued to feign ignorance, asking, "And you are?" Tao Yao smiled charmingly and pointed to the nearby mansion, saying, "This prince's residence is mine." Seeing this, Li Zi's face showed astonishment, and he quickly bowed in salute, saying, "So it's King Rakshasa. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier." "Stop pretending." Tao Yao sneered, "Your act isn't convincing at all. Didn't Qin Ana teach you to greet your elders first? I truly didn't recognize your identity as King Rakshasa earlier." "My apologies." Li Ziua still refused to admit it, saying, "Rakshasa King, do you know my master?" "More than just knowing." Tao Yao said indifferently, "Enemies." Upon hearing this, Li Ziua gasped inwardly, damn, could his luck really be this bad? "Old Qin, are you trying to get me killed?" "What, scared now?" Tao Yao teased, "Don't worry, I wouldn't stoop to bullying a junior like you. The Rakshasa King is truly magnanimous. This junior is in awe." Li Ziua flattered with a grin, his eyes darting around before he respectfully added, "Since I've just arrived in the capital today, there are many matters at my residence that require attention. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, honored senior." With that, Li Ziua bowed once more and promptly turned to depart. "This is no place to linger." "Halt!" Behind him, Tao Yao said indifferently, "Did this king permit you to leave?" Li Ziu's footsteps paused, and he reluctantly turned back. "Old Qin, save me. Where is your master now?" Tao Yao asked. "Right here in the capital city." Li Ziua decisively sold out Old Qin, then after a moment's thought added, "Most likely at the Imperial Academy." "The Imperial Academy?" Tao Yao frowned and asked, "What is she going to the Imperial Academy for?" After speaking, Tao Yao looked at the young man before her and said, "I heard you could create your own sword techniques at the age of 10. Is that true?" "Rumors, absolutely rumors." Li Ziran immediately denied it, saying, "How could anyone create sword techniques at the age of 10? Your Highness the Rakshasa King, don't believe such rumors." Tao Yao sized up the person before her and said, "You must have some skills, otherwise Qin Ana wouldn't have taken you as her disciple. Today, this prince will test what Qin Ana has taught you these days." As the words fell, Tao Yao raised her hand and struck out with a palm. When a martial king-level expert makes a move, even before the palm force arrives, the bone-chilling palm wind already rushes toward the face. Li Zichen was startled, his figure instinctively darting away with a movement as graceful as a startled swan, instantly retreating 9 steps back. "Flying immortal technique." Tao Yao was startled, exclaiming in surprise, "Qin Ana actually taught this kid the Feixian Ju. Has that woman gone mad?" Everyone in the world knows that Feixian Ju is the most difficult technique to master, whether it's the mental cultivation or the physical moves. Has Qin Ana given up on herself and abandoned the 3-year agreement with the old sect master of the Vermilion Bird sect? This really doesn't seem like that woman's style. 9 steps away, Li Zai looked at the changing expression on the Luo Shao King's face ahead, suppressing his anger as he spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Luo Shao King, the grievances between you and my master are unknown to me, and I have no wish to interfere. Now, my master is in the capital. If you have any matters, you can seek her out. Why vent your anger on a junior like me? This truly does not befit your status as a martial king. You little fellow sure have a sharp tongue. Fine, you may leave, lest someone truly accuse me of bullying the weak. Tao Yao waved her hand dismissively. This junior takes his leave. Li Zai clasped his hands in salute, then turned and swiftly departed. A variable beyond destiny's decree. Confucian leader, what exactly do your words mean? Tao Yao watched the departing figure of the young man before her, a glimmer of light flickering in her eyes. Previously, when she visited the Imperial Academy, the Confucian leader had mentioned this eldest son of the Li family several times and said some things she couldn't comprehend, which was why she took such an interest in this youth. In this world, there are few who can capture the Confucian leader's attention, and the last person he repeatedly mentioned was that scholar, Fu Jinlun, a young man who was once full of passion and profound knowledge. Now the leader of the largest sect in the western regions, the master of the Heavenly Oracle Temple, and the second most renowned figure in the world. The Confucian leader has mentioned this Li family heir even more often than Fu Jinlun in the past. Doesn't this imply that the future achievements of the Li family heir will surpass even those of Fu Jinlun? Li Yuan, when Li Zai returned, it was nearly sunset. On Li Zai's face, there was still a thin layer of cold sweat, clearly indicating that encountering the Rakshasa king on the way was unexpected for him. Little brother, did something happen? In the inner courtyard, Li Yue noticed the unusual expression on his face and asked with concern. On the way back, I encountered the Rakshasa king. Li Ziyu didn't hide the truth and said honestly, we exchanged a single move. If the Rakshasa king hadn't only intended to test me, I wouldn't have made it back today. The Rakshasa king? Upon hearing this, Li Yue's expression changed sharply as she asked, why would she attack you? It seems to have some grudge against Qin Annual. Li Zai replied and asked, Sister Yue, I haven't had the chance to ask you yet, how did the negotiations for the collaboration go? Still in talks. Your second brother is also investigating the forces behind the Changsong family, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin Family Bank. However, it's certain that all three have intricate ties to the royal family. Li Yue said gravely, you guessed right. The royal family wants to meddle in our Li family's business and dismantle the entire Li clan without shedding a drop of blood. Negotiating with a tiger for its skin naturally makes every step fraught with peril. Li Zai nodded and asked, what about second brother? Has he made a move yet? Not yet. Li Yue shook her head and said, he is probably waiting for the right opportunity. The day after tomorrow, I've arranged to continue negotiations with them about the collaboration. Now that you, the legitimate heir of the Li family, are here, you should come along. That way, they won't have another excuse to stir up trouble, claiming the Li family disrespects them by sending a woman to negotiate. Very well. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Li Zai's eyes as he said, I'll take this opportunity to meet these so-called big shots of the capital. Kid, are you done talking? At that moment, Zhang Leixiao's voice rang out from the inner courtyard, saying, if you're done, come over and get to work. Li Zai responded, Sister Yue, I'll head over first. MHM. Li Yue nodded in agreement. Li Ziyu walked towards the room ahead, where steam rose and the pungent smell of medicine filled the air. You said this Qin Anna, we've already arrived in the capital, and she still hasn't returned. Zhang Lotta, watching Li Ziyu approach, tossed herbs into the wooden tub while complaining, now look, all the dirty and tiring work has to be done by this old man alone. Am I not also looking for old Qin? Li Ziyu said helplessly, In the next few days, I'll find a chance to enter the Imperial Academy and see if there are any clues about old Qin. You'll have to endure a few more days of hardship, sir. There's no other way. Take it off, Jean-Latte said unhappily. Li Ziyue nodded and swiftly removed his outer garment. Then he stepped into the medicinal barrel. Ah! The next moment, agonizing screams echoed through the room, making the silent night even more chilling. However, the servants in Li Manor had all been brought from the Li residence in Yuzhou City and were already accustomed to such scenes. In fact, they would feel something was missing and couldn't sleep if they didn't hear the young master scream a few times every day. Half an hour later, Jean-Latte emerged from the room looking exhausted, his face covered in sweat, as if he had done something extremely tiring. Another quarter of an hour later, Li Zai staggered out, barely able to walk steadily. The night passed without words, and the next day dawned. In front of Li Garden, 4 young men dressed like Confucian scholars appeared, explicitly asking for Li Zai. In the inner courtyard, Li Zai showed a surprised expression upon hearing the servant's report. A Confucian scholar. Someone from the Imperial Academy. They're really fast. Li Ziyue stepped out of Li Garden, and the 4 Confucian scholars, upon seeing the visitor, politely bowed and said, "Young Master Li, please come with us to the Imperial Academy. Lead the way." Li Ziyue agreed directly without even asking for the reason. Hearing this, the 4 Confucian scholars were momentarily stunned. They had thought the Li family's heir would refuse or even resist by force. The Imperial Academy sent all 4 of them together as a precaution. Soon, the leading Confucian scholar regained his composure and politely said, "Young Master Li, please." Li Zai nodded slightly and then strode forward. Imperial Academy. In the Hall of Justice, the 4 chieftains sat quietly, with the foremost seat left vacant, unoccupied. Above the chieftains is the Grand Dean, though for ordinary matters, the Grand Dean of the Hall of Justice would not make an appearance. Before long, 4 Confucian scholars escorted Li Zai inside. They bowed respectfully and then withdrew. Inside the Hall of Justice, Li Zai looked at the 4 Confucian chieftains, grinned, and then half-bowed, clasping his hands in salute. Junior Li Zai pays his respects to the 4 chieftains, he said. The Imperial Academy, Confucian School's Hall of Justice. The atmosphere was stagnant, even somewhat oppressive. The 4 presiding officials wore icy expressions, not uttering a word, clearly intending to intimidate Li Zai. In all these years, no one had dared to publicly strike a student of the Imperial Academy. This heir of the Li family was the first. In the Hall of Justice, Li Zai straightened up after bowing, standing there quietly with a smile on his face as he looked at the 4 individuals, showing no signs of impatience. "Keep pretending. I don't believe you'll stay silent forever." Sure enough, before long, one of the 4 commanders snorted coldly and spoke up. "Li Zai, do you admit your guilt?" "I do not." Li Ziyue smiled and said, "What crime have I committed, Junior?" "Privately meting out punishment and assaulting a student of our Taishui Palace. This is a serious crime." Another official spoke up, his voice cold. "Assault?" Li Ziyue smiled and said, "All the citizens of the capital can testify that I was merely acting in self-defense. How can this be called assault? Your martial skills far surpass theirs. You could have stopped at a mere warning, yet you showed no mercy and struck with heavy blows. What else is this if not assault? At such a young age, you are already so ruthless. If left unpunished, you will surely become a menace in the future." The 3rd Confucian elder spoke coldly. "Ha!" Li Ziyue sneered and replied, "If we follow your logic, elder, then if one day foreign enemies invade our great Shan, seize our land, and slaughter our people, should we merely stop at a warning and just scare them away? What kind of reasoning is that? Yesterday, I clearly heard those men say they intended to cripple me. If I were truly as ruthless as you claim, those men would just be lying in bed for a few days. Clever words and deceitful excuses. The fourth official snorted coldly and said, State affairs should never be equated with personal grudges. Li Ziyue, we initially summoned you here merely to administer a minor reprimand as a warning. Yet, you show not the slightest remorse, stubborn and unyielding. If we do not punish you severely now, who knows what troubles you might stir up in the future? Guards! Here! Outside the Hall of Justice, 4 Confucian scholars entered and bowed respectfully. Please bring the disciplinary rod. The fourth order keeper said calmly. Yes. The 4 Confucian scholars acknowledged the command. Before long, 4 Confucian scholars arrived, respectfully holding disciplinary rods in both hands. Inside the Hall of Justice, Li Zai showed no trace of panic. His gaze fixed on the 4 Confucian preceptors as he said calmly, Gentlemen, I am not a student of the Imperial Academy. Even if judgment is to be passed, it is not the Academy's place to do so. Has the Imperial Academy no reason above the laws of Great Shang, to the point where it can administer punishment privately? Outrageous! Hearing this, the 4 preceptors' expressions changed, and they shouted in anger. This accusation is not something the Imperial Academy can bear. This kid is trying to drag the Imperial Academy into disloyalty and infamy. The laws of the Great Shang Dynasty don't even stipulate that self-defense should be punished, yet the Imperial Academy, due to its own students' misconduct, insists on pinning the blame on others and even resorts to private punishment. The Imperial Academy wields such immense power. If I weren't a son of the Li family but an ordinary commoner, would I have been beaten to death here today with no one daring to speak up? Has the Imperial Academy truly reached the point where it can dominate the capital unchecked? Li Zai sneered. You, boy, don't talk nonsense. The 4 decree holders grew increasingly alarmed as they listened, their faces streaming with cold sweat, and they shouted angrily. The Imperial Academy indeed holds an extraordinary status due to the presence of the Confucian leader, the contemporary sage. However, this does not mean the Imperial Academy truly dares to disregard the laws of the Great Shang. Go ahead and hit him. Li Ziyue smiled faintly, standing there motionless, and said, I won't resist. However, the Imperial Academy should carefully consider how to silence the murmurs of the people. Of course, the Academy could also choose not to care at all. Behind him, the 4 Confucian scholars holding disciplinary rods exchanged glances, their faces filled with hesitation, unsure whether to strike or not. The 4 Confucian elders also sat there with grim expressions, not daring to issue orders lightly. They were well aware of the Li family's influence. If this matter were to spread, Confucianism would undoubtedly be thrust into the storm of public scrutiny. They originally didn't intend to make things too difficult for this Li family's direct descendant, merely wanting to teach him a lesson and take him down a peg. Little did they expect things to escalate to this extent. Clap! 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 At that moment, applause rang out outside the Hall of Justice. Then, a man who appeared to be around 40 years old strolled in, dressed in a Confucian robe, unsmiling, and step by step made his way to the main seat of the Hall of Justice. Greetings, Sect Master. The 4 Confucian decree holders immediately stood up upon seeing the newcomer and bowed respectfully. Li Ziyue's gaze also turned toward the middle-aged man ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Law Confucian chief, the head of the Confucian Law Enforcement Hall and also one of the 4 venerables of the Confucian sect. All of you may leave now. The Dharma Confucian elder said calmly. Yes. The 4 Confucian disciples acknowledged the order and turned to depart. And you 4, go receive your disciplinary punishment yourselves. The legalist sect leader calmly looked down at the 4 kneeling Confucian sect commanders below. Yes, sect leader. The 4 Confucian sect commanders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, before bowing respectfully once more and rising to leave. After everyone had departed, only the legalist sect leader and Li Ziyue remained in the Hall of Justice. The atmosphere was extremely quiet, so silent you could hear a pin drop. Li Ziyue. After a long while, the leader of the Confucian sect spoke calmly. The Confucian sect has been impolite. We hope you won't take offense. You're too kind, sect leader. Li Ziyue bowed and said, yesterday, this junior did indeed act too harshly. One does not strike a smiling face since the chief law scholar had taken the initiative to lower his stance. He couldn't press the advantage unreasonably. After all, old Qin might still be within this Imperial Academy. Li Ziyue, would you be willing to join our Imperial Academy? The Confucian leader did not beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. Enter the Imperial Academy. Li Zai frowned slightly and said, but now is not the time for the Imperial Academy to enroll new students, is it? We can make an exception for you. The Confucian leader replied. Why? Li Zai was puzzled. He wasn't narcissistic enough to think he was some kind of extraordinary genius that even the Imperial Academy would beg him to join. There must be something fishy going on here. He needs to be careful, lest he gets sold out and still helps count the money for others. This matter was instructed by the Confucian leader. I don't know the reason either. The law Confucian master said calmly, you only need to answer, willing or unwilling. The Confucian leader's instruction. Can I meet the Confucian leader in person? Li Ziyue said in surprise. No. The head of the Confucian school said calmly. The Confucian leader did not say he wanted to see you. However, if you join our Taishui Palace, you might have a chance to meet him. Can I think about it? Li Ziyue thought for a moment and said, all right. The Confucian sect leader nodded and said, take your time to consider it. Whenever you've made your decision, give me your answer. There's no rush. Thank you, sect leader. Li Ziyue clasped his hands in salute and replied, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave now. The Confucian leader nodded slightly, offering no further words of retention. Li Ziyue turned and left, his mind filled with doubts. The Confucian leader? He and the Confucian leader had never met before, so why would the Confucian leader mention him? After Li Zai left, the legalist sect leader also stood up and departed. In an inconspicuous corner of the Imperial Academy, within a small courtyard, the chief of legal Confucianism approached and bowed, saying, Confucian leader, he has departed. Didn't agree? In the small courtyard, the old man spoke with a faint smile. Said they needed to think it over. The leader of the Confucian legalists replied. The old man nodded and said, I suppose he wouldn't agree so quickly. Let him be. When the time comes, he will agree. Yes. The FA Ru sect's chief respectfully responded. By the way, in the small courtyard, the old man pondered for a moment and said, your disciple is too rigid. Have him get closer to the Li family's heir. Upon hearing this, the Confucian sect leader's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something but held back, offering another respectful bow before replying, understood. Go back to your duties. In the courtyard, the old man smiled and said. The Confucian leader nodded, then turned and left. Half a day later, in the Grand Academy, a young man in a white Confucian robe departed, heading straight toward Li Garden. At Li Garden, after finishing his sword practice, Li Zai, who rarely took a moment to sit and rest with some tea, spat out his tea upon hearing the words of the white-robed young man before him. Cough! 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 Li Zai wiped the tea from the corner of his mouth and asked with an incredulous expression, you're planning to stay here? Did the chief of the law Confucian sect send you? Yes. Bai Wang Yu bowed slightly and said earnestly, I hope Brother Li will take me in. Otherwise, if I return, I want he be able to explain it to the chief. You can stay, but... Li Xiu's eyes darted around before he turned to glance at the red candle behind him and whispered, "Is this guy strong?" "Not just strong, extraordinarily so." The red candle replied in an equally hushed tone, "This Bai Wangyu is the chief disciple of the Confucian School of Law and the senior brother of all students at the Imperial Academy. Rumor has it his cultivation has already reached the peak of the second realm, not far from opening his third divine repository." "Holy shit, that's amazing!" Li Xiu was shocked. Comparing people is infuriating. He was still struggling in the early stages of the first realm, while others were already starting to break through to the third realm. Could this be a trick? Li Xiu asked uneasily. "It shouldn't be." The red candle whispered softly, "Bai Wangyu's inflexibility is well known. If the Dharma Master had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have sent this person. Let's accept him for now, and we can deal with other matters later. The garden is in need of manpower right now. By keeping Bai Wangyu, we'll essentially gain a free fighter. Moreover, his noble status will make others think twice before causing trouble at the garden in the future." "That makes sense." Li Ziren gave a thumbs up, then cleared his throat and straightened up, looking at the young man in white before him. "We can accept you, but the garden has its own rules. If you want to stay here, you must abide by our regulations." "I will follow Brother Li's arrangements in everything," Bai Wangyu replied earnestly. "Let's go." Li Zai was very satisfied. What he lacked right now was precisely such an obedient and formidable enforcer. Finally, the heavens remembered their favorite son and granted him a little benefit. "Come, I'll show you to your room." Li Xiu stood up and personally arranged accommodations for Bai Wangyu. "Many thanks, Brother Li." Bai Wangyu responded respectfully and then followed along. In the west wing, Li Xiu led Bai Wangyu forward. Along the way, he didn't forget to continue negotiating terms, saying, "Brother Bai, I've been lacking a sparring partner for my sword practice lately. How about we have a friendly match if the opportunity arises? Brother Li wishes to spar, and Bai Wangyu will certainly do his best to accompany you," Bai Wangyu replied. "Well, there's no need to go all out," Li Zai said awkwardly. "It's just a friendly match, so let's keep our cultivation at the early stage of the first realm to avoid hurting each other. Don't you agree?" "Brother Li makes a valid point." Bai Wangyu nodded in agreement. Heh. Looking at the Confucian sect senior brother, who resembled a little white flower before him, Li Ziren gave an awkward smile, feeling a twinge of guilt for the first time. Why did he feel like he was the big bad wolf tricking Little Red Riding Hood? Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Li Zai rushed to Bai Wangyu's west wing to spar. The result? Best not to mention it. The flying immortal technique you just used is the most difficult martial art in the world to master. I heard you've only been practicing it for less than a month. To achieve such skill in just a month, and even exchange 3 moves with me using only this technique, truly, you are a prodigy, Bai Wangyu said with unwavering sincerity. Li Xiu sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, feeling like crying. If it weren't for Bai Wangyu's sincere attitude, he would have suspected this guy was mocking him in a roundabout way. 3 moves, and that was with this guy suppressing his cultivation. Good heavens, is there no way to survive this? Little brother, it's time to go. At this moment, Li Yue approached in front of the west wing and reminded him. Upon hearing this, Li Zai immediately stood up, having almost forgotten the important matter. After taking 2 steps, Li Zai stopped again, turned to look at the little red head behind him, and flashed a grin like a big bad wolf, saying, "Brother Bai, why don't you come along?" Bai Wangyu listened and nodded slightly without asking where they were going. Merchant Alliance, Apricot Garden. The autumn breeze gently brushed past, and the leaves of the apricot trees in the garden had already turned golden, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. In the garden, representatives from all three families had already arrived, accompanied by some younger members of their families who had come to broaden their horizons. The Changsong family, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin Family Bank can be considered the three wealthiest factions in the capital, each with astonishingly powerful backgrounds. Particularly the Changsong family, which is backed by the lineage of the current empress of the Great Shang dynasty, wielding immense influence. This is precisely why, despite being the latest to enter the commercial arena, the Changsong family has achieved the fastest growth. Similarly, both the Merchant Alliance and the Yin Family Bank have the support of imperial court factions, making them forces to be reckoned with. Today, these three factions have gathered together to jointly decide the division of the capital's commercial landscape. The Li family representative has arrived. At that moment, the announcement rang out, instantly quieting the lively banquet. All eyes turned toward the garden entrance. Under everyone's gaze, three figures strode forward. Leading them was a young man dressed in brocade, his face as flawless as jade, his bearing transcendent, truly a peerless gentleman, unmatched in this world. The legitimate son of the Li family. The representatives of the three families saw the young man at the forefront, and surprise appeared on their faces. Indeed, the legitimate son of the Li family is a man of striking appearance. No wonder he was able to become the disciple of the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal. Among the representatives of the three families, many young female members gazed at Li Ziren's appearance, their eyes rippling with admiration. Li Ziruo glanced over the crowd, feeling quite satisfied. This is more like it. The people he had encountered before were all old monsters who looked at him as if he were an idiot. However, before Li Ziruo could bask in his pride, the representatives of the three families noticed the white-clad man behind him. Their expressions turned to shock, and they immediately rose to greet him. Master Bai, what brings you here in person? The representatives of the three families wore ingratiating smiles as they greeted him. Bai Wangyu was the senior disciple of the Confucian school, a figure of extraordinary status, and in the future, he was highly likely to become the leader of the Confucian sect. It's Bai Wangyu, it's Bai Wangyu. The young female members of the three families also recognized Bai Wangyu's identity at this moment, exclaiming in surprise and excitement. Li Ziruo deeply regretted his decision. Had he known better, he wouldn't have brought this third wheel along. Wasn't this just stealing his thunder? Behind Li Ziruo, Bai Wangyu remained unfazed by the flattery from the representatives of the three families, calmly stating, "Brother Li asked me to come, so I came." As these words fell, everyone present was taken aback. Did the Li family's eldest son send him? What does this Confucian senior brother mean by his words? At this moment, everyone's gaze toward the Li family's legitimate son changed. Seeing this, Li Ziruo straightened his back, overjoyed in his heart. He had thought bringing along this little red hat was the right move. "Master Li, please come in quickly." The crowd made way, their attitudes shifting as countless thoughts flashed through their minds. The Confucian school sent by Wang Yu. What does this mean? Could it be that the Confucian school is also siding with the Li family? Was it said that the Confucian school had just summoned the Li family as heir yesterday to hold him accountable? Li Ziren observed the changing expressions of the crowd, the corners of his lips curling slightly before he strode toward the banquet tables. The three took their seats, with Bai Wangyu and Li Yue sitting on either side of Li Zai, their respective statuses clearly evident at a glance. Witnessing this, the onlookers grew even more astonished. "Master Li, shall we continue discussing the matter of cooperation?" A steward from the Changsong family spoke up in a friendly tone. "Good." Li Ziruo responded decisively, then glanced at the woman beside him and whispered, "Sister Yue, how should we negotiate? Ask for the sky, settle for the ground." Li Yue replied softly, "In short, give the three families some hope, but don't actually promise them anything. Try to divide them as much as possible." Solid plan. Li Ziyue gave a thumbs up, then looked at the representatives from the three parties and said with a smile, "Let's begin. Master Li, our merchant alliance still hopes to collaborate with the Li family on the soap and perfume business. As for profit sharing, a 50-50 split. The Li family provides the formula, and our merchant alliance has the connections, mutual benefit and assistance." The representative from the merchant alliance spoke with a sincere expression. 10%. Li Ziyue picked up a cup of tea and casually called out, "Pfft." Opposite them, the representatives from the other two families spat out their tea in shock and exchanged bewildered glances. The representative of the merchant alliance turned extremely grim and said, "Young Master Li, our alliance has come with utmost sincerity to discuss cooperation. We implore you to take this seriously." "I am being very serious." Li Ziyue took a sip of tea and continued, "Only the Li family possesses the formulas for soap and perfume. As for connections, the merchant alliance has them, but so do the Changsong and Yin families. The Li family isn't necessarily bound to cooperate with the merchant alliance. Everyone here is intelligent, and merchants seek profit. Whoever offers the Li family the better deal will secure our partnership." As soon as these words were spoken, the representatives of the merchant alliance looked even more displeased, while the representatives of the Changsong family and the Yin family bank each had their own thoughts in their eyes. They could hardly fail to recognize that Li Ziyue was trying to drive a wedge between the three families. Yet, it had to be said that his words held great temptation for them. "Young Master Li, our Yin family is very interested in the Li family's glass business. How about this? The Li family takes 60%, and our Yin family takes 40%, the Yin family representative said, offering as much sincerity as possible. Li Ziyue pondered briefly, then turned his gaze to the representative of the Changsong family and asked, "What about you?" The Changsong family's representative was a middle-aged man, yet everyone present knew that the true helm of the Changsong family's business was the woman beside him. Dressed in a long gown, with delicate features and cascading black hair, she appeared to be around 30 years old, possessing both the beauty of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman, drawing frequent glances from the men present. Changsong Nanxiao, the third daughter of the Changsong family and the younger sister of the current empress, returned to the Changsong family after her husband's death a decade ago. She had never remarried, her mind profoundly calculating a poisonous rose with thorns. Our Changsong family desires the Li family's techniques for making ice from saltpeter and brewing liquor. As long as the Li family is willing to part with them, the terms are negotiable. Under the gaze of the crowd, Changsong Nanxiao, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. As her words fell, those present exchanged glances. Such an audacious demand. Rather than discussing cooperation, they sought to outright purchase the Li family's craft techniques. This was akin to pulling the firewood from under the cauldron. Truly ruthless. Even if they had the same thought, no one dared to speak it aloud. Straightforward. Upon hearing the woman's words, Li Zai smiled and said, "It's not impossible to want the Li family's craftsmanship. What price is the Changsong family willing to pay? What does young Master Li want?" A bright smile appeared on Changsong Nanxiao's beautiful face as she said, "Whatever young Master Li desires, my Changsong family will spare no effort to fulfill. I want it." Li Zai stared at the woman before him and slowly uttered, "You." This time, not only the representatives of the three parties, but even Bai Wangyu beside them spat out the tea in his mouth. Among the banquet attendees, the young female relatives from various factions all showed expressions of disappointment, never expecting the Li family's heir to be such a frivolous and reckless playboy. Only Li Yue showed no unusual reaction to this. Instead, she gazed earnestly at Changsong Nanxiao, scrutinizing her up and down to see if she met the standards of a Li family daughter-in-law. Though she was a bit older, her upkeep was good, ample bosom and generous hips, so she would do. Li Ziyue had no idea about the wild thoughts running through his elder sister's mind, or he would have been utterly shocked. During the banquet, because of a single remark from Li Ziyue, the entire atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Good! Just as everyone shakily picked up their tea to calm their nerves, Chansong Nanqiao responded with a smile. As long as the Li family is willing to part with it, young Master Li's conditions are not entirely out of the question. Once again, everyone present spat out the tea in their mouths. Can we even have a proper conversation at this point? A business negotiation somehow turned into a discussion of romantic affairs. However, upon hearing Chansong Nanqiao's words, the smile on Li Ziyue's face faded, replaced by a serious expression. This woman is not easy to deal with. All right, jokes aside, I'll make a statement on behalf of the Li family. Li Ziyue's gaze swept over the people present as he calmly said, the Li family does indeed need to find a partner, but only one. Whether it's the perfume, soap, or glass business, we're open to collaboration. As for the profits, the Li family will take 70%. 70%? Everyone present was startled by this statement. This was simply too much. Even though the Li family controlled all the production techniques, such an exorbitant demand was unacceptable. As for me, I've said all I have to say. Everyone, please consider carefully. Having spoken, Li Zai ignored the reactions of those present and stood up to leave. Let me see Master Li out. Chansong Nanqiao also rose to her feet and stepped forward to accompany him. During the banquet, everyone's expressions darkened as they witnessed Chansong Nanqiao's actions. Could it be that Chansong Nanqiao truly intends to monopolize the Li family's business? In front of the apricot garden, Chansong Nanqiao and Li Zai walked side by side. The oblivious Bai Wangyu was about to follow, when Li Yue abruptly put him back. Learn to read the room, Li Yue chided softly. Bai Wangyu was momentarily stunned but didn't argue, silently following behind. Ahead, Chansong Nanqiao looked at the young man beside her with gentle eyes and said, Young Master Li, I heard all these peculiar inventions of the Li family were created by you. Is that true? No. Li Zai denied it outright. Just rumors, not to be believed. Upon hearing this, Chansong Nanqiao not only showed no disappointment but instead revealed a bright smile, saying, Young Master Li, actually, the conditions you mentioned earlier are indeed negotiable. Outside the apricot garden, with Chansong Nanqiao's words, Li Zai truly didn't know how to respond. Are women nowadays all so shameless? I'm still young. Can we wait a few years? Li Ziyue's face showed a hint of shyness as he replied. Not that young. Chansong Nanqiao sized up the young man before her with a smile and said, 17 years old is already marriageable age in our great Shang dynasty. What, young Master Li, do you dislike me for being too old, or do you dislike my status as a widow? Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue felt utterly overwhelmed. He had brought this upon himself. Why had he bothered to flirt with this woman in the first place? Looking at the young man's awkward state before her, Chansong Nanqiao smiled charmingly and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about cooperation. The Chansong family is very interested in all of the Li family's businesses. Young Master Li, you can state your terms. Didn't I already mention it during the banquet? Li Ziyue replied. Young Master Li, let's speak frankly. No one among the three families would accept the Li family taking 70% of the profits. Chansong Nanqiao said seriously. 60%, that's the Chansong family's bottom line. The Li family can take 60%, but all people must be involved in the Li family's production process. Impossible. Li Zai flatly rejected. The Li family's production techniques will never involve anyone else. Young Master Li, don't be so quick to refuse. Chansong Nanqiao said calmly. The Li family has operated these businesses alone for 10 years. Many techniques are no longer secrets. Even if the Li family protects them well, within a few years, skilled craftsmen from various families will gradually decipher them. By then, the Li family's advantage will no longer be an advantage. Elder sister Zhongsong also said that would be years later. Li Zai grinned brightly and said, "A few years is enough time for my Li family to expand our business several times over. By then, even if other families manage to replicate our techniques, the Li family will have already monopolized all the business channels in the Great Shang dynasty. No matter how closely others imitate us, the people will only recognize the Li family's brand." Does young Master Li truly believe the imperial court would allow the Li family to develop so recklessly? Surely you understand the saying, "Tall trees catch much wind"? Shaosan Nanqiao remarked coolly. Of course I understand. That's why, as soon as the third prince gave my Li family a choice, we came immediately. Li Zio smiled and said, "However, I do know that the Changsong family, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin family bank do not belong to the same faction. My Li family can choose the Changsong family, or we can opt for the Merchant Alliance and the Yin family bank." Upon hearing this, Changsong Nanqiao narrowed her eyes slightly and replied, "Young Master Li is indeed quite observant. I admire that." "Likewise," Li Ziyue said calmly, "Elder sister Changsong must have heard that I have a fairly good personal relationship with the third prince. He has repeatedly recommended the Merchant Alliance and the Yin family bank to me. What the third prince can offer you, my Changsong family can as well." Changsong Nanqiao's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she said earnestly, "Even more, in fact. To be honest, I do lean more toward the Changsong family." Li Ziyue grinned and said, "After all, who wouldn't want to spend more time with a beauty like Sister Changsong? However, the conditions you've proposed are simply unacceptable to my Li family. You've already called me sister, so how can I, as your sister, not take a step back?" Changsong Nanqiao rolled her eyes at the young man before her and said, "As for profit distribution, the Li family will still take 60%, and my Changsong family will take 40%. As for the Li family's craftsmanship, my Changsong family won't interfere. Is that acceptable now?" "I'll think about it." Li Zai laughed heartily and said, "Perhaps the Yin family bank and the Merchant Alliance will really accept my previous terms." "You!" Changsong Nanqiao's words halted, her chest heaving with anger, her charming appearance so alluring. "I'm leaving now, Sister Changsong. Until we meet again." Having turned the tables, Li Zai was in high spirits. He waved his hand and then strode away. Li Yue and Bai Wangyu followed along, disappearing into the distance together. In front of Xin Garden, Changsong Nanqiao watched the young man's retreating figure for a long time before suddenly bursting into laughter. In that moment, it was as if 100 flowers had bloomed, breathtakingly beautiful. "This little fellow is quite interesting." It had been a long time since she had met someone who piqued her interest so much. Li Yuan, Li Zai, and the other two returned as the sun was nearly setting. Li Zai continued to take his medicinal bath, enduring the daily ordeal. After more than half a shortchen, when Li Zai emerged, his legs were trembling so much he could barely stand. In the west wing, Li Zai and Bai Wangyu sat on the stone steps in front of the room, staring blankly at the moon in the sky. "Old Bai," Li Zai spoke up. Bai Wangyu responded. "Your cultivation is so impressive, your status so extraordinary, and your looks." As he spoke, Li Zai glanced at the little red hat beside him and suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. This guy actually looks pretty good too. Under the moonlight, Bai Wangyu wore a white Confucian robe, with star-like brows and sword-like eyes, exuding an aura of righteous dignity, the epitome of a heaven's favorite, blessed by the heavens themselves. With a pang of bitterness, Li Zichen averted his gaze and asked, "Don't you have any troubles at all?" "Troubles?" Bai Wangyu thought very seriously upon hearing this and replied, "Yes." "What troubles you?" Li Yi immediately perked up and asked. The sect leader and the confusion leader said that with my comprehension, reaching the 5th realm wouldn't be a problem, but if I wish to surpass the 5th realm, it won't be easy, Bai Wangyu answered. Li Ziyu didn't want to talk anymore. Breaking through 5 realms? Others were already considering this issue, while he was still struggling in the early stage of the 1st realm, unsure when he'd ever advance further. Old Bai. I want to die. The two chatted intermittently, and in front of Bai Wangyu, Li Zai finally understood what it meant to be someone else's child. Old Bai, are you really unaware of my master's whereabouts? Li Zai asked again. I don't know. Bai Wangyu shook his head and said, with the plum blossom sword immortal's cultivation, if she intends to conceal her tracks, even the 4 sect leaders would struggle to find her. You'll have to ask the Confucian leader about this matter. Confucian leader. Li Ziyu was helpless. It was the Confucian leader again. The crucial point was, how could he possibly meet the master of the Imperial Academy? Brother Bai, have you ever met the Confucian leader? Li Ziran asked curiously, what kind of person is the Confucian leader? I've only met him once. Bai Wangyu said softly, only the 4 chief elders are allowed to enter the Confucian leader's courtyard. I was fortunate enough to meet him once when I accompanied the chief elder of law. As for what kind of person the Confucian leader is, Brother Li, if you ever have the chance to meet him, you will understand. The Confucian leader is no ordinary man, he is a sage of our time. Li Ziyu had a bit of a headache. If he wanted to ask about old Qin's whereabouts, he had no choice but to meet the Confucian leader. But right now, he couldn't even see the Confucian leader. Truly a frustrating situation. Maybe he could kidnap the Confucian sect's senior disciple and use him as a hostage to exchange for his fairy master. Li Ziyu glanced at Bai Wangyu beside him and quickly dismissed this crazy idea. He was no match for this guy. Feeling a bit tired from sitting, Li Ziyu half laid on the stone steps, gazing at the moon in the sky, and casually remarked, Old Bai, does the Confucian school have any quick-to-learn martial arts? Teach me a couple of moves. Quick-to-learn martial arts. Upon hearing this, Bai Wangyu showed a thoughtful expression. After a long while, he spoke, yes, but their power is rather ordinary. Brother Li, do you still want to learn? Hearing this, Li Ziyu immediately sat up again and said, let me see. Bai Wangyu nodded, took 2 steps forward, and raised his fingers to summon his sword. Instantly, the Tai sword unsheathed from his back, its blade vibrating rapidly, forming over a dozen overlapping afterimages that blurred the line between reality and illusion. In the next moment, over a dozen sword beams shot through the air like meteors streaking across the night sky. Boom! With a deafening roar, the moment the sword beams passed, a massive boulder ahead shattered into pieces, scattering debris across the ground. At the rear, Li Ziyu's mouth hung open in shock, like a country bumpkin who'd never seen the world, his voice trembling as he said, and you call this moderate firepower? Yeah. Bai Wangyu sheathed his sword and nodded, saying, flashy but impractical. In a duel between masters, it's of little use. Li Ziyu's heart felt as if it had been trampled by 1,000 horses, suffering another devastating blow of 10,000 points. Damn it! Why hasn't some angel sister taken this guy away yet? If Brother Li thinks it's useless, then don't learn it. After all, the Feixian technique you practice is the #1 method in the world, unmatched by any other martial art, Bai Wangyu said seriously. No, I'll learn it. Of course I will. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu quickly stood up and said, it's always good to learn more. What's the name of this move? Who knows, when he'll ever master that lousy Feixian technique, he might as well learn something practical to protect himself in the meantime. The wind leaves its trace. Bai Wangyu responded, then activated the Tai sword, meticulously teaching every detail. Li Ziyu stood by, equally earnest in his learning, afraid to miss even a single detail. After roughly half an hour, under Bai Wangyu's patient and repeated instruction, Li Ziyu finally grasped the essence of this move. Haha, it worked. Li Ziyu looked at the pulsating Changjun sword before him and burst into laughter, acting like a fool. Beside him, Bai Wangyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Was this move really that difficult? He remembered learning it after just one glance back then. Why was it so hard for Brother Li to master? Perhaps Brother Li isn't suited to learning the sword techniques of the Confucian school. Bai Wangyu naturally found an excuse for Li Ziren in his heart. After all, how could someone chosen by the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal possibly have poor martial talent? Come on, old Bai. I'm in a great mood today, let me treat you to some fun. After mastering a new move, Li Ziren was in high spirits. He slung an arm around the other's neck and headed out of Li Manor. I've been in the capital for a few days now. It's time to visit second brother and gather some news about the Yin family while I'm at it. I also want to get my hands on that Tiangong Yaoshu as soon as possible. Go where? Bai Wangyu was still unaccustomed to Li Zi's affectionate gestures and asked with an unnatural expression. Sure, what garden? Li Ziyu said, it's a brothel. A brothel? Upon hearing this, Bai Wangyu's expression changed slightly, and he said, Brother Li, this won't do. I'm a disciple of the Confucian school. How could I possibly visit such a place of pleasure? Does the Confucian code of conduct mention it? Li Ziyu asked. Bai Wangyu thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, there isn't. Well, there you go. Li Ziyu grinned and said, Since there's no rule, and you already agreed to listen to me, stop wasting words. With that, Li Ziyu dragged the former along, heading straight in the direction of the Shuo garden. The night breeze gently brushed, the Xiang River shimmered wetly, with flower boats moored in the river and blooming flowers vying for beauty along the banks. The Garden of Blossoms, a renowned pleasure quarter by the Xiang River, saw a constant stream of dignitaries and nobles who would spend hundreds in gold in a single night, all just to win a smile from a beauty. When the moon climbed the treetops, Li Zai half-dragged, half-pulled Bai Wangyu along, hauling him into the Garden of Blossoms. Inside the Garden of Blossoms, music and dance flourished. On the high stage of the first floor, 4 dancing girls gracefully twirled with pipas in hand, their alluring figures faintly visible, leaving mouths parched with desire. Young masters, please come in. Do you have any favorite ladies in mind? As soon as the 2 stepped inside, a heavily made-up woman approached them, holding a painted fan. She looked at them with a beaming smile and said, It's our first time here, so skip the pleasantries. Quickly find us 2 refined courtesans. My friend here has no interest in ordinary painted faces. As for silver, you won't be shortchanged. Li Ziyu proudly took out a large, gleaming silver ingot and placed it in the woman's hand, declaring arrogantly, Young master is truly generous. Huo Gu, looking at the silver in her hand, couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. She turned around and shouted at the top of her voice, Quick, bring Xinhua and Liwa down to entertain our distinguished guest. Xinguo, Liwa. Li Ziyu almost spat out his drink upon hearing these 2 names. Couldn't they have chosen better stage names? Brother Li. Beside them, Bai Wangyu watched the bustling scene of beauties around them, sweat forming on his tense face as he said, Let's go. What's the hurry? Li Zai pulled the former to sit at an empty table, smiling as he said, We finally made it here. We should at least relax a bit before heading back. Young master, we are here. At that moment, 2 gorgeously dressed women descended from the 2nd floor, their figures so alluring that with every swaying step, it seemed their waists might snap. Gentlemen, what do you think? Huo Gu pulled the 2 girls forward and said with a smile, Pure courtesans. Li Ziyu looked at the 2 alluring women before him and asked with a skeptical expression, Rest assured, young master, She's absolutely untouched, Huo Gu said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Li Zai looked skeptical but didn't press further after all. He couldn't sabotage his own business. Glancing at the two women, he then pointed to the red-hatted man beside him and grinned. Sisters, take good care of my brother here, and you'll be well compensated. Yes. Upon hearing this, Xinhua and Liwa exchanged a glance, then immediately sat beside by Wang Yu, pressing their bodies against him like water snakes. Ladies, this is inappropriate. Men and women should not touch each other without propriety. It violates etiquette and decorum. Surrounded by the two women, Bai Wangyu felt as if sitting on pins and needles, dodging their advances while speaking in panic. Seeing this, Li Ziuo felt even more delighted. Calling you out for always wearing that calm and indifferent face every day. Now you're panicking, aren't you? Even the golden child from someone else's family has this day too. Ha ha! Li Zai's mood grew even more cheerful, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Young master, what about you? Won't you find a lady to keep you company? Huo Gu could tell that between the two men, the one before her was the real moneybags. Her heavily made-up face broke into an even more ingratiating smile as she asked. No rush, let's wait a bit. Li Ziuo grinned and said, I heard that the renowned courtesan Yu Qingxian, famed for her mastery of both the zither and dance in the capital, will be performing at Shuo Garden tonight. Is that true? Indeed it is. Huo Gu smiled and said, Miss Qingxian is already on her way and should arrive soon. That's good. Li Ziuo responded briefly, then picked up his wine cup and drank quietly, unwilling to say more. Noticing this, Huo Gu tactfully refrained from further disturbance. She gave the two women at the table a meaningful glance, signaling them to attend to the honored guest, then turned and left. The first floor grew increasingly lively, clearly indicating that many besides Li Zai had heard the news of Qingxian Fairy's arrival at the flower garden tonight. As the renowned top courtesan of the great Shang capital, Yu Qingshuang's identity was shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing her background. Since her stunning performance of the Dance of the Startled Swan at the courtesan competition 3 years ago, the noble young men of the entire capital had been captivated by her, willing to spend fortunes just for a fleeting smile from the beauty. On the second floor, each private room was occupied by the most distinguished guests of the capital, all waiting for Yu Qingxian to make her appearance. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the flower garden, stood a lone figure draped in a silver-gray cloak, his gaze fixed on the crowd below, his handsome face devoid of any emotion. Little brother. Li Qingzi gazed at the young figure on the first floor, his usually cold expression briefly softening with rare warmth before vanishing in an instant. It was only natural to come here on the day Yu Qingxian appeared at the Shuo Garden, ensuring no suspicion would arise from others. Ding! At that very moment, from the second floor, a celestial melody of zither music rang out just a single note, and the entire Shuo Garden fell into silence. Like weeping, like pleading, each note urgent, on the second floor, in the private room facing the staircase, the beaded curtains swayed, and a graceful figure flickered in and out of sight. Just a fleeting glimpse was enough to make it impossible to forget that breathtaking beauty. Dressed in blue, hair tied up, with features as delicate as a painting and a demeanor as pure as an orchid, she seemed like a goddess descended to the mortal world, untouched by even a hint of earthly dust. Gradually, the zither music on the second floor grew faster and faster, like the shattering of a silver vase or the thunderous charge of 1,000 horses. Great! On the first floor, all the guests were completely enthralled, unable to help but cheer loudly. Ambush from 10 directions. Li Ziu'e was momentarily stunned, then curled his lips in disdain. He muttered very softly, the playing is just average. It's a perfectly good paper piece. Why insist on using a guqin? Clang! The qin sound stopped abruptly, like the tearing of silk, so sudden. On the first floor, All the guests were stunned, instantly falling silent. So, Li Ziyu muttered very softly, making sure everyone could hear. Behind the beaded curtain on the second floor, Yu Qingxian suddenly stood up, her gaze fixed on the young man who had drawn everyone's attention downstairs, her face filled with shock. It's him! Where did this brat come from? Does he even understand music, daring to spout such nonsense here? On the first floor, many young masters from wealthy families, hearing someone slander the fairy in their hearts, angrily rebuked. Pretending to understand when you don't, aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue? Who is this? Does anyone know him? Isn't he ashamed of himself? Where are the servants? Throw him out! One person started cursing, and the crowd quickly joined in. In an instant, the first floor hall was filled with endless shouts of abuse and condemnation. Clearly, Li Zai's earlier critique of Qingxian Fairy's musical skills had provoked public outrage. On the second floor, cold laughter echoed from the private rooms as the unfamiliar young man, who had provoked public outrage on the first floor, was met with amused expressions. Whose reckless youngster is this? He truly dares to say anything. Your Highness, he is the third young master of the Li family. From one of the private rooms, a soft, sinister voice spoke up as a reminder. Oh! The legitimate son of the Li family. Behind the half-drawn gauze curtain, a man who appeared to be around 30 years old spoke up, his tone filled with curiosity. The man's appearance was quite ordinary, noticeably more plain compared to the other princes of the Great Shan. A thick blanket covered his knees, suggesting some issue with his legs. The eldest prince, Mu Yuan, was born with disabled legs and could only rely on a wheelchair for mobility. If he had been born to an ordinary concubine, such a prince would have absolutely no chance of inheriting the throne. However, the eldest prince's maternal family was of noble lineage, and combined with his status as the imperial firstborn, even with his disability, many still sought to align themselves with him. Behind Mu Yuan stood an older eunuch named Zhao Jia, who had served Mu Yuan for over a decade. A formidable martial artist, Zhao Jia was a renowned expert in the imperial court. Your Highness, shall this old servant summon him? Zhao Jia inquired. Not yet. Mu Yuan shook his head and said, let's wait and see. I also want to observe what makes this Li family's heir so different. Yes. Zhao Jia responded softly, then stood quietly without saying another word. In the first floor hall, Li Zai looked at the agitated crowd, momentarily stunned. Was it really necessary? He had merely spoken the truth, yet these people were so worked up they seemed ready to devour him. Brain-dead fans are truly terrifying, no matter the era. I remember now. He's Li Zai, the son of Li Baiwang from Yuzhou City. At this moment, among the many young masters on the first floor, someone finally recognized Li Zai's identity and shouted, Li Baiwang! That nouveau riche! No wonder. What kind of insight can a nouveau riche's brat have? A country bumpkin who's never seen the world, making a fool of himself here. After Li Zai's identity was recognized, the crowd's mockery erupted once again, so perfectly timed. The young masters of the capital, at this moment, once again felt the superiority of their status. Their chins raised so high their nostrils were almost visible. Big, senior brother! Amidst the waves of mocking laughter, suddenly, a young noble noticed the white-robed scholar entangled by two women. He froze for a moment before his face turned to shock, exclaiming, Big senior brother, how are you here? As these words fell, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the white-robed young man beside Li Zai. After a moment, their expressions all turned to astonishment. Could this be Bai Wang Yu, the first disciple of the Lao Confucian sex leader? Amidst the soft, fragrant embrace of pear and apricot blossoms, Bai Wang Yu noticed the shocked gazes around him and flashed an awkward smile, nodding politely to the crowd. Senior brother, Why are you here? A student from the Imperial Academy stood up, his expression filled with disbelief, and asked, I came with Brotherly. Bai Wangyu replied awkwardly. Brotherly? The Imperial College student froze for a moment, then turned his gaze to Li Zai beside the senior brother, the very one who had just provoked public outrage. His fists clenched tighter, and his expression grew increasingly furious. How dare this man bring the senior brother to such a place? The eldest senior brother was the pride of their entire Imperial Academy. Li Zio felt the murderous gazes from the crowd and couldn't help but touch his nose. These people, how could they come to the brothel for entertainment but not allow others to do the same? On the second floor, pairs of eyes peered from the private rooms, watching the scene below and eagerly awaiting the drama to unfold. The heir of the Li family had actually brought the eldest senior brother of the Confucian sect to this pleasure quarter. One could only imagine the expression on the face of the Confucian sect leader when he heard about it. As the emotions of the crowd on the first floor grew increasingly agitated, on the second floor, behind the beaded curtain, Yu Qingxian suppressed the turmoil in her heart and spoke, Young Master Li, would you grace the second floor with your presence? As soon as her words fell, all the noise in the first floor hall immediately ceased, leaving an eerie silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. The crowd was stunned, momentarily unable to regain their composure. An invitation from the fairy maiden, it would be implied to decline. Li Zio grinned, then got up and headed towards the second floor. However, after climbing just 3 steps, Li Zio stopped again, turned to look at the crowd on the first floor, and grinned, saying, What a bunch of country bumpkins. Damn it! You're the real bumpkin here, yet you dare to mock us. Get out of the capital with your nouveau riche attitude. Fairy Qingxian, this person is extremely malicious, you must be very careful. The first floor hall erupted in chaos once again because of Li Zai's words. Every young master from noble families was itching to stand up and cut down this upstart from Yuzhou City. Filth! Li Zio's response to the crowd was nothing but an extremely arrogant and disdainful laugh, dripping with mockery, before he turned and walked up to the second floor. In the first floor hall, the crowd gritted their teeth in anger, but with Qingxian Fairy present, they refrained from acting out to avoid losing their composure. On the second floor, Li Zio strode forward, directly lifting the beaded curtain and stepping into the private room. Their eyes met, and as Yu Qingxian gazed at the young man before her, a rare trace of nervousness arose in her usually unshakable heart. She had been searching for the owner of that people score, never expecting to meet them here. Ambush from 10 directions is a people score, not a Qing score. Only the owner of the score would know this because she had modified it to make it playable on the Guqin. That's why, all these years, even those well-versed in music hadn't noticed. Inside the private room, the atmosphere was very quiet, and Yu Qingshuang's eyes betrayed her nervousness. However, Li Zai wasn't particularly interested in the woman before him. He came here to find his second brother. If it weren't for this woman calling out to him in front of so many people, he wouldn't have come up. Hey, little girl, what do you want from me? Li Zai didn't want to get too entangled with the woman before him, and his opening words immediately revealed the demeanor befitting a spoiled young master as he asked. Yu Qingxian was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. With a graceful bow, she said, Forgive my abruptness in inviting young Master Li up here. There's no need for apologies. Li Zai replied with his nose in the air. If you have something to say, speak up. The young man's attitude was rather unsettling to Yu Qingxian, yet she maintained her calm demeanor and asked softly, Young Master Li, may I ask how you knew that the piece I just played was a people score rather than a Qing score? Just a wild guess. Li Zio grinned and said. Could he say that he had memorized the score of Ambush from 10 sides? Of course not. He had already stood out so much that some suspicious individuals with twisted minds had begun to suspect that the peculiar inventions of the Li family were his doing. Now, if it were confirmed that this musical score also came from him, he would truly have no way to defend himself. It's best not to reveal his identity as the favored son of this world. He understands the principle that tall trees catch the wind. Young master, Qin Xian means no harm. I merely wish to find the owner of this people score to express my gratitude in person, Yu Qin Xian said earnestly. Then you've got the wrong person. I, your grandpa, know nothing about music. Li Ziluo grinned with a roguish expression and said, however, this gentleman here knows a thing or two about life. Little miss, the night is long and sleep eludes us. How about we chat about life together? Yu Qin Xian frowned, her gaze fixed on the young man before her, trying to discern something from his face. Yet, she was disappointed. On Li Ziluo's face, there was nothing but a cheeky grin. Young Master Li. Yu Qin Xian clenched her hand slightly, suppressing the discomfort in her heart, and said, please behave yourself. Qin Xian is not the kind of person you imagine. What a pity. Li Zai looked the woman up and down, and truth be told, she was actually quite passable in appearance. Yu Qin Xian, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under his invasive gaze, said, young Master Li, it's getting late. You should head back now. Go back. No way. Li Ziluo immediately shook his head, his smile rather peculiar as he said, it hasn't even been a quarter of an hour yet. That's too fast. I'm definitely not that quick. We absolutely can't go out now, it'd be embarrassing. Then what does young Master Li mean? Yu Qin Xian, being naturally naive, didn't catch the rogue implication in his words. Frowning slightly, she asked, let's talk about life. Li Ziluo very consciously sat down at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and grinned, saying, since I'm idle anyway, I might as well tough it out for an hour. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the third young master of the Li family go? Speed aside, the main issue is that the first floor is too crowded right now. If he goes out like this, he'll be torn apart by those guys. Let Little Red Riding Hood shield him from the crowd as anger first. Yu Qin Xian, watching the former's shameless behavior, felt an even worse impression of him. Suppressing her anger, she said, if young Master Li isn't leaving, then Qin Xian will. After speaking, Yu Qin Xian put away her ancient zither and prepared to leave. Indecent assault. Seeing this, Li Zai set down his teacup and shouted at the top of his lungs. Yu Qin Xian trembled, her gaze fixed on the person before her, her almond-shaped eyes wide with anger and disbelief. How could this person be so shameless? Let's sit down and talk. Li Zai grinned and said, otherwise, I'll keep shouting. Yu Qin Xian trembled with anger. After a long while, she barely suppressed her rage, put down the guqin, and sat down. Li Ziluo smiled faintly and remained silent, sipping his tea to pass the time. He planned to wait until those below grew impatient and most had left before making his move. He just didn't know if there would still be a chance to see his second brother again. Tonight had truly been a miscalculation. He had expected this woman to disrupt his plans. Li Ziluo remained silent, and the atmosphere grew quiet once more. Yu Qin Xian sat there, her expression changing several times. She never would have imagined that the third young master of the Li family could be such a shameless person. If that were the case, then the people score could not possibly have been written by the man before her. She believed that someone capable of composing such a stunning people score could never be a frivolous individual. Time passed slowly, and in the private room, no one spoke. The situation became increasingly awkward. On the table, a pot of tea had all been drunk by Li Ziluo, yet not much time had passed. The first floor was still crowded with people. Surprisingly, the night outside had grown deep, but the noble youths on the first floor remained as persistent as ever, their eyes red, gnashing their teeth as they waited in the hall. They were waiting for the country bumpkin from the Lee family to come out so they could skin him alive. On the second floor, Li Ziyu could clearly sense the resentment emanating from the first floor, making it even more impossible for him to go out. Noticing the tea on the table was finished, he turned his gaze to the woman before him and grinned. Got any more tea? No. Yu Qingxian gritted her silver teeth in silence and responded. Little girl. Li Ziyu opened his mouth, about to continue, but sensing the murderous intent in the woman's gaze, he quickly changed his address, saying, You miss you, right? Look, you called me up here, making me the target of everyone's attention. Shouldn't you take some responsibility for that? What does young Masterly want? Yu Qingxian was almost unable to suppress the anger in her heart and said, Li Ziyu thought for a moment and said, Do you have the king of medicine? No. Yu Qingxian replied through gritted teeth. Do you have something like 10,000-year cold iron? Li Zai continued to ask. No. Yu Qingxian said angrily. You have nothing at all. Li Ziyu said with a look of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshuan's chest heaved with anger, her silver teeth clenched, and the last shred of reason in her heart was about to vanish. All right then, give me 10,000 medicinal herbs, and I'll forgive you. Li Ziyu said nonchalantly. Bam! Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Yu Qingxian slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her body trembling violently as she exclaimed, You. Li Ziyu was startled and said, Why so worked up? If you don't agree, you can bargain. Isn't business all about asking for the sky and offering the ground? No need to get so angry. Yu Qingxian closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and said, Farewell, young Masterly. May we never meet again. With that, Yu Qingxian picked up the guqin beside her and left through the door behind the chamber. Fairy, don't go. Hey! Manners. Li Ziyu shouted a couple of times, then helplessly shook his head. Forget it. If they want to leave, let them go. What is that? Lady Qingshuan's carriage. Lady Qingxian has left. At this moment, someone in the first floor hall noticed Yu Qingshuan's carriage departing from the front of the Shuguo garden and exclaimed in surprise. Lady Tingyan. Immediately, the crowd in the first floor hall rushed out in pursuit, their faces filled with disappointment. Oh, bye. Let's go. Seizing the rare opportunity, Li Zai immediately rushed downstairs, grabbed by Wang Yu by the arm, and took advantage of the chaos to slip out of the Shuguo garden. Li Zai. Amid the turmoil, someone spotted the two and shouted angrily, Don't let him escape. Grab him. At those words, everyone's attention turned to the pair, and they chased after them frantically. Thus, by the Xiang River, a farcical scene unfolded, Li Zai dragged by Wang Yu as they desperately fled ahead, while a large crowd chased after them furiously, hurling endless streams of vulgar insults. Li Zai was never one to take insults lying down, so as he ran, he turned back to trade curses, single-handedly shouting back at the entire mob. This only incited the pursuing crowd to grow even more frenzied, each member seemingly pumped with adrenaline as they chased with renewed vigor. The once tranquil Xiang River instantly erupted into a scene of chaotic clamor. The night grew deeper as Li Zai dragged by Wang Yu through one street after another, with fewer and fewer people able to keep up behind them. A bunch of country bumpkins, trying to catch up to me. They should know their place. After crossing 2 more streets and seeing no one following, Li Zai finally stopped, bending over to catch his breath. Damn, I'm exhausted. Brother Li. Beside him, Bai Wang Yu also took a deep breath, still shaken as he said, That kind of place, let's not go there again in the future. This time was a mistake. Next time, I'll arrange everything perfectly for you. Damn it, they're still chasing us. Li Zichen straightened up, patting his chest as he made the promise. But no sooner had he spoken than his expression changed as he caught sight of something at the end of the street. Grabbing the former by the arm, he took off running. Behind them, a crowd of over a dozen people surged forward, wielding wooden sticks they had picked up from who knows where. By the time Li Yuan, Li Zai, and Bai Wangyu managed to shake off the pursuers and return, dawn was nearly breaking. After fleeing for most of the night, both men were in a sorry state. Even Bai Wangyu, the esteemed senior disciple of the Confucian school, had lost all semblance of dignity, his hair disheveled and his face drenched in sweat. Without even exchanging farewells, the two retreated to their respective rooms. In the inner courtyard, as Li Zai pushed open the door, he saw a young man dressed in a silver gray wide-sleeved robe sitting quietly at the table. Second brother. Li Zai froze for a moment, then quickly closed the door and said, "Why did you come in person? Didn't you want to see me?" Li Qingzi said indifferently, "If you don't want to draw attention, why provoke that Yu Qingxian in the first place? An accident." Li Zai rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "I never expected that a random piece of music I wrote years ago would end up in Yu Qingshuang's hands." Li Qingzi nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and changed the subject. "You came to me to ask about the Yin family, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Li Zai's expression turned serious as he said, "Second brother, how is the matter with Yin Kuang progressing?" "The person has already been arranged into the Yin family." Li Qingli replied calmly, "However, what you want is in the Yin family's treasure vault. Given his current status and abilities, it will be very difficult for him to obtain it. If only we could also enter the Yin family, then we could coordinate from within and outside, greatly increasing our chances of success," Li Zai said solemnly. Li Qingzi thought for a moment and said, "There is a way to enter the Yin family." "Second brother has a way?" Li Zai asked excitedly. "In a few days, it will be the 60th birthday of the Yin family's patriarch. At that time, Yu Qingxian will go to perform." Li Qingli said calmly, "If you want to enter the Yin family, you can ask Yu Qingxian for help." Ahem! Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue choked on his own saliva and burst into violent coughing. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier?" He had already thoroughly offended Yu Qingxian last night. Forget about asking for help, Yu Qingxian probably didn't even want to look at him now. Li Yuan, at the break of dawn, Li Zai had once again vanished without a trace. In the southeastern part of the capital, the quietest area of the entire city, prosperity seemed to be kept at bay. There were no extravagant mansions of nobility, nor any dazzling entertainment districts. Only the daily lives of the common folk could be found here. Amid these unremarkable surroundings, in an equally inconspicuous small courtyard, a woman rose early to water the plants before heading out for her morning exercise. Yu Qingxian had poor health as a child, and the doctor advised more exercise, so over the years, the habit of morning workouts has been maintained. The noble youth of the capital never imagined that the fairy in their hearts lived in such an unremarkable place. But Li Ziyue knew, because Li Qingli told him. "Miss Yu, what a coincidence!" By the Xiang River, Yu Qingxian, dressed in a blue outfit, was just about to start her morning exercises when the annoying voice sounded from behind. Yu Qingxian turned around. Under the morning sun, Li Zai jogged toward her in his sportswear, his sunny face and bright smile making him look so refined and endearing. Unfortunately, in Yu Qingshuang's mind, Li Zai's impression had already deteriorated to the worst possible point. So, upon seeing Li Zai, Yu Qingxian didn't say a word and turned to leave. "Miss Yu, Fairy Yu, don't go. Let's talk about life. I mean, music or poetry would work too." Li Zai jogged after her, hovering around Yu Qingxian with an ingratiating smile, saying, "Master Li, I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another day." Yu Qingxian said a few words, then quickly walked away, trying to shake off the annoying fly in front of her. Li Ziren still didn't realize he had been labeled as a fly and continued to pester her relentlessly, saying, "Miss Yu, I came to apologize. It was all by Wang Yu's fault. He insisted on dragging me to the flower garden and forcing me to drink. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten drunk and acted rudely. Miss Yu, please forgive me." HU. The garden, West Wing. Just as Bai Wangyu stepped out of his room, his nose tingled and he sneezed twice in a row. Caught a cold? Bai Wangyu looked puzzled. Since he began practicing martial arts, it had been many years since he last caught a cold. What's going on today? In the southwest of the capital, by the Xiang River, Yu Qingxian looked at the shameless young man before her, her disgust growing stronger. Who didn't he know what kind of person that Confucian sect's senior disciple was? Yet this man could brazenly shift the blame onto others without batting an eye. Master Li! Yu Qingxian halted and said sternly, "I have no connection with you whatsoever. Whether forgiveness is granted or not is meaningless. Why must you persist in pestering me? It's related. How could it not be?" Li Zai quickly responded, "Aren't you looking for the author of Ambush from 10 Sides?" "That's right, I wrote it." Yu Qingxian frowned and asked, "What are the 12 pitches? And what are the 7 tones?" Li Zai was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshuan's expression grew increasingly impatient. "Young Master Li, you don't even know the basics of music theory. How could you possibly compose a masterpiece like Ambush from 10 Sides?" Li Zai wore a pained expression. He wasn't a student of ancient music theory. How could he possibly understand such things? He just has a good memory and can remember things after seeing them once. As for the musical score of Ambush from 10 Directions, he merely flipped through it casually. As for musical theory basics, who would bother to study that deliberately? How was he supposed to know there would be a test on it? This question is clearly beyond the syllabus. Young Master Li, if you can't answer, please stop pestering me. Yu Qingxian spoke these words and then turned to leave once more. Li Ziyu vigorously rubbed his own hair, wearing a bitter smile, yet he didn't give up and continued to follow behind. It seems that trying to salvage his impression in Yu Qingshuan's heart won't be easy. Last night, he really went too far with his antics. How could he have known he'd have something to ask of this little courtesan later? Ahead, Yu Qingxian had been walking quickly for a long time when she noticed Li Ziyu still falling behind. The anger in her heart became increasingly hard to suppress. This person, why is he so persistent? A quarter of an hour later, just as she was about to reach her residence, Yu Qingxian had no choice but to stop and turn around to face the young man following her. With a serious tone, she asked, "Young Master Li, what exactly do you want?" "Nothing much, I just want to be friends with Miss Yu." Li Ziyu grinned. Given the current situation, of course, he couldn't reveal his intention to visit the Yin family. Young Master Li is of noble status, while Qingxian is merely a woman of the pleasure quarters, unworthy of your attention. "Please, young master, take your leave," Yu Qingxian said solemnly. "In this world, all are equal. There is no distinction between noble and lowly. Though Miss Yu resides in the pleasure quarters, she remains pure and untainted, rising above the mire. She is far nobler than those who preach benevolence and righteousness yet commit endless wicked deeds." Li Ziyu showered her with flattery, nearly exhausting his vocabulary in the process. To build a good relationship with Yu Qingxian, he spared no effort in sweet talking. Indeed, upon hearing his unconventional views on status and nobility, Yu Qingshuan's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Are all people equal? It was the first time she had heard someone say such words. Li Zai saw the expression on the woman's face before him and knew his words had taken effect. He quickly searched his mind for more phrases and said, "Miss Yu, I come from a merchant family, and my status is hardly noble either. but I have never considered myself inferior to others. Are kings and nobles born with their titles? The ruler is like a boat, and the people are like water. Water can carry the boat but also capsize it. Therefore, in this life, there is no inherent distinction between nobility and baseness. Such distinctions exist only in people's minds. Brilliant! Li Ziyu finished speaking, feeling quite satisfied. It's been a long time since I've indulged in such blatant nonsense. Young Master Li, do you really think so? Yu Qingxian whispered softly, her heart surging with emotions as she gazed at the person before her. At this moment, she seemed unable to comprehend the ever-changing expressions of this young man. Nobility and baseness lie entirely in the heart. These words truly struck a chord within her. She knew that over the years, countless sons of nobility had pursued her, but what they cared about was only her beauty, her body. Despite their pursuit, they still looked down upon her identity as a woman of the pleasure quarters. This is the distinction between nobility and commonness in the world, deeply ingrained in people's hearts and impossible to change. Of course. Li Ziyu nodded vigorously and said, Miss Yu, as you spend more time with me, you'll realize that I always mean what I say and am a person of good character. I would sweep the ground carefully to avoid harming the lives of ants and cover lamps with gauze to protect moths. Last night, I was truly a bit too drunk, which led to my disrespectful words toward you. Amitabha, my bandit brothers from the underworld, you are neither ants nor moths. I truly apologize for taking your lives. Let's forget about what happened last night. Yu Qingxian, kind-hearted and unwilling to dwell on the matter, said softly. Really? Li Ziyu's face lit up with joy as he stepped forward and grabbed the hand of the woman before him, exclaiming excitedly, Thank you, Miss Yu, thank you. Yu Qingshuang's expression changed, and she was about to pull away when an angry voice rang out from nearby. Scoundrel! Let go of Fairy Qingyan. Before the words had even faded, a boy of about 15 or 16, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking quite fierce, rushed over angrily from behind the two. In just a few steps, he reached them, pushed Li Zai aside, and shouted furiously, Who do you think you are, daring to bully Qingxian Fairy? Watch out, or I'll have my father destroy you. And may I ask, who is your father? Li Zai, taken aback, asked. My father is one of the 10 martial kings Dongling King. The young man tilted his head back and said, King Dongling. Li Ziyu was momentarily stunned. Another heir to a martial king. Since when had the martial kings of the great Shang dynasty become so common that their names were dropped everywhere? Isn't this just bullying? Scared? If you're scared, get lost now, or I'll make you regret it. Wu Duoduo, the heir of the East Frontier King, stood with his hands on his hips, wearing an arrogant expression that screamed, I'm powerful, so scram. As he spoke, Your Highness, young Master Li did not bully me. It was just a misunderstanding. Beside them, Yu Qingxian, seeing the misunderstanding escalate, couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up to explain. Fairy Qingxian, don't be afraid. With me here, he wouldn't dare bully you again. Wu Duoduo turned his head, flashing what he thought was his most charming smile, and said. He was certain that Qingxian Fairy dared not offend this scoundrel, hence her words. The time had finally come for him to play the hero and save the beauty. Kid, you've got guts. Li Zai gave a thumbs up in approval. Daring to play the hero in front of him seems like he hasn't been a successful enough villain. At this thought, Li Zai grinned and stepped forward, one step at a time. What are you trying to do? Wu Duoduo was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back, exclaiming. What are you doing? Li Zai's face twisted into a sinister grin as he grabbed the young man in front of him, his eyes gleaming with menace. So you're the East Frontier Prince's son, huh? He sneered. Daring to meddle in my business. Tired of leaving? Watch out, or I'll toss you into the river. Why you? Let me go. Wu Duoduo trembled at the terrifying sight before him, struggling frantically as fear laced his voice. Oh, or else my father won't let you get away with this. Then you'd better live long enough to see your father. Li Zai glanced around and grinned. No one in sight. What a perfect spot. With that, Li Zai dragged the former toward the river bank. Help! Wu Duoduo shuddered, a surge of intense fear rising in his heart as he urgently cried out. Go ahead and scream. No one will come to save you even if you shout yourself hoarse. Li Ziyue said with a smug expression. Beside them, Yu Qingxian could tell that Li Ziyue was merely trying to scare the East Frontier Princess heir and couldn't help but show a helpless expression. The temperament of this third young master of the Li family is truly a complete mess. By the Xiang River, Li Zai dragged the East Frontier Princess heir along, a faint smirk on his lips as he said in a sinister tone, Will you jump in yourself, or shall I throw you in? Help, save me. I don't want to go in. Wu Duoduo was so frightened he was on the verge of tears, trembling as he spoke. Not going down. Li Zai gave a sinister smile and said, still playing the hero to save the beauty. No, not saving anymore. Wu Duoduo stammered. Really not saving them? Li Ziyue asked again. Not saving them. Wu Duoduo said with a hint of tears in her voice. No backbone, not even trying to persist. Li Ziyue looked bored and casually tossed the former to the riverside. With a thud, Wu Duoduo fell flat on his bottom. Staring at the unfathomably deep river ahead, he was so terrified he nearly wet his pants. Miss Yu, let's go. Li Ziyue turned and stepped forward, gazing at the woman before him with a smile that showed all 8 teeth. I have a piece called Guanglin San I'd like to play for you, he said. I promise it won't lose to the people score you're holding. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshuang's eyes flickered with a peculiar light before she nodded slightly and said, Then I shall invite young Master Li to my humble abode for a chat. Li Zai responded with a sound, then turned his head to glance at Wu Duoduo on the shore, flashing another toothy grin. That little brat still dares to challenge him. Wu Duoduo sensed the threat in the other's gaze and was instantly startled, quickly averting his eyes. In the southeast of the capital, where the Xiang River flows, within a modestly sized courtyard, Li Zai held a brush and clumsily wrote out the musical score of Guanglin San. Great handwriting. After finishing the writing, Li Zai looked at his masterpiece on the stone table and couldn't help but evaluate himself. Beside her, Yu Qingxian looked at the musical score, paying no attention to the crooked, tadpole-like handwriting. Instead, she carefully read through the composition, and her beautiful face gradually revealed a look of astonishment. Guanglin San. How could there be such an astonishingly brilliant musical score in this world? Yu Qingshuang's eyes shimmered with emotion, barely able to contain it. The mastery of this composition is so profound that once revealed, no other musical score in the world could possibly rival it. If it were to spread, who knows how many music masters would go wild over it. Beside them, Li Zai observed the astonished expression on the woman's face and felt quite satisfied. This is the right way to make an impression. He's the favored son of the realm, how could he possibly lose to that so-called fire leaner or by Wang Yu? Can they compose the Guanglin San? Can they recite Tang and song poetry? Can they pick up soap ball, invent soap? Young Master Li. After a long silence, Yu Qingxian regained her composure, her expression complex as she said, I cannot accept this Guanglin San. This musical score is priceless. Just being able to witness it with my own eyes leaves me with no regrets. Miss Yu, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Since I promised to give it to you, I will certainly do so. Li Ziyue took the music score and stuffed it into her hands, grinning as he said, Besides, we're friends now. Why bother with such formalities? Unless, of course, You refuse to acknowledge a nouveau riche like me as a friend. That's not it. Yu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback by his resolute attitude. With a soft sigh, she offered a graceful bow and said, "In that case, Qingxian sincerely thanks young Master Li for your generous gift." "That's more like it." Li Zai smiled contentedly and said, "Miss Yu, since we're already friends, there's no need to be so formal with young Master Li. It feels distant. Just call me Zai." See. Yu Qingxian called out, feeling quite awkward. "Qingxian." Li Ziyue immediately seized the opportunity, smiling broadly as he said, "Do you come here to the Xiangshui River every morning for exercise?" Yu Qingxian nodded gently and replied, "I was frail as a child, and the doctor advised me to exercise more. So, I've kept up this habit ever since." "What a coincidence. I practice swordplay every morning too. How about we train together?" Li Ziyue suggested. "Is Li Garden very close to here?" Yu Qingxian asked doubtfully. "Very close." Li Ziyue grinned and said. "Extremely close. Both are within the capital of Great Shang. One is in the east of the city, the other in the west. Even if you ride a horse to death, it would only take half an hour." "Very well." Yu Qingxian didn't suspect anything either. After a moment's thought, she nodded in agreement. This young Master Li could compose such an unprecedented masterpiece like Guanglin San, which shows how astonishing his talent is. If she had any questions, it would be good to seek his advice. In the small courtyard, a gentle breeze brushed past, lifting a strand of long hair by Yu Qingshuang's ear. A faint fragrance wafted into Li Ziyue's nose, refreshing and delightful. Then, Li Ziyue instinctively took a deep, eager breath. Brazen and shameless hooliganism. Yu Qingxian was stunned for a moment, quickly regained her composure, and her face instantly turned crimson. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous for a while. "Ledger, get out here." At this very moment, outside the small courtyard, an urgent voice rang out again, shattering the intimate atmosphere between the two. Li Zai was instantly furious. "Couldn't you pick a better time? Can't you see I'm making friends here?" Outside the courtyard, a group of people arrived, carrying sticks in their hands. At the forefront was none other than Wu Duoduo, the East Frontier Princess Song, who had just been beaten up by Li Zai. At this moment, Wu Duoduo's face was filled with anxiety, fearing that the fairy of his heart might have been wronged. Yu Qingxian came to the front of the courtyard and, seeing the commotion outside, frowned slightly with displeasure. She said, "Young master, what is the meaning of this?" "Fairy Qingxian, I've come to rescue you. Have you been harassed by that scoundrel?" Wu Duoduo asked urgently. Behind Yu Qingxian, Li Zai stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the young man before him as he grinned and said, dulling one's air, "Haven't you heard lately? There was another troublemaking martial king's heir just like you. I beat him up. What was his name again?" "Ah, Cheng Yifei." "Heir." Behind Wu Duoduo, a young man's expression changed upon hearing this, and he quickly stepped forward, whispering, "He's that Li Zai from Yuzhou City." "Li Zai?" Hearing this name, Wu Duoduo's body trembled. Was this the person who had struck the heir of the Shuangwu king? After a brief moment of shock, Wu Duoduo suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "No need to fear him, we have more people. Why bother?" Li Zai's smile grew even brighter as he said, "Actually, Cheng Yifei brought more people than you. He could take on a whole group of small fry at this level by himself. If he couldn't handle martial artists, how could he not handle this idle, spoiled young masters? Hey, Wu Duoduo, you're here too." Just as Li Zai was about to reenact the heroic feat of taking on a crowd single-handedly, an unbearably grating voice rang out from nearby, several times more annoying than Wu Duoduo's. Inside, A young man dressed in brocade robes strode forward, holding a folding fan, his pale face flashing with a trace of malice. Behind him followed two men, both clad in gold-embroidered robes, their auras anything but ordinary. Chong Yifei. Wu Duoduo's expression changed slightly upon seeing the newcomer. Why had he come too? At this moment, Li Zai's expression also turned grave, but his gaze wasn't fixed on Chong Yifei instead. It was directed at the two men behind him. Master! Li Zai, we meet again. Chong Yifei glanced at the people present, then shifted his gaze to the young man in front of him, speaking calmly. Prince Shuangwu's heir, you truly are relentless. Li Ziu's expression turned icy as he said, it seems the lessons from the previous two times weren't enough for you. Ha! Chong Yifei snapped his folding fan shut and smirked coldly, saying, today, it's not certain who will be teaching whom a lesson. With that, Chong Yifei glanced at Wu Duoduo beside him and added, darling Prince's heir, judging by your demeanor, it seems you also have a grudge against this Li Ziu. How about we join forces? No need. Wu Duoduo glanced at the two people behind Chong Yifei, shook his head, and refused, your grudges are none of my business. As the words fell, Wu Duoduo turned around, ready to leave with his own people. Be careful! In front of the small courtyard, as Wu Duoduo and Li Ziu passed each other, Wu's lips moved slightly as he whispered a reminder. Those two are the embroidered uniform guards of Prince Shuangwu, very strong. Thank you. Li Ziu's expression grew slightly tense as he nodded in acknowledgement. This heir of the Eastern Frontier Prince wasn't quite as detestable as he'd thought. Even among spoiled young nobles, there are still differences. At the very least, he is far more upright and honorable than Chong Yifei, who is also the heir of a martial king. Chong Yifei watched the departing heir of the Eastern Frontier Prince with a look of disdain, paying him no further attention. His gaze fixed on the youth who had been on his mind for days, and he said in a cold, venomous tone, Li Zai, today, if I don't cripple you, I'll take your surname. I certainly don't have a son as old as you. Li Zai responded in a low voice, silently circulating the true essence within his body, ready to strike at any moment. It seems trouble is brewing today. The embroidered uniform guards of Prince Shuangwu are at least experts at the late stage of the first realm. If it were just one, he might barely manage, but with two, his chances of victory are slim. But he cannot retreat. Young Master Li. Beside Li Zai, Yu Qingshuang's face flashed with tension, her delicate hands clenched tightly, a faint sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead. Qingxian, step back. Li Zai said softly, then took a step forward, shielding Yu Qingxian behind him. Jokes aside, if he didn't step up now, he wouldn't even qualify as a man. Still trying to play the hero at a time like this. Chong Yifei sneered and said, don't worry. After I cripple you, I'll take this courtesan for myself and enjoy her at my leisure. Yu Qingxian trembled, a flicker of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes as she instinctively clutched the hem of the young man's robe in front of her. What are you waiting for? Attack! Chong Yifei turned to the two men behind him and commanded coldly. Yes, Your Highness. The two embroidered uniform guards exchanged a glance before stepping forward. In an instant, powerful true energy surged around them, their chests resonating with the roar of their divine repositories, fully displaying their cultivation at the late stage of the first realm. Seeing this, Li Zai narrowed his eyes slightly, the divine repository in his chest also beginning to resonate as an endless stream of true energy poured forth. Yet, the gap in cultivation was glaringly obvious. The flying immortal art was never focused on cultivation level, and coupled with Li Zai having only opened one meridian, his progress was painfully slow. Even now, he remained at the early stage of the first realm. For the first time, Li Zai deeply felt the pressure of being weaker than others. He needed power, immense power. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to protect those around him. The next moment, the two embroidered uniform guards moved, their figures swift as they charged forward in an instant. Li Ziyue took a step forward, just about to activate the flying immortal technique, when suddenly his body froze, and his gaze turned westward. Whoosh! At that very moment, in the distance, sword energy surged into the sky as an ancient sword streaked through the air, its righteous aura spanning 30 zhang. With a resounding clang, the ancient sword struck the ground, instantly sending two embroidered uniform guards flying backward. Under the astonished gazes of Li Ziyue and Cheng Yifei, a young man in white Confucian robes approached from afar, each step steady and composed. His handsome face bore a serene expression, exuding an aura of righteous integrity, powerful yet sharp. In one word, dashing. Li Ziyue nearly burst into tears watching Bai Wangyu's grand entrance. You stole all the spotlight. In just 100 paces, Bai Wangyu had already arrived, his seemingly unhurried steps astonishingly swift. Brother Li, are you alright? Bai Wangyu looked at the young man before him with concern. I'm fine. Li Ziyue gritted his teeth in response, then asked somewhat puzzled, how did you know I was here? Miss Li told me. She said you might be in danger and asked me to bring you back, Bai Wangyu replied. Sister Yue. Li Ziyue was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood. There were many informants from the Li mansion in the capital. It must have been Sister Yue who noticed something unusual about the heir of the Shuangwu king and thus sent this little redhead here. Bai Wangyu. In front of the small courtyard, Cheng Yifei glared at the Confucian sect's senior disciple who had appeared to disrupt the situation and angrily said, Are you also going to oppose the Shuangwu prince's manner? Oppose? Bai Wangyu showed a puzzled expression, pulled the Tai sword from the ground, turned around, and asked, Is it that serious? Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue nearly burst into tears. An overwhelming aura radiates. Comparisons are odious. How can Little Red Riding Hood be so dashing? You! Cheng Yifei felt a surge of anger rising in his chest, wanting to lash out but not daring to. The person before him was none other than the esteemed senior disciple of the Confucian school, a figure of noble status and formidable cultivation, even rivaling some century-old monsters. The two embroidered uniform guards he had brought along were no match for him. Let us go. A wise man knows when to retreat. Cheng Yifei suppressed his anger, let out a low growl, and immediately turned to leave. The two embroidered uniform guards silently followed without daring to linger a moment longer. Prince, don't forget to ask King Shuangwu when you get back whether he'll let you take my surname, Li. In front of the courtyard, Li Ziyue watched the three figures retreat in disarray and couldn't resist taunting them. Turn around, let Little Red Riding Hood take you down. 10 steps away, Cheng Yifei stumbled slightly, clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and then walked away. He swore he would not be human if he didn't avenge this. Seeing this, Li Ziyue felt somewhat disappointed. Why didn't he turn around? Having sent off the crown prince of Shuangwu, Li Ziyue and Bai Wangyu didn't linger any longer. After bidding farewell to Yu Qingxian, they headed together toward Li Garden in the western part of the city. Old Bai. On the way back, Li Ziyue remained silent for a long while before speaking up. Bai Wangyu responded. I wish to see the Confucian leader. Li Ziyue said softly. Only by meeting the Confucian leader could he learn the whereabouts of his fairy master. The fairy master came to the capital to retrieve the medicine king for him, and only by obtaining this medicine king could he rebuild his second meridian in the shortest time possible. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to unblock all 8 meridians as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would face situations like today's again in the future. The waters of the capital run too deep. Just dealing with the heir of the Shuangwu prince was troublesome enough. What if it had been the Shuangwu prince himself who had acted today? He isn't always so lucky to have someone like Little Red Riding Hood come to his rescue. His fate cannot remain in the hands of others forever. Relying on others for support is not a sustainable solution in the long run. Bai Wangyu, upon hearing the former's words, frowned slightly and said, "Meeting the Confucian leader is no easy task." "I know, so I hope Brother Bai can help," Li Zai said calmly. "As long as I can meet the Confucian leader, I'm willing to pay any price." Bai Wangyu fell silent for a long moment before nodding and saying, "I will return to the Imperial Academy and plead with the Law Confucian Master to relay your message. However, I cannot guarantee whether you will ultimately meet the Confucian leader." "That's enough, thank you." Li Ziyu gazed into the distance, his hands tightly clenched, and responded. In the eastern part of the Imperial Academy, there was a quiet small courtyard. As the autumn weather grew cooler, many of the flowers, plants, and vegetables in the courtyard had withered. Yet, despite this, the old man still watered the garden every day, day after day, year after year. Actually, in this Imperial Academy, or even in the entire Great Shang, no one can truly say how many years the old man has lived. It's just that from the day the Imperial Academy existed, the old man was already there. Oh! Did the third son of the Li family really say that? In the courtyard, after hearing the words of the legalist sect leader, Confucius's aged face revealed a calm smile and said, "It seems he is somewhat impatient." "Confucius, shall we meet him?" the Confucian sect leader asked in a solemn voice. "It's not yet time." Confucius shook his head, picked up the wooden box on the stone table beside him, and casually tossed it over, saying, "Have your disciple take this to him." "Yes." The Confucian sect leader bowed respectfully, then turned and left. "He's gone, you can come out now." After the Confucian scholar left, Kang Chiu looked towards the back of the wooden house and spoke. "Thank you, Confucian leader." Qin Ana stepped forward and said softly, "I had originally planned to wait a few more days, until the third son of the Li family entered the Imperial Academy, before giving him the Polygonum Multiflorum. But since he came to me on his own, I might as well present it to him now." A faint smile appeared on Confucius's aged face as he said, "Besides, exchanging a medicinal king for a year of the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal's time is worth it." "There's one thing I don't understand," Qin Annual asked earnestly. "Since the Confucian leader has seen everything under heaven, why does he treat Li Ziren with such special regard?" "He is different," Confucius said slowly. "In fact, the rumors in the world are all true. Those rare treasures of the Li family were all created by the third son of the Li family. At most, that only proves he is intelligent. In this world, while talented individuals are not abundant, they are not scarce either. Mere intelligence would not earn more than a glance from the Confucian leader," Qin Annual said calmly. "You are his teacher. Have you not noticed how he differs from others in this world?" Confucius asked with a smile. "Different from the people of this world?" Upon hearing the Confucian leader's words, Qin Annual's expression turned solemn. What did he mean by this? "Plum Blossom Sword Immortal, although you have opened 5 divine repositories and reached the pinnacle of martial arts in the mortal world, your eyes are still inevitably influenced by this great world, unable to see the true face of heaven and earth." Kang Chiu looked up at the sky and said, "Tell me, what lies beyond this vast firmament?" "Above the firmament?" Upon hearing this, Qin Annual glanced at the sky and frowned, saying, "Above the firmament, isn't that just the heavens?" "What are the heavens?" Kang Chiu continued to ask. "The heavens?" Qin Annual frowned. The answer to this question was too elusive and had no definitive conclusion. "Actually, I've pondered these questions for a long time but never found an answer." Kang Chiu smiled faintly and said, "Until I witnessed the birth of the third son of the Li family." "Li Zai? What does he have to do with it?" Qin Annual asked, puzzled. "When he was born, he shattered the rules that veiled this world. At that moment, I glimpsed the true realm beyond this sky. Kang Chiu gazed at the heavens and said, "It was beautiful. Though only for an instant, it remains the most magnificent sight I have ever seen in my life." What does the Confucian leader mean? Qin Ana, upon hearing the Confucian leader's words, showed a look of astonishment and said, "The third son of the Li family is not from this world. The sword immortal of Plum Blossom is indeed astute." Confucius nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in his weathered eyes, and said, "He came from another world, born into this realm." Thus, the moment he appeared, the rules shielding this world became chaotic, allowing me to peer through the dense fog and glimpse the world beyond. So that's how it is. Qin Ana's mind grew increasingly astonished. All along, she had sensed an inexplicable dissonance from Li Ziyue, yet she could never quite pinpoint the reason for this feeling. It turns out he wasn't from this world. No wonder his words and actions always held something astonishing, and he never cared for the rules and etiquette of this world. If what the Confucian leader said was true, all these unusual feelings of dissonance could be explained. But such an astonishing matter is truly hard to believe. Confucian leader. Thinking of this, Qin Annual suppressed the turmoil in her heart and looked at the elderly man before her, asking, "Apart from the Confucian leader, does anyone else know about this matter?" "Most likely not." Kang Chiu shook his head and said, "The scholar from the western region's Tianyu Hall might have glimpsed some of it, but at that time, his cultivation was not as strong as it is today, so he couldn't have seen much." The master of the Heavenly Oracle Temple in the western regions, Fu Jinlun. Upon hearing the word scholar, Qin Ana immediately knew whom the Confucian leader was referring to. That scholar, who once studied in the Central Plains, was well-read and brimming with knowledge. No one could have imagined that the scholar would eventually journey far to the western regions and become the master of the Heavenly Oracle Temple. From a scholar brimming with knowledge to a zealot spouting doctrines, Fu Jinlun's choice once shocked the entire world. Speaking of which, that scholar once studied at the Imperial Academy. Kang Chiu smiled and said, "The younger generation is formidable. To achieve such mastery in just over 20 years is remarkable. At first, I thought he was the one who could change this world. Later, I realized I was wrong. Fu Jinlun's talent and brilliance are indeed unparalleled in history, but he is not the right person. In the end, Fu Jinlun remains a man of this world. No matter how far his vision extends, he cannot break free from the constraints of this realm. Change this world." Qin Annual frowned and said, "What's wrong with this world?" "A cage." Kang Chiu calmly replied, "Inside this cage, everyone is like a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to see the vastness of heaven and earth, with narrow minds, competing for temporary gains and losses. Wars rage endlessly for centuries. That's why I've been waiting for someone who can change this world to appear." Moreover, there was one more thing he hadn't mentioned and couldn't mention. For over 100 years, the feeling in his heart had grown increasingly intense, until the moment the Li family's legitimate heir was born. Only then did he truly confirm it. The heavens above the 9 provinces are about to change. The night is coming, and with it will arrive the longest winter in history. It can be foreseen that chaos in the 9 provinces is now inevitable. Does the Confucian leader believe this person is Li Zai? Qin Ana said puzzledly, "Although he is different from others, he is far too weak. Forget about changing the world, even protecting himself would be difficult for him. Martial prowess is not the only way to solve problems." Kang Chiu picked up a watering can to tend to the flowers and plants in the garden, saying, "Before the third son of the Li family was born, the Li family was just an ordinary merchant household. After the birth of the third son, who invented those peculiar things, the Li family's wealth grew to such an extent in just 10 years that even the great Shang court became wary of it. This is something martial prowess alone could never achieve." But ultimately, absolute force is the most effective way to solve problems. Qin Annual said solemnly, no matter how exceptional Li Ziran is, without formidable power, he still cannot truly change this world. Because he will encounter countless obstacles, and among them, some will be so strong as to be nearly invincible, like that Fu Jinglun, for example. Kang Chiu nodded and said, the issue you raised indeed exists. That's why, from the moment you took the third son of the Li family as your disciple, I have been waiting for you to come. Waiting for me? Qin Annual was momentarily stunned before regaining her composure, exclaiming in shock, the Confucian leader already knew I would come to the Imperial Academy to retrieve the millennium-old fleece-flower root. Could the leader of the Confucian school truly foresee so far ahead? His 8 meridians are blocked. Without the medicine king, relying solely on the potency of ordinary great medicines, it would take many years to fully unblock them. You couldn't wait that long. Kang Chiu said calmly, so, you were bound to come. I admire the wisdom of the Confucian leader. Qin Anna clasped her hands in salute, her beautiful face showing a look of admiration. At the very least, she couldn't see as far as the Confucian leader. Kang Chiu smiled faintly and said, just a matter of living long. These days, you should wait within the Imperial Academy. The day when the 3 sons of the Li family come to the academy is not far off. Does the Confucian leader still refuse to see me? In Li Garden, Li Zai looked at Bai Wangyu, who had just returned from the Imperial Academy, and said disappointedly. Bai Wangyu nodded and said, the leader of the Confucian legalists has relayed Brother Li's words, but the Confucian leader said it's not yet the right time. Not yet. Li Zai was puzzled. What do you mean? When will it be the right time? Is this how experts always talk so cryptic and vague? I can't understand. Can you speak more clearly? I don't know either. Bai Wangyu looked apologetic as he said, even the chief enforcer cannot go against the words of the Confucian leader, so Brother Li, you'll have to wait a little longer. There's no other way. Li Zichen sighed heavily, then turned to head back to the inner courtyard. Oh, Brother Li, the Confucian leader asked me to give you this. At this moment, Bai Wangyu took out a wooden box from his robe and handed it over. Li Zi was stunned, took the wooden box with confusion, and opened it directly. Millennium-old Polygonum multiflorum. Upon seeing the twisted and rather ugly-looking lump of wood inside the box, Li Zi's face showed shock, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Bai Wangyu also turned his gaze upon hearing this, his usually calm expression now flashing with a hint of envy. He was well aware of this 1,000-year-old fleece-flower root, one of the rare treasures of the Imperial Academy. It was extremely precious, and the fact that the Confucian leader had gifted it to him showed just how highly he regarded Brother Li. Li Ziran quickly snapped out of his daze, his face lighting up with joy, and his mood improved considerably. Old Bai, don't drag things out when you speak next time. If you brought it out earlier, I wouldn't have had to be disappointed for so long. Li Ziyue put away the wooden box, then reached out and patted the little red cap in front of him on the shoulder, offering earnest advice. Brother Li's lesson is well taken. Bai Wangyu nodded, accepting the advice with great humility. Go back and rest. I'm going to find Old Dong. Li Ziyue was quite satisfied with Little Red Riding Hood's attitude of correcting her mistakes upon realizing them. After giving an instruction, he cheerfully headed towards the inner courtyard. Old Dong! Before taking 2 steps, Li Ziyue shouted at the top of his lungs, get up and get to work. Soon after, in the inner courtyard, the young maids hurried back and forth, bustling with activity. In the pharmacy's large wooden tub, steam rose as basins of medicinal concoctions were poured in. Li Ziyue took off his outer garment and stepped into the medicinal barrel. Endure it! In front of the barrel, Zhang Lata's expression turned grave as he spoke. With a flip of his palm, he crushed the millennium-old fleece-flower root in his grasp. The next moment, all 5 of Zhang Lotus' divine treasures simultaneously awakened. The faint rumble of their power echoed like distant thunder, their radiance as dazzling as stars, unmistakably revealing his extraordinary cultivation. The sword fanatic made his move, forming a sword with his fingers. The sword energy was overwhelmingly powerful, piercing into Li Ziyu's body and forcibly shattering one of his major meridians. At the same time, Zhang Lotus once again condensed his true essence, continuously channeling the essence of the 1,000-year medicinal king into Li Ziyu's body. Ho! Intense pain surged like a tide. Li Ziyu's body trembled violently, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining the water red. In the west wing, Bai Wangyu sensed the intense fluctuations of true energy in the inner courtyard, his expression turning solemn. In the mansion, there was actually a peerless expert at the 5th realm. Boom! At that very moment, inside the medicine room of the inner courtyard, a violent force erupted, shattering the medicine barrel and blasting open the door. Water splashed everywhere as a drenched youth knelt on the ground, gasping heavily for breath. Before the youth, the disheveled old man was in an equally sorry state, soaked from head to toe, his wet hair plastered messily across his face, utterly devoid of the dignified bearing expected of a peerless expert. The 2nd meridian. The young man knelt on one knee, fists clenched tightly, having taken another step closer to finally breaking through all 8 meridians. In the west wing, Bai Wangyu was just about to avert his gaze when suddenly, his expression froze, revealing a look of astonishment. Breakthrough! At this moment, the originally calm inner courtyard suddenly saw a violent surge of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, like raging waves, continuously pouring into the medicine room from all directions. In Li Garden's inner courtyard, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, frantically rushing into the medicine room. Inside the medicine room, Li Zai's body trembled. In the small world of his divine repository within his chest, lightning flashed and thunder roared, while the sea of true essence churned like stormy waves. The endless influx of spiritual energy from heaven and earth made the sea of true essence grow even more vast. Opening the 2nd meridian, Li Zai's speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth more than doubled. Combined with the accumulation from day after day, it finally came naturally, and his cultivation advanced another step. Mid-stage of the 1st realm of martial arts, the moment he broke through, Li Zai clearly felt the intensity of the true essence within his divine repository surge dramatically, and even his spiritual senses perception ability increased significantly. Familiarize yourself with your body. Zhang Lotus spoke and casually waved his hand, sending the ancient sword Changjun flying over to land before Li Zai. Li Ziyu looked at his own hands, then reached out to pull out the ancient sword. With a step forward, he leaped out. The sharp sword energy whistled through the air, crisscrossing the inner courtyard. Li Ziyu's figure flickered continuously, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. 18 steps executed in one fluid motion. On the final step, Li Ziyu steadied his stance, gripped the sword with both hands, and swung it down with the momentum. Boom! The 3-foot sword blade, capable of cutting through anything, shattered a stone table in front of Li Zai, splitting it cleanly in 2 from the center. Clap! 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 Outside the medicine room, Zhang Latri clapped his hands and stepped forward, a look of satisfaction on his face, saying, "You've finally made some progress. At least my efforts haven't gone to waste. Old Dong, am I impressive? How about teaching me the 3rd move?" Having finally received some praise, Li Zai was feeling a bit smug as he spoke. "Are you sure?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lotus' expression immediately turned peculiar as he asked, "Why is it not allowed?" Li Zai asked, puzzled. "Allowed? Of course it's allowed." A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhang Lotus' mouth as he made no refusal. With a wave of his hand, he gripped his sword, his steps swift and aggressive. His sword stance descended like a crashing mountain bolt and unrestrained, exuding an overwhelming dominance within 27 steps. After the demonstration, Zhang Leixiao sheathed his sword, took a sip of wine, and smirked without warmth. Practice. Master this third move, and no one below the second realm will be your match. Even if you encounter a powerhouse like the third prince, who has unlocked the second divine repository, you'll still be able to retreat unscathed. That powerful. Li Ziren's face lit up with excitement, but soon he sensed something amiss and asked, "Didn't you say that if the cultivation gap spans a major realm, no matter how exquisite the technique, it can't bridge the difference? There are always exceptions to the rule." Zhang Lata grinned eerily and said, "The reason why the flying immortal art is hailed as the #1 technique in the world is that 1,000 years ago, the first generation sword god used this sword technique to defeat opponents an entire major realm above his own, not just once." At this point, Zhang Lata paused slightly, his smile unconsciously twisting into something almost perverse as he bared his teeth and continued, "To put it simply, the relationship between the 5 realms of martial arts and the 9 forms of the flying immortal is essentially a straightforward 1:2 ratio. For example, if you're still in the first realm, you can at most use the first 2 moves of the flying immortal art. Attempting to master the third form, which belongs to the next major realm, is like trying to dream in broad daylight, because unless you reach the second realm, neither the strength of your true chi nor your body's control will be sufficient to complete those 27 steps. Of course, the sword god from 1,000 years ago managed it, which is why he could fight opponents an entire realm above his own. If you think you can do the same, go ahead and try." "I refuse to believe it." Li Zai gripped his sword, staring at the footprints on the ground, his heart burning with indignation. "Who do you look down on?" Li Zai channeled his inner energy and bravely took 3 steps forward. And then, "Old Dong, help!" Moving at high speed, Li Zai's body flew out of control. Before he could even cry for help, he crashed headfirst into the high wall of the inner courtyard. Bam! Li Ziu's half-face and entire body crashed directly into the wall, then sprawled out in a Da shape before collapsing straight to the ground. "Hey, what's going on here?" "Even if you're feeling down, there's no need to bang your head against the wall." Zhang Lata stepped forward, looking at the young man who had fallen flat on his back, and grinned, "Keep working hard, kid. This old man believes in you." With that, Zhang Lao let out a hearty laugh, picked up his wine jar, and walked away. Li Ziu lay on the ground, gnashing his teeth in fury. This was just too humiliating. "Young master!" At that moment, outside the inner courtyard, a pretty young maid hurried over. Spotting Li Ziu sprawled beneath the wall, she froze for a second before barely suppressing a laugh and said, "There's a young lady named Changsang Nanqiao at the gate asking to see you, specifically by name." "Changsang Nanqiao? Looking for me?" Beneath the wall, Li Ziu's dust-covered face showed a flicker of surprise. What was that vixen doing here? She specifically asked for him. Doesn't she know that all the Li family's business is managed by Yue? The enemy is clearly trying to dismantle our resistance from within. Is he the type to be easily tempted by beauty? Li Zai jumped up angrily and said, "Show her to the main hall. I'll go meet this she-devil after changing my clothes." "Yes." The young maidservant suppressed a smile, then turned and left. Before long, at the front hall, Changsang Nanqiao strode forward in a deep purple gown, her hair tied high with loose strands cascading down. Her delicate face bore both the beauty of a maiden and the charm of a mature woman. It must be said, Changsang Nanqiao is an exceptionally captivating woman. In the inner courtyard, Li Ziu changed his clothes, tidied his appearance, and transformed back into the image of a modest young gentleman before heading to the main hall. "Sister Nanqiao, what brings you here in person?" Li Ziu hurried into the main hall in a few quick steps and, looking at the woman before him, said warmly, "If anyone should be visiting, it should be me calling on you, sister." Listening to the even more affectionate address from the young man before her, Chansong Nanchio's lips curved slightly as she replied, "I had nothing to do today, so I thought I'd come to Li Manor for a visit. Young Master Li, I wonder how you've considered the proposal I made earlier." "Proposal?" Upon hearing this, Li Zai deliberately feigned confusion on his face and said, "What proposal?" Chansong Nanchio narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. "It's about the collaboration between the Chansong family and the Li family." "Surely you haven't forgotten, young master? Look at my memory." Li Ziyu suddenly realized and then showed a troubled expression, saying, "Sister Nanchio, you may not know this, but although I am the legitimate son of the Li family, all business matters are managed by my elder sister. During the last meeting of the four families, I was just tagging along to gain some experience." "Master Li, let's not mince words." Chansong Nanchio's face brightened with a radiant smile as she said, "Although the Li family's business is managed by Li Yue, I believe that in Li Manor, you, young master, are the true master with absolute authority. As long as you speak up, the cooperation between the Li and Chansong families will naturally fall into place." "Sister Nanchio, you really think highly of me." Li Ziyu picked up the hot tea on the table, took a careful sip, and smiled slightly. "The tea is good. Sister might want to try it." Upon hearing this, Chansong Nanchio frowned slightly, picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said, "Indeed, it's good. I remember the Li family's tea business has already spread to every city in Great Shang, and even the western regions and the northern desert have begun to see Li family shops." "Is that so? I've never paid much attention to business matters, so I'm not really that clear about it," Li Ziyu replied with a smile. Chansong Nanchio smiled and said, "Young Master Li, you still haven't answered my question." "Sister Nanchio, please don't make things difficult for me." Li Zai said with a bitter smile, "If I meddle in the Li family's business casually, my elder sister will be in a tough spot. You little rascal, truly impervious to reason." A trace of helplessness flashed across Chansong Nanchio's beautiful face. After a moment, she composed herself and smiled. "I heard that young Master Li is still unmarried. Would you like me to introduce someone to you? I think my sister is just fine." Li Zai started his sweet talk again, laughing as he spoke. "If young Master Li is willing, I have no objections." Chansong Nanchio replied with a charming smile. "I'm still young, wait a few more years," Li Zai said somewhat shyly. "Not that young." Chansong Nanchio glanced at the young man's lower half, then remarked meaningfully. Li Zai's smile stiffened. "Pervert. I heard young Master Li has been getting quite close to that little courtesan these days. Be careful. I've heard that little courtesan's background isn't simple. You shouldn't let yourself be used by others." Chansong Nanchio changed the subject, offering a warning. "You're talking about Yu Qingxian." Li Zai's eyes flickered with a strange light as he said, "Sister Nanchio, could you explain more clearly? It's said that Yu Qingxian has met with the eldest prince on several occasions, and on the night Yu Qingxian appeared at the Shuowall Pavilion, the eldest prince was also there," Chansong Nanchio replied. "The eldest prince?" Upon hearing this, Li Zai slightly furrowed his brows and said, "I have never met the eldest prince before. How could there be any talk of being used? Young Master Li is the legitimate heir of the Li family, and the Li family behind you is said to be as wealthy as a nation. If I were the eldest prince, I would certainly try to win you over." Chansong Nanchio smiled and said, "With the support of the Li family, the path to contending for the throne in the future would become much smoother. Elder Sister Nanchio, please don't speak carelessly." Li Zai took a sip of tea and said calmly, "The matter of appointing a crown prince is His Majesty's decision. The Li family is merely an ordinary merchant household. We neither wish nor have the capability to involve ourselves in the selection of the crown prince." Although the Li family is still merely a merchant household, if young Master Li wishes to advance further, our Changsong family can offer assistance. Changsong Nanqiu finally revealed her purpose, her gaze fixed on the young man before her as she said earnestly, "Young Master Li should be aware of the influence my Changsong family holds in the imperial court. With just your nod, the Li family can instantly transform from a merchant clan into a prestigious noble family. The difference, I believe, is something you understand better than anyone." Li Ziyu fell silent upon hearing this. This condition truly hits the Li family where it hurts. Scholars, farmers, craftsmen, and merchants, the scholar officials serving in the court ranked at the very top of society, while merchant families held a lowly status. This has also been the greatest obstacle the Li family has faced in its development to this day. No connections in the court. Thus, the Li family can only be considered a merchant lineage, not a distinguished noble clan. Li Ziyu carefully considered Changsong Nanqiu's proposal, weighing the pros and cons. Changsong Nanqiu did not rush him either, sitting quietly and sipping her tea. She knew the Li family would deliberate her proposal seriously. On this matter, she was quite confident. Sure enough, before long, Li Zai raised his head, a bright smile spreading across his face. Seeing this, Changsong Nanqiu also smiled. "Success! Nanqiu sister, I've decided to become a sword immortal after all. The path of officialdom isn't for me," Li Zai said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Changsong Nanqiu was momentarily stunned, and the smile on her face gradually faded. When Changsong Nanqiu left Li Manor, her expression was far less pleasant than when she had arrived. Li Zai's refusal to yield to either coercion or persuasion truly infuriated Changsong Nanqiu. Soon, news of Changsong Nanqiu's setback at Li Manor reached the Yin family and the Merchant Alliance. The three families were never truly united to begin with, and the Li family's business was a lucrative piece of meat that everyone wanted a bite of, further driving a wedge between them, making their unity superficial at best. If possible, each of the three families would have preferred to monopolize the opportunity to collaborate with the Li family, completely suppressing the other two. Late at night, within the Merchant Alliance, a raging fire erupted, illuminating half the imperial capital as bright as day. In the Li estate, Li Zai, who was practicing his swordplay under the moonlight, noticed the distant flames and curled his lips into a dangerous smirk. Second brother has finally started to take action. The timing is just right. The next day, before dawn, half of the imperial city was in chaos. People from the Merchant Alliance angrily stormed into the Yin family bank, demanding an explanation. Because among the goods burned last night, they discovered a waste token accidentally left behind by the Yin family. Outside the Yin family bank, the crowd of onlookers had gathered so densely that not a drop of water could pass through, all eager to see what had happened. They had also heard about the fire at the Merchant Alliance, but from the current situation, it seemed this matter was related to the Yin family bank. Everyone, please remain calm, please remain calm." Inside the Yin family bank, even old Master Yin Song, who was about to celebrate his 60th birthday, was startled and hurried out with his cane. "Old Master Yin, give us an explanation." Before the crowd who had come to demand answers, the manager of the Merchant Alliance threw a waste token engraved with the character Yin onto the ground and shouted angrily. A servant stepped forward, picked up the waste token, and respectfully handed it to the old master beside him. Yin Zhong took the waste token, his expression darkening slightly. After a moment, he spoke. "This token is indeed from the Yin family. However, this fire was absolutely not set by anyone from our household. I, an old man, dare to stake the Yin family's century-old reputation on it. This incident was definitely not the doing of the Yin family. Old Master Yin, our Merchant Alliance has suffered such heavy losses of goods. This responsibility cannot be shrugged off with just a few words from you," the Merchant Alliance's manager said angrily. Manager Yao. Being wrong for no reason, In-jong's expression darkened as he said, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" "Compensation, of course." The Merchant Alliance manager angrily shouted, "I've already calculated the account for you, a total of 300,000 taels. If even a single tael is missing, our Merchant Alliance will fight your in-family to the bitter end." "That's right, fight to the bitter end. The in-family has bullied us too much." From the crowd of the Merchant Alliance, an impassioned voice rang out, so abrupt yet perfectly timed to stir everyone's fury. Glancing over, it was a young man, handsome and refined, radiant and elegant, with an extraordinary demeanor and noble bearing, unstained by the filth of the world, untainted by the allure of vanity. If Li Zai could describe his own appearance with adjectives, it would surely fill an entire Xinhua dictionary. However, at this moment, no one had the spare time to notice what Li Zai looked like. "That's right, fight to the bitter end. This is just too much." One spark ignited the crowd, and under Li Zai's well-intentioned fanning of the flames, the members of the Merchant Alliance grew increasingly restless. Their momentum surged like waves, their emotions spiraling out of control. In the crowd, Li Zue was shouting at the top of his lungs to help, his face flushed with excitement, looking even more enthusiastic than the members of the Merchant Alliance. At the front, the Merchant Alliance manager glanced back at the young man, who was shouting the loudest in the crowd, and gave him an approving look. This young man was quite impressive, very perceptive. After returning, he should be properly promoted. "Have you heard? The goods burned last night were a gift from the Merchant Alliance to the Li family of Yuzhou City, worth 300,000 taels of silver. Now, the Yin family set them on fire. What a heavy loss for the Merchant Alliance this time. A gift of 300,000 taels of silver. The Merchant Alliance is really going all out. If it means securing a partnership with the Li family, 300,000 taels is nothing. Besides, those goods weren't entirely given away for free. But none of that matters now. With the goods gone, the Merchant Alliance's chances of collaborating with the Li family probably aren't looking too good. The Yin family is ruthless too. I heard they were also vying for a partnership with the Li family this time. They probably resorted to such underhanded tactics because they feared the Merchant Alliance would get ahead of them." Exactly. After suffering such a huge loss, the Merchant Alliance definitely won't let this slide. Let us sit back and enjoy the show. Outside the in-family bank, curious onlookers whispered among themselves, spreading the inside story from one to another until soon the entire street was abuzz with the news. Of course, this inside story was also deliberately leaked by none other than Li Zai himself. Inside the in-family bank, In-jong watched the growing agitation both inside and outside the bank, his expression darkening by the minute. Trouble indeed. If this matter isn't handled properly, the reputation of his in-family bank will be completely ruined. The banking business relies entirely on reputation. If their name gets tarnished, who would dare to have any dealings with the in-family bank? Thinking this, In-jong suppressed his anger and said to the Merchant Alliance manager before him in a gentle and pleasant tone, "Manager Yao, you see our in-family bank and your Merchant Alliance have no past grievances nor recent conflicts. Why would we do something that harms others without benefiting ourselves? Someone must be framing us. I hope Manager Yao won't be used by others." Being used? Are you implying that our Director Yao is all courage and no strategy? Before the Commerce Alliance director could speak, Li Zai's voice rang out again from the crowd, sowing discord. Exactly. You've done wrong and now you're trying to shift the blame. How cowardly our Director Yao won't fall for your tricks. Immediately, a young man in green robe standing beside Li Zai chimed in. Li Zua and the young man in green exchanged a glance before simultaneously averting their eyes. We've encountered fellow troublemakers. They're all here to stir up trouble. Sure enough, After the two of them stirred the pot with their coordinated performance, the manager of the Merchant Alliance standing before the crowd visibly darkened his expression. Fixing his gaze on the elderly head of the Yin family before him, he said sternly, "Elder Yin, with the evidence right here, do you still intend to deny it? Must we take this matter to the authorities before you admit your guilt?" Manager yelled. Upon hearing that the authorities might be involved, Yin Zhong's expression changed slightly. He stepped forward and said in a low voice, "This matter truly was not done by the Yin family. Could Manager Yao do this old man a favor and give the Yin family 10 days? I promise to have someone investigate the matter thoroughly and provide the Merchant Alliance with a proper explanation." 10 days. The Merchant Alliance manager snorted coldly, not lowering his voice like Elder Yin but instead raising it slightly. He said, "Elder Yin asks for 10 days right off the bat. Does he intend to give the Yin family time to find a scapegoat to take the blame? That as a favor I cannot grant." At the back of the crowd, Li Zai pricked up his ears upon hearing the conversation between the two and immediately shouted loudly, "Manager Yao is right. We demand justice today." "That's right, demand justice. The Yin family has gone too far." Beside them, the young man in green also chimed in, fanning the flames. Demand justice. The already agitated Merchants Alliance members couldn't stand the provocation and immediately joined in the shouting. Amid the crowd, Li Zai and the young man in green silently memorized each other's appearances, planning to investigate the other's identity after today. To encounter a fellow practitioner here, even if not the mastermind behind the scenes, would still be someone benefiting from this situation. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps there might be opportunities for collaboration in the future. The farce at the Yin family bank escalated further. Outside, more and more commoners gathered, all eager to watch the spectacle, almost hoping to see the two sides come to blows. Li Ziyue saw that the fire had been stoked enough and was ready to slip away quietly. Nearby, the young man in green noticed the situation and quietly slipped out from the crowd, preparing to retreat as well. Outside the Yin family residence, the two exchanged a knowing smile and extended their hands. "Li Dawang," Li Ziyue introduced himself. "Son Erniu." The young man in green responded with equal honesty. The two shook hands, then immediately withdrew and turned to leave. "Pah! Trying to fool a ghost." Li Zai, the young man in green, inwardly despised the other with great contempt. Li Yuan, after Li Zai returned, immediately sent someone to investigate the background of the young man in green. Similarly, upon returning to his residence, the young man in green also promptly dispatched someone to look into Li Zai's identity. "Li Zai? Changsang Fangyu." After looking through numerous portraits, the two recognized each other's likenesses at a glance. "Scoundrel!" Li Zai and Changsang Fengyu once again despised each other's character. "You mean the Li family's heir also infiltrated the Merchant Alliance to cause trouble at the Yin family bank?" In the Changsang residence, after hearing her nephew's words, Changsang Nanqiu's charming face showed a hint of surprise as she spoke. "Right." Changsang Fengyu took a sip of tea, his face full of disdain, and said, "I've never seen someone so shameless, and he even lied to me, claiming his name was Li Dawang. Didn't you also lie, calling yourself Son Erniu?" Changsang Nanqiu mercilessly exposed the former's hypocrisy, retorting, "Auntie, why are you speaking up for an outsider?" Changsang Fengyu exclaimed in surprise, "Could it really be as the rumors say, that you've taken a liking to that Li family boy? Auntie, you must think carefully. That kid is even younger than your own nephew." "Get lost!" Changsang Nanqiu scolded him irritably. "Seems like you're itching for a beating. Should I tell your father to loosen your joints for you?" "Ouch, Auntie, I was wrong." Changsang Fengyu immediately backed down, saying, "But, Aunt, what do you think the Li family's heir is really up to with this move? Fanning the flames to make the three families fight among themselves?" Changsang Nanqiu said calmly, "The Li family came to the capital under pressure from the court, and of course, they won't easily compromise. So, was the fire at the Merchant Alliance last night also set by the Li family? Chang Fengyu asked gravely. That's not necessarily the case. Chang Nanqiu shook her head and said, it could indeed be the Yin family's doing. After all, I left Li Manor disappointed, and with the Merchant Alliance suffering such a heavy blow, the direct beneficiary would be the Yin family. But if it really was the Yin family's doing, why would they leave evidence behind? That doesn't make sense, Chang Fengyu said, puzzled. Perhaps it was genuinely dropped by accident. As she spoke, a bright smile appeared at the corner of Chang Nanqiu's lips. Of course, the Li family is also a suspect. Fengyu, that Li Zai is quite interesting. You should get closer to him. Close? Chang Fengyu's lips twitched as he said, I'm just afraid that by getting too close, he might end up becoming my uncle. Li Garden, West Wing. Bam! Li Ziyu came to challenge the senior brother again, but after just 5 moves, he was directly sent flying and landed face first in the mud. Pa! I quit. Seeing the apologetic look in Little Red Riding Hood's eyes, Li Ziyu felt even more frustrated. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, he plopped down onto the stone steps. They're both young, both human. How could the heavens be so unfair? Why can Little Red Riding Hood be so cool and so strong? Brother Li has actually improved a lot. Bai Wangyu stepped forward and comforted him. From 3 moves to 5 moves, that's indeed a lot. Li Zai said with a forced smile, Old Bai, you definitely didn't teach me properly. Admit it, you must have held back. Brother Li, you jest. Bai Wangyu said helplessly, learning martial arts is a gradual process. It can't be achieved overnight. I've been training longer than you, so it's only natural that I'm a bit more skilled. There's no need for you to be so anxious, Brother Li. Oh! Li Zi sighed with a troubled expression, then half reclined on the stone steps and said, But I have less than 3 years left before my match with Huoliner. How can I not be anxious? Bai Wangyu listened and fell silent for a moment before softly saying, That Huoliner is indeed very formidable. You know Huoliner? Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu immediately sat up and asked, Have you fought against each other? We haven't fought. Bai Wangyu shook his head and said, However, I once crossed swords with Yan Xiuyu, the divine son of the Tianyu Temple. If Huoliner is on par with Yan Xiuyu, Brother Li will indeed find it very difficult to win the match 3 years later. You fought with that divine son. Li Ziyu looked surprised and asked, What was the outcome? He didn't lose, and I didn't win. Bai Wangyu said softly, It's a draw, I suppose. Old Bai, I'm a bit jealous of you. Li Ziyu's face was full of envy. That divine child was hailed as one of the world's 4 great prodigies, yet Red had actually managed to fight him to a draw. Truly, comparisons are odious. Brother Li, though you may be weak now, your potential is astonishing, and you practice the flying immortal technique, renowned as the world's supreme method. One day, you will surpass me, Bai Wangyu said very seriously. Li Ziyu looked at Little Red Riding Hood's earnest expression before him and felt even more like crying. Can potential be eaten? Would he ever say that old Qin didn't teach him the fishing technique because he saw potential in him, but rather because there was simply no other choice, a desperate attempt to save a hopeless case? After all, no matter what he practiced, his progress was equally slow. I'm going to discuss life with Little Flower Queen. Talking to you is boring. Once again feeling slighted, Li Zai retorted angrily at Little Red Riding Hood, then stood up and headed out of Li Garden. Brother Li. Behind him, Bai Wangyu called out. What is it? Li Ziyu turned his head and asked. Do you need me to protect you closely? Bai Wangyu asked seriously. Get lost. Li Ziyu uttered a single word in a very refined tone. Bai Wangyu chuckled lightly and said no more. Li Ziyu left Li Garden in a rather gloomy mood. It's only been a few days, and even little Red Hat has learned to be mischievous. In the small courtyard southeast of the capital, not far from the Huai River, Yu Qingxian, dressed in plain robes, sat quietly beneath a maple tree, tuning her guqin. The tree was adorned with fiery red leaves, their vibrant hues complementing her beauty, creating a breathtaking scene. Li Ziren arrived and stood silently outside the courtyard, gazing at the picturesque view within, reluctant to disturb. After what seemed like an eternity, Yu Qingxian sensed the gaze from beyond the courtyard and looked up. Then, she smiled warmly. In an instant, it was as if 100 flowers bloomed, so beautiful that one dared not look directly. In Li Zi's heart, at this moment, it felt as if something had struck him, sending ripples through his emotions. Young Master Li. Yu Qingxian stood up and had just called out when she seemed to remember something, her face slightly reddening as she said, "Zai, have you been here long?" "Just now." Li Zai stepped into the courtyard with a smile and asked, tuning the chin. Yu Qingxian nodded and was about to say something more when a sharp voice rang out from outside. "His Highness, the eldest prince, has arrived." The eldest prince? Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshuang's expression changed slightly. Beside them, a strange glint flashed in Li Zai's eyes. Changsong Nanqiao had once warned him that the eldest prince and Yu Qingxian were acquainted. It seemed this was not entirely baseless. "Zai, hide inside for a moment. The eldest prince is coming, and it might be troublesome." After regaining her composure, Yu Qingxian looked at the person beside her and spoke in a solemn voice. Li Ziren nodded without asking further and stepped into the small house. Yu Qingxian gathered her thoughts and rose to greet them. Soon after, the creaking sound of a wheelchair echoed in front of the courtyard as an old eunuch pushed the eldest prince forward. "Greetings, Your Highness." Yu Qingxian performed a graceful bow and said respectfully, "No need for formalities." From his wheelchair, Mu Yuan looked at the woman before him and asked, "How are the preparations I asked you to make coming along?" "Reporting to Your Highness, everything has been prepared as you instructed," Yu Qingxian replied. "Very well." Mu Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the ancient zither and music score on the stone table, and said, "I heard you've been rather close to the Li family's heir these past few days. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxian instinctively glanced toward the nearby house. After a brief hesitation, she answered, "We are merely acquaintances. There's no need to be nervous. I'm not blaming you." Mu Yuan said calmly, "Since you're acquainted with the Li family's heir, then maintain good relations. This chess piece will be useful to us." "Yes." Yu Qingxian remained silent for a moment before responding respectfully. As the two spoke, behind Mu Yuan, the elderly eunuch Shao Jie cast his gaze toward the wooden house, his sinister eyes narrowing slightly before he lightly tapped the wheelchair as a reminder. Mu Yuan had a sudden thought and turned his gaze toward the wooden house. Seeing this, Yu Qingshuang's expression immediately grew tense. Mu Yuan glanced at the woman before him but didn't ask any questions, simply saying calmly, "Let's go." Yao Jie nodded and pushed the wheelchair out of the courtyard. "Farewell, Your Highness the eldest prince." Yu Qingxian bowed respectfully, a fine layer of sweat glistening on her beautiful face. That was close. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Jie helped the eldest prince into the carriage and asked, "Your Highness, should this old servant drag that person out for you?" "No need." In the carriage, Mu Yuan glanced at the small courtyard nearby, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips as he said, "I can probably guess who is in that house. I just didn't expect Yu Qingxian's relationship with him to progress so quickly." "Would Yu Qingxian betray Your Highness?" Yao Jie asked gravely. "She wouldn't dare." Mu Yuan said calmly, "Besides, I didn't force her to do anything. Getting closer to the Li family's heir is exactly what she wanted, isn't it?" "Your Highness is wise," Zhao Jia replied respectfully. Let's go back to the residence, Mu Yuan said indifferently. Yes. Zhao Jia acknowledged and immediately drove the carriage away. In the small courtyard, after the eldest prince left, Li Zai also stepped out of the room. Yu Qingxian looked at him, opening her mouth as if to explain something, but unsure how to begin. No need to explain. Li Zai smiled and said, everyone has their own secrets. You never pry into my affairs either, do you? Yu Qingxian breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this, her smile returning as she said, Zai, I never intended to take advantage of you. I know. Li Zai nodded with a smile and replied, however, there is indeed one thing I'd like to ask for your help with. Ask for my help? Yu Qingxian asked in surprise, what is it? In a few days, it will be the 60th birthday of the Yin family's patriarch. I heard you, Qingxian, have been invited to perform. I wonder if you could take me along, Li Zai said earnestly. Yu Qingxian was momentarily stunned, then nodded after a pause. I can, but may I ask what you plan to do? Li Zai glanced around before leaning in close to her ear and whispering a few words. Feeling the man's breath so close, Yu Qingshuan's face flushed red. But upon hearing what he said, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock, steal something. SHH. Li Ziyue placed his index finger on the woman's lips before him and said, keep it down. Don't let others hear. Yu Qingxian was startled and quickly covered her mouth, glancing around before whispering, stealing from the Yin family. Are you out of your mind? No choice. This thing is very important to me. I have to steal it. Li Ziyue smiled sheepishly, his face full of hope, and said, Qingxian, you must help me. Otherwise, I really don't know how to sneak into the Yin family. Yu Qingxian bit her lip and, after a long pause, nodded. All right, I'll take you in when the time comes. Really? That's wonderful. Hug! Li Zai's face lit up with joy as he immediately embraced her. Yu Qingxian, caught off guard, blushed instantly. Coming to her senses, she quickly broke free and feigned anger, scolding, Zai, if you do this again, I'll really get mad. It's a conditioned reflex, not intentional. Li Zai awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, all right, it's getting late. I should head back to the residence now. Feel free to visit Li Garden when you have time. Yu Qingxian nodded and softly agreed. Li Zai waved his hand and then prepared to leave. Midnight. Behind him, Yu Qingxian called out. Li Zia halted his steps and turned back, asking, what is it? The eldest prince has shown me kindness, and I promised to help him with 3 matters. Beyond that, we have no other relationship, Yu Qingxian explained softly. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren's face broke into a bright smile as he said, understood. If you ever face any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. In this world, money can make the devil turn the mill, and coincidentally, the Li family lacks everything except silver. All right. Yu Qingxian also smiled at his words and nodded in agreement. If I ever run short on silver, I'll definitely seek out you, the prodigal son. Ha ha, it's a deal. Li Ziyue laughed heartily, then turned and walked away. At this moment, Li Ziyue walked very slowly, trying to make his retreating figure appear as tall and imposing as possible. Since ancient times, deep affection leaves nothing but regret, cannot be retained, only tactics win hearts. As expected, in the small courtyard, Yu Qingxian watched the retreating figure of the former, and even her usually calm and placid heart couldn't help but ripple slightly. This young master of the Li family is truly unlike any other. For so many years, this was the first time she had encountered someone who genuinely didn't care about her status. Whether she was the top courtesan of a brothel or the grand prince's hidden pawn. To him, It seemed to make no difference. Before him, she was simply Yu Qingxian. If you treat me with sincerity, I shall repay you with sincerity. Yu Qingxian made a vow in her heart. No matter what happened in the future, she would remember everything from today, yesterday, and the day before, and would never do anything to harm him. Meeting is easy, but understanding each other is too hard. In the west wing of Lin Manor, Li Zai was sipping tea and discussing ideals with Little Red Riding Hood when he heard the message brought by the maid sent by Li Yue. He spat out his tea in shock. Yan Xiuyu is coming to the capital. Bai Wangyu exclaimed in surprise. Did he bring a medicine king? Li Zai exclaimed excitedly. Bai Wangyu cast a puzzled glance at the young man beside him. Brother Li's angle of concern was truly unique. Isn't the arrival of the divine son from the Tianyu temple in the capital more important than a medicine king? In front of the two, the pretty little maid nodded and said, Just received the news divine son Yan Xiuyu is already on his way to the capital. He should arrive in about 10 days. Old Bai. Li Zai looked at the little red hat beside him and said, Bai Wangyu asked in confusion. If I asked you to help me ambush Yan Xiuyu and steal that medicinal king, would you do it? Li Zai said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Bai Wangyu pretended not to hear, really not wanting to answer such a foolish question. You've got no loyalty. I'm going to find old Dong. Li Zai scoffed disdainfully, immediately got up, and ran toward the inner courtyard. Half a quarter hour later, from the inner courtyard, Zhang Lat's deafening curses could be heard. Get lost. Why don't you just ask me to dig up the ancestors' graves of the temple master? Just asking, why so worked up? Li Zai, lacking confidence, shouted a retort before slinking out of the inner courtyard and retreating back to the west wing. Old Bai. Li Zai's smile turned quite amiable as he said, Didn't the law Confucian instruct you to listen to me? Brother Li. Bai Wangyu wore a helpless expression and replied, Yan Xiuyu coming to the capital surely means he's brought a large number of temple experts. Forget about me. Even if the law Confucian himself were here, it wouldn't make a difference. Of course, if you could persuade the Confucian leader to intervene, there might be some hope. Forget I said anything. Li Ziyue said angrily, as he couldn't even get to see the Confucian leader, let alone ask for his help. Why is his life so bitter? Apart from silver, apart from money, he has nothing. Brother Li really wants that medicinal king. Bai Wangyu pondered for a moment before asking. Very, very much. Li Zai nodded vigorously. If I'm not mistaken, that medicinal king is intended as a tribute to the imperial court. According to past practices, His Majesty would bestow such tributes to meritorious officials and a few favored concubines in the palace. If Brother Li desires it, you might consider this angle, Bai Wangyu reminded him. That makes sense. Upon hearing this, Li Zai stroked his chin. The medicinal king was currently with Yan Xiuyu, making it impossible for him to obtain it directly. However, if it were presented to the imperial court, he wouldn't be entirely without options. It seems he needs to sell his charm a bit. Half a day later, at the Changsong residence, Changsong Fengyu looked at his aunt before him, then glanced at the letter on the table, his expression turning peculiar. He spoke up, "Aunt, the Li family's eldest son has invited you to a lakeside outing outside the city in 3 days. Don't you have something to say?" Changsong Fengyu, it seems your skin is itching for a beating again. A dangerous glint flashed through Changsong Nanchio's beautiful eyes as she spoke. "Auntie, spare me. I won't dare again." Changsong Fengyu promptly admitted defeat, then cautioned, "But auntie should be careful. Based on my dealings with that Li family's heir, that kid is extremely cunning and hard to handle. If he's seeking you out, he must have ulterior motives." "I understand. No need for your reminders, brat," Changsong Nanchao responded, then seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, how is the task I assigned you going? Do your best to persuade your cousin, the fourth prince, not to be so stubborn. Our Changsang family has gone through great hardships to fight for power and influence on his behalf, yet he couldn't care less. Instead of vying for the throne, he insists on practicing that wretched swordplay. And, please don't push me. I've already done my best." Changsang Fengyu said with a bitter smile, "You know as well as I do what cousin Mubai is like. If he were so easily swayed, we wouldn't have struggled so hard all these years. Born into the royal family, a prince by birth, yet he refuses to do what a prince ought to do. I really don't know how my sister ended up with such an unambitious son," Changsang Nanqiao lamented in frustration. And Changsang Fengyu's expression suddenly turned somewhat peculiar as he said, "Didn't that Li family heir say he only wanted to be a sword immortal? Coincidentally, cousin Mubai shares the same ambition. Why not arrange for them to meet? They might hit it off and bond over their shared interests, which could help us pull the Li family to our side. If they don't end up fighting, it'll be a miracle, let alone bonding over shared interests." Changsang Nanqiao said irritably, "That Mubai kid has finally met a worthy opponent. There's no way he'll let it go easily. The Li family heir was personally taught by the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal, so his swordsmanship must be formidable. If either of them gets hooked, it'll be a huge headache. Stop suggesting such terrible ideas and go cool off somewhere else." "Ha ha, I was just mentioning it casually. Auntie makes a good point, forget it. It's not worth taking the risk." Changsang Fengyu chuckled in response. Changsang Nanqiao paid no further attention to the fool before her. Her gaze rested on the letter on the table, her beautiful eyes flickering with a faint glow. The sudden invitation from that young man had truly caught her off guard. Had he changed his mind? The Imperial Palace, 9th Princess's residence. Murong and Mubai, the siblings, were engaged in a game of chess. The woman was as radiant as a flower, while the man was as sharp as a sword. Even though they were born into royalty, their noble status could not overshadow their extraordinary brilliance. "Brother, you've lost again." Murong made the final move, deciding the game with a single stone, a bright smile spreading across his face as he spoke. "My skills in chess are no match for yours," Mubai admitted frankly, setting down his piece. "It's not that your skills are lacking, brother, but rather, your heart is not calm enough." Murong Yiran smiled and said, "If I hadn't been dragging you to play chess every day these past few days, you'd probably have gone to challenge that Li family heir to a sword duel long ago. He was taught by the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal, so his swordsmanship must be extraordinary. What's wrong with a little competition?" Mubai said calmly. "But I heard that this Li family heir's cultivation isn't particularly impressive since he only recently opened his first divine repository," Murong remarked. "Cultivation level isn't what matters," Mubai said calmly. "If he hasn't been practicing for long, it's not surprising that his cultivation is lacking. I was only comparing swords with him, not competing in cultivation." "Elder brother," Murong sighed helplessly, "I understand your feelings, truly I do. But just because I understand doesn't mean others will. Blades and swords have no eyes. If you accidentally injure the Li family's heir, it will give people grounds to criticize, making the world think our royal family is deliberately humiliating the Li family. Right now, with the Li family just arriving in the capital, it's a sensitive time. Elder brother, you should endure a little longer." Hearing this, Mubai frowned slightly. After a long pause, he nodded and said, "I heard Yan Xiuyu is also coming to the capital." Murong's hand paused while collecting the chess pieces, and she looked up at her elder brother before her, her beautiful eyes filled with warning. "Brother, you must not act impulsively. Yan Xiuyu is here representing the Tianyu Temple to visit the Imperial Court and the Grand Academy. If you harm him, our great Shan will have no way to explain it to the Tianyu temple. Don't worry, I'm not so unreasonable. Mubai said calmly, this capital is becoming more and more boring. Everyone is bound by so-called rules and cannot be their true selves. Brother, you'd better not let Auntie hear that, or she'll scold you again for lacking ambition, Murong said with a laugh. That's just a crazy woman. Mentioning Changsong Nanxiao, Mubai would get a headache. The only person he couldn't handle was this little ant. She was only a few years older than him, but her seniority was higher, and when she lost her temper, she was utterly unreasonable. As a prince, he could only endure her scolding in front of that crazy woman, Changsong Nanxiao. Meanwhile, within the capital, news that the divine son of the Tianyu temple was coming to the great Shan spread like wildfire. Thus, this sudden major event completely overshadowed the farce between the Merchant Alliance and the In-Family Bank, becoming the hottest topic in the capital. Whether nobles, commoners, or storytellers, everyone was discussing Yan Xiuyu's arrival in the capital. Have you heard? The divine child is coming to the capital to challenge Prince Mubai, another of the world's 4 great prodigies. Really? I heard the divine child is coming to visit the Imperial Academy and incidentally exchange martial insights with Bai Wangyu, the top disciple of the Confucian school. None of what you've heard is reliable. If the divine son of Tianyu Palace wanted to challenge Prince Mubai or Bai Wangyu, he would have come long ago. Why wait until today? According to reliable sources, Yan Xiuyu's target this time isn't them. If not Prince Mubai and Bai Wangyu, then who? Have you forgotten who has been the most talked about person in the capital lately? Are you referring to the heir of the Li family? Yes, that's Li Zai. I have relatives in Yangzhou City, which is very close to Yuzhou. They said they'd heard of Li Zai even in Yangzhou, a peerless genius no less remarkable than the 4 great prodigies. Born with a sword in hand, he could create his own sword techniques by the age of 10. It was precisely because of his talent that the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal deliberately went to Yuzhou City to take him as a disciple. Wow, is Li Zai really that impressive? Of course. Think about it, Li Zai had only just arrived in the capital a few days ago, when the divine child followed right after. Isn't it obvious who the target is? Now that you mention it, it does make sense. The Li family of Yuzhou City is truly extraordinary. Not only are they wealthy enough to rival a nation, but they've also produced such a peerless genius. The Li family is about to rise. If the heavens had not birthed Li Zai, the path of swordsmanship would remain in eternal darkness. Rumors, yet more rumors. In Li Garden, Li Zai spat out his tea once again upon hearing the widespread gossip circulating outside. This time it wasn't me. Li Ziyu wore an expression that said you've all misunderstood me, as he tried to justify himself. This time, it really was him who spread the rumors. Beside him, Bai Wangyu maintained his usual aloof demeanor, calm and detached, as if merely enjoying the show. Jean Lotte took a sip of wine, his smile not reaching his eyes. At this point, he didn't believe a single word or even a punctuation mark that came out of Li Ziyu's mouth. Red Candle passed by carrying a tray of dried fruits, casually tossing 1 piece each to Bai Wangyu and Jean Lotte before drifting away. The young master's words. Just listen to them and that's enough. Only a fool would believe it. You all. Li Ziyu's face was full of resentment. This was just too much bullying. Which bastard spread the rumor? He was finally trying to keep a low profile, and now he's been pushed into the spotlight again. At the flower cultivation pavilion, on the 3rd floor, a servant-looking attendant entered and respectfully said, "Pavilion master, as per your instructions, the rumors have already been spread. Understood, you may leave now." In the room, Li Qingji, clad in a silver-gray white robe and cloak, nodded slightly and spoke indifferently. The servant boy acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Li Qingji walked to the window, gazing at the bustling capital outside, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appearing on his stern face. Little brother, are you satisfied with this gift from your second brother?